Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Zach Rusty Pie here at the desk. Very excited to bring you day number 2. Of course, day number 1, EDG took on RNG and fell 0-2. OMG then took on Vici Gaming and also fell 0-2. Two big names in the LPL now. Coming up a little bit short, Rusty.
Yeah, two big names definitely did come up short. EDG, they were the side that we expected to go 2-0, honestly, coming into their first day. OMG, on the other hand, they're a side that is building themselves up as a Chinese-only team and kind of rebuilding themselves from scratch. So very difficult for them to come into their week 1, day 1 and look to perform.
Yeah.
They had a decent showing. There was a lot of promise in their side. But Vici Gaming, they were just unbelievable.
Yeah, and Easyhoon stepping into the lineup as well, playing the Rise, of course, playing alongside Faker quite a few times, so decides, okay, I can play Rise too, guys, don't even worry about it. But Vici Gaming looking very, very strong coming out of this, but OMG, it's just a very different beast. I mean, we've mentioned things like building a team around Cool, but just didn't quite come together.
So I don't think they're planning on coming into week 1 and being the best team.
Well,
again,
true.
I think, honestly, they're aiming, and their coaching staff is aiming for the second split to really just come out and be a dominating force then. This first split is experimentation, and it's showing that Chinese teams and Chinese players have what it takes to be exclusive and be the best.
Yeah, well, let's move to the first matchup of yesterday then, as EDG took on RNG. RNG disposing of them, and it was that jungle position, talking about sort of all Chinese players. MLXG, I mean, we were expecting him to be up against Clearlove, but just looked like he was all over Firelolly, who just couldn't really keep up.
He couldn't keep up. Honestly, I've never seen somebody so aggressive. He was playing Graves jungle. He would do his own red buff and then just eat over the wall with no vision towards his opposition blue buff. Just straight from one to the other, not a single care in the world, and gets out with his life. Not the blue, but that shows a very good sign of how angry he was at Firelolly. He made that very abundantly clear, and they ended up picking a 2-0 against CDG.
Yeah, and Whoosh as well on the lineup. Of course, they do have Name sitting there as backup, but Whoosh was playing fantastically well alongside Marta now in the bottom lane, and it's just looking like a really frightening team built up. But as you can see, we are going to be getting into today's matchup. It is going to be World Elite taking on Energy Pacemaker all. So, of course, not the Energy Pacemaker we're used to talking about. A very, very fresh roster. And WE, they've made a whole lot of changes.
They definitely have, as we're now coming into our second game of the day. LGD and Xiaogo. I don't know if this is considered a feature matchup, but I made it one, so it's definitely a feature. LOL Esports retweeted, it's official. It's the feature matchup of the night.
Yeah, and definitely in your mind as well as a pretty big advocate of the old QG. But LGD as well, looking to come back and make some waves with now Marin in the top lane coming over from SKT. And we'll see whether he can motivate this lineup that just looked like they've been going from worse to worse, really.
Yeah, Marin really wants to get it together with this team and put it all together. He's looking to be the glue, essentially, that fills in the cracks. And LGD, star-studded roster.
Oh, yeah.
I would be very, very surprised if they didn't step up and perform even now, even though they're so new together once again.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting. Of course, they've also lost TBQ from the jungle. Wayless has been very vocal about not really wanting to play with the guy. It's not exactly very nice. But now, new jungler stepping onto the roster, and we'll see whether that's going to make a difference as well.
It certainly should. I honestly think that I look at this LGD lineup right now, and I think every single position is a strict upgrade. Yeah, it's a big, bold statement to make, but TBQ was underperforming. TBQ at his best, when they were in the playoffs, was very strong. But I honestly think that Condi, nice.
Well, actually, that's a pretty good segue because I was going to talk about WE here because WE, they've made a lot of upgrades to their roster as well. I am personally very upset to see Aluka leave, but 957 has come into the roster now from solo queue. Very, very strong player, and WE is known for taking players from solo queue. Of course, GA stepping onto the roster towards the middle of last year, really making the team look a whole lot better, especially into IEM at that particular point in time. They had a fantastic showing at that particular event, but Zero as well in the bottom lane, making it an all-Korean bottom lane here for WE.
Yeah, so of course, let's start with Condi, as I for some reason mentioned being an LGD. I think Condi is a fantastic player to go into this World Elite side. He's a very good Lee Sin player. It's almost very similar to TBQ since we were going along those lines. He's a super good Lee Sin. Hopefully can step up for his team, be aggressive. The top laner is a prodigy. There is no doubt in my mind that 957 should be stepping up. His off-season, or World Elite's off-season, was really good, and it was basically on his back. And as you mentioned, the all-Korean bot lane, the synergy between those two, the communication, should definitely improve the roster overall.
Most certainly should. As you can see, the players are getting ready to hop onto the Rift here. And EPA, this is a team It's going to be a little bit more difficult to talk about. I mean, this side actually rocked the LSPL. They only started losing games when they made it to the finals here, dropping one game in the semis and then a couple in the grand final, but otherwise looking relatively unfazed. Do you think this is a side that could do things like Snake, like QG?
So it's going to be really interesting to watch how EPA does indeed perform, but we'll get to them in a minute because we're looking at the other team right now on the screen.
Yeah, as you can see, WE here, of course, 957. Condi is going to be picking up that jungle role, of course. Did step onto the roster a little bit earlier than the rest of these new players. We can see starting with this guy, and look, still plays a heck of a lot of tanks. It does look relatively similar to a Luca, so you have a feeling he'd probably be able to slide right in.
You would certainly hope so. He should get in there perfectly fine, as Condi, as mentioned, has got that Lee Sin, but favouring the Rek'Sai and the Gragas as of late.
Yeah, he has, and GA there in the mid lane. This is the guy that we were talking about before. Of course, his Diana was what really started things off, but has been playing a bit of everything. And Mystic, you can see this guy, when he gets Jinx, he's brilliant, but also plays a heck of a lot of Vayne. Lots of mechanically intensive champions here. As now Zero. We'll see whether we're going to get any QSSs, any Guardian Angels this time around, but I'm excited to see what he does for this bottom lane.
And Zero was always the crux of the King lineup also before he moved over to World Elite. 78% kill participation in the last split of the LPL says a lot about this player. So coming now into the bottom lane with a Vayne, Kalista, Jinx style of player can complement that quite nicely and make sure that all the kills are on the bottom side.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And talking about kill participation, I mean, Condi, one of the highest kill participations out of a jungler in the LPL in the last split. So we'll see whether he's going to be able to translate that, whether we're going to be getting a lot of early team play here from WE.
I would imagine so. I think it's going to be, let's call it solo key hero-esque, but it's got like the flavor of team play because they're a very well-established organization. They've got the coaches in place to help them out. I believe Hoon is the coach of World Elite at the moment, so he'll put them together and have a very conducive unit, and we'll see how they do go.
Yeah, we'll see how WE goes, but we are going to get into Energy Pacemaker all now. The rookie side making it in from the LSPL. Of course, in the top lane, it is going to be Gimgoon. Rabbit 97. So, in fact, in the jungle position, we thought it was Soist.
No,
going back to
it's
Rabbit.
the same person.
Going back to Rabbit.
Yeah.
It's the names, guys.
Just for
gets
clarification,
confusing.
yeah.
But yeah, Gimgoon going to be stepping into the top lane, of course. Plays a lot of tanks. We'll see how he goes. And look, this is untested, so not a lot of statistics here, but we know that Rabbit plays a heck of a lot of Lee Sin.
Yeah, we can compare Rabbit in this particular matchup to Condi.
Yeah.
We can say they're both very good Lee Sin players, and I think it might even be a contested pick.
It could be. Republic there is going to be in the mid lane. And Romantic, this is a guy that some questions have been raised. And we'll see whether he can step up here as he hops into the LPL. And Jejo, this is a guy that's known to carry bottom lanes.
Yeah, Jezo has been defined as an aggressive beast, I think was the two words used by Frostgurren when asked about him. So I think it's a very good matchup for Jezo going into Zero to see a heavy-hitting battle between both supports in these teams.
Yeah, of course, Zero, known for being ridiculously aggressive. We'll see whether he does so with Mystic as well, because, I mean, a lot of these bottom lanes can evolve. They can change when they're paired with different people. So, of course, we'll see whether Zero has changed, whether he's, maybe become a little bit more passive. I highly doubt it, and I certainly hope not.
Look, he's known as the guy that built a Guardian's Angel and QSS on Thresh in an LPL game. So this guy just does not have any holding back. There's no reservations from this player. And if he changes his ways to no longer be aggressive, I think he should not be called Zero.
That's true. Zero cares given, to use a different phrase. Would be probably rude. But, of course, WE up against the side looking to try and come out with a bang. But I have a feeling that if EPA are going to be able to surprise any teams, then it's still looking like WE. This is a roster that they have made intelligent changes, but we're not expecting them to really burst out into the top of the LPL thus far.
Yeah, and that's the interesting part about this side. EPA first from the LSPL. They auto-promoted into this league. And if you have a look at the two teams that auto-promoted in the two splits beforehand, it was Xiaogu and it was Snake. And they were both absolute monsters. So there is a lot of pressure right now on EPA's shoulders on behalf of all of the LSPL.
Most certainly is. But we are into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen, as WE are going to be on the blue side against Energy Pacemaker, all who are putting on the red shorts. As you can see, Tom Kench already removed. We'll see whether that Kindred gets removed very quickly as well, as there are a lot of power picks at the moment in the meta, Rusty.
Yes, so many power picks available in this current meta. Poppy, just to name one of them that we saw very prevalent last night in the EU LCS and pretty much everywhere in the world.
Yes. And of course, Kindred is a huge pick. Hasn't been banned away just yet, as Misfortune is going to be the one taken off the board. Lulu as well going to be taken. So Gangplank Lulu banned from Energy Pacemaker. There are a lot of big names still left here.
Yeah.
For both teams to pick up and see what does change.
So Gangplank and Kindred were the two champions banned 100% of the time in the two best of threes yesterday.
Yeah.
And Kindred having not been addressed right now might be something World Elite, or in particular Energy Pacemaker, all should be looking at banning because World Elite get the first pick.
Yeah. Well, Rise is going to be taken away from Gimgoon now, or potentially Republic in the mid lane. Decent flex pick, but we'll see what the answer is. But there are just so many champions of such high priority that could still be taken. Energy Pacemaker just looking for extra ban buttons, I think.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to find any. I would honestly just get rid of the Kindred if I were them. There's going to be so many options available. Trundle, potentially the first pick.
Yeah.
But instead they don't.
They get rid of the Lissandra.
I guess that presents an interesting question as to what do World Elite value? Do they actually want to go for the Trundle in that first pick? Get that the first rotation for 0. It's also a flex, so there is extra added strength to that pick. But as is Poppy, to be fair. Quinn, to an extent, also very good at that. None of these champions ban.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And of course, Energy Pacemaker all banning away Lissandra. They like to flex that pick themselves between the top and the mid lane. We have been seeing an extra large amount of Alistair just recently, of course. Picked or banned yesterday in every single game. But without the misfortune to pair with it, seems a little bit interesting.
I just thought it was Marta at first when I saw all of the Alistar, because he's just an absolute monster on that champion. But it is showing to be a trend, as is that hover at the moment. We'll be surprised if it gets locked in, but very strong.
Yeah,
very
of course.
strong.
Fire Lolly not making it look so, but then MLXG picked it up and did disgusting things with the champion. Ezreal making a massive resurgence at the same time, as we saw Defts patented Ezreal. Not successful, but he was still playing fantastically well. So it has been switched over now, and we'll see whether that Graves is going to be locked in there for Rabbit97.
Well, if you're looking at a really good next rotation, I would go for the Trundle and the Graves. I think that would be just outlandish, but the reason you would go for the Trundle is because you can pick it in support. You can also put that top lane, and given that there is a Dr. Mundo not addressed on the map right now, I would potentially pick the Trundle because it's known as a counter to Mundo top.
That's a very good point. There is also the fact that they could pick Soraka Mundo and just be unkillable for the rest of the game right now, but I'm glad they're not going for something like that, as Graves and Skarner have been locked in.
I mean...
Oh, no, it's a Thresh. That was the most last-minute switchover. I thought that we had it.
That was like negative 1 second.
Thank God. Yeah,
just
exactly. Exactly.
I was so confused. Where is the Skarner going? But no, it's going to be a Thresh. They have taken that one away from Zero, if it's worth anything. He's a very good Thresh player. Jezov, no doubt they would share champion pools if they share aggression. So still a very good champion to take away in a first rotation. It doesn't reveal their hand, so to speak.
Yeah, it's a very good point. But Kallista's now being locked in for Mystic. He's going to be picking that one up, and that's the bot lane locked in here for WE as well. So it's going to be Alistair Kallista.
Yeah.
Kallister. Oh. It doesn't even really work.
No, you go Cal-Lister.
Cal-Lister.
Yeah.
Not even sure I like that one. But pegging cows around is a fun thing to do. So that's what's going to be happening there in the bottom lane. The answer is going to be the wife steal by the looks of things, as Romantics hovering over the Lucian, and already the lock-in here of the Cassidy, the answer to GA's LeBlanc.
It's very interesting. The Cassidy at the moment, by being able to get the Corrupting Potion, actually adds a little bit of extra strength to him in the middle lane, just because it's a bit of extra damage. Always goes for the Flask anyway. It's one of those champions. Usually we go for a teleport, but if you go for an Ignite as that option, then you're looking to out-trade the LeBlanc by putting multiple levels in your queue.
Yeah, and the Magic Shield going to be helping out there quite a lot. As Mystic hovering over the Dr. Mundo. Would theoretically be going to Condi there if the Fiora is going to be locked in here for 957.
I just can't believe Mundo's being picked in this rotation.
I know,
There's a Thresh Graves in the first rotation. You could just go for Mundo Graves, but do they value the Thresh that highly when there was an Alistar already there?
Well, playmaking supports, of course, on both sides of the map this time around, and there's not too many champions better at that than Thresh. But you raise a fantastic point, as the Alistar was already locked in first pick anyway.
So the only thing that's missing from the Energy Pacemaker all side is going to be the top laner. They saved Trundle as an option still across the entire board right now, and they were last pick. So the fact that they've gone for Mundo on the last rotation here on Team World Elite should
theoretically
leave open the option. Of course, we do know what Gimgoon plays. It was in his match history when he saw it earlier. So if he disregards me, you know what? That's fine. You do you. But I would like to think that they would go for the Trundle option, as it does beat Mundo. Even in skirmishes and team fights, I'm saying, not directly through laning. Yeah, of course, the ultimate.
Took me a little second there, but I got there in the end. As Hecarim is being considered here. Still a long time for Energy Pacemaker all to figure it out. That being said, we can talk about the full roster here of WE, as the unkillable Mundo is going to be there. There's also the ultimate available for Alistair at the same time. This team fight could go for a long time from WE.
Alistair, Mundo.
Yep.
So gross.
It is. Disgusting.
You can't get rid of that front line. The interesting part will be Graves, Lucian, Kassadin can kind of weave their way around the fight. They're very good at not dying to the Fiora, first and foremost.
That's a very good point.
So pretty easy to kite it back. Let's say at least one of the frontline members. Alistair is a one-and-done type of champion for at least 10 seconds. So, I mean, like, team comp-wise, you look at the roster that World Elite have put together. Is World Elite?
Yes.
Yeah, World Elite have put together, and it's not that bad. Like, it's very strong. They've got a really good team fight. There is no way to get through that front line. But depending on the last pick of Energy Pacemaker all, there is a very real chance that they can work around the front line. Almost blatantly ignore that they exist, because they aren't going to do as much damage as the back line, and just kill the back line with a single death sentence.
Yeah. That's the point. We'll see whether they can get to that point. The other thing is that WE can just delete one player. If they manage to get that Alistair right on top of someone, LeBlanc can just come in and finish them off. So we'll see whether that is going to be the way that they do it. The pick potential of that team is definitely something to be feared.
Yeah.
We'll see, of course. Few issues of champion select. We are going to be back very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to make sure that we are all right and all ready to get into our first game here of day number 2 of the LPL. We are going to have a complete redo, of course, of this particular champ select.
And we'll see if they want to go for the same champions, or if it's an entirely new redo, of course.
I have a feeling it will be the same champions.
And just that last pick was the one remaining to be locked in, of course. So a lot of questions. Yeah. There was 10 seconds left, and they would have said, no, we don't know yet.
If it was you, Rusty, if you were forming a team comp here for EPA, who would you pick?
I've given you my answer.
Oh, yeah?
Once before already. Trundle.
Oh, yeah.
There's... yeah, Trundle's...
That's confirmed?
Well, I would have...
For some reason, I find it boring, the Trundle in the top lane, especially into the old Fiora. I just feel like he'd have to not do anything.
There was an interview with Zatai about counters to Fiora. Now, Lissandra was already banned. There was one other counter that he mentioned that I actually wholeheartedly believe in, except I don't believe in Gimgoon being able to play it, is Vayne.
Whoa.
So Vayne is labeled by Zatai, a very reputable source, as the counter to Fiora. It's also a very good counter to Mundo and a very good counter to Alistair.
That is okay.
Yeah.
I like it. Makes 380 carries on the side as well.
And I am an absolute cheese lord. Like, let's be honest. Let's like set the precedent. If I were to pick a counter into this team comp for Energy Pacemaker, it would be Vayne. The really good competitive pick is Trundle.
Yeah.
Use your ultimate. Mundo doesn't exist. Alistair potentially doesn't exist. Depends on the situation. It rounds out the team comp quite well, because then they've got a lot of pick potential. You place down the Pillar of Filth, or Pillar of Ice now, I believe it's called.
Pillar of Ice is now what it's called.
And then you get the Death Sentence. You got a Kassadin to help catch people out of position, and then you've got a Graves and a Lucian to just put down the hurt. It's a very well-rounded team comp.
Yeah, I definitely like it. Being able to strip that Mundo of his effective health statistics is definitely a good idea.
Yeah.
But still would prefer the Vayne. I think it's hilarious. The whole idea just sounds fantastic.
It's actually legit.
Yeah.
It's so legit.
Well, top lane Vayne has been a thing, for quite some time. We've just never really seen it in competitive play.
Yeah.
One day, Rusty.
Well, we already got Nick Corky. I'm still vying for the Vayne next.
Really? You've given up on the AP Lucian? I was going to say.
We weren't meant to reveal that one on broadcast just yet.
I'm sorry.
That was a secret.
Yeah, well.
Damn
it. It works. I was terrified.
No one play it. Please.
Someone broke League of Legends. I was like, what's Rusty? What's happening? Yeah. But anyway, we are going to be getting into this game very, very soon. And, of course, the bans are what really interest me here, Rusty. And the Tahm Kench MF Rise, I mean, we're not really seeing the same bans that we saw yesterday. Kindred got entirely overlooked throughout the whole draft.
Yeah, and that's actually a very interesting thing to me. Why did they not go for the Kindred? Well, I can tell you the Graves was there. Graves is amazing, so you may as well go for the Graves. But in response, honestly, they just, like, World Elite just said, well, we've got Mundo open. Like, why not pick Mundo? Sure, Kindred's amazing, but we've already built the precedent that our team comp is designed to team fight and dive. We're not looking to poke or siege as such, whereas Kindred's very good at counter-engaging.
Yeah.
Or preventing engages that can instantly burst people. Very good against burst champions as well, as just mentioned. They've got a Graves who has kind of got burst, but it's more sustained burst at the moment with the current changes to Graves. Lucian is a lot of damage over time. And Kassadin, even though it's burst, it kind of puts you on top of people, and you've already got an Alistar to directly counter that one.
Yeah.
A Kalista to pull you back and save himself. A Fiora who can use the riposte as well, which is what they picked with that last rotation. And a LeBlanc that should never be in a position to do so. So sure, Kindred doesn't necessarily suit the World Elite team comp with what they're looking to do, their purpose as a team. I do think it could have been picked instead of the Graves maybe on Energy Pacemaker role. But Graves is just great. Graves is just so great.
Yeah. Now, well, when you say that he's got sustained burst, that just sounds like he has ludicrous amounts of damage in general.
Well, seriously, he can hit you with 3 shots at once. Like,
that's
he's got a
basically
shotgun.
it, right? But looks like we are back into Champions Select, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to have everything very, very similar. I believe Lulu's going to be banned away next, if I can predict the future. There we are. Ryze and Lissandra are going to follow immediately afterwards as Team WE. Just going to be going through their picks, and we'll see what Energy Pacemaker all decide to last pick for their top lane position, unless it's going to be a top lane Graves. Damn.
Look, it's possible.
I know,
it is
right?
entirely possible. It's the 2 roles that you play Graves at the moment. Instead of AD carry, because it's not as good, is jungle and top.
Well, there you can see the Thresh locked in. So everything moving very, very quickly now. We're hopefully going to be onto the Rift ASAP as Romantic is going to lock away that Lucian one more time. And as far as this lane matchup is concerned here, Rusty, the Alistar and Kalista versus the Thresh Lucian, how do you think that goes just a straight 2v2?
You would have to favor the person who's got an extra piece of range on them, right? With the Thresh and the Lucian.
Yeah.
They do a lot of damage between the two, but honestly, if the Alistar ever gets in range to auto-attack and combo, that with the Kalista combo with the W as well, the burst is ridiculous. There's a very real chance that you can get bursted out here from the World Elite side. But sustained fighting, if they can whittle their opponents down, Energy Pacemaker will do look quite good.
Well, they definitely do now, as they have picked up Poppy in the top lane here for Gimgoon as well. So we are going on to the sort of more carry-associated top lane champions, as Poppy can be built, you know, relatively tanky, but also does like to grab the Black Cleavers and such as well to really get into that backline and mess people up. But it's really great to see, and we'll see how Gimgoon's going to play this one. And Fiora versus Poppy, Rusty, how does it go?
It's just so hard to kill a Poppy. It doesn't matter what, like, if you... There's one thing that you can riposte, essentially. Like, of course, you can riposte the dash. It's actually quite predictable. But if you use the riposte on the dash, you've then got the Poppy ultimate to just say, get out of my house, like, immediately afterwards. So you kind of have to save that for the ultimate, and then it becomes a big mind game. Like, Poppy can charge that for a very long time and doesn't have to throw it until you've riposted. So we'll see how it goes. I'm going to call it entirely skill matchup.
Well, we'll see how it does go, as of course it's now 957's opportunity to prove himself as this potential prodigy in the top lane here for WE. We'll see whether he can do a GA one more time.
Yeah, and GA, of course, still in this lineup. Is going to be very potent on this LeBlanc. It's good to see him still playing the hyper carries.
Yeah, and the assassins.
Yeah. Exactly right.
But let's get on to the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for World Elite, taking on Energy Pacemaker all for Game 1 of Day 2 of the LPL. And so far, Condi pretending that he's on his own.
It's the best skin. Sorry,
it's so
it's just
funny,
so good.
The banjo attack.
Yeah. I can't help but laugh every time I see that Mundo skin.
Oh, wait, no, they're ukuleles. I think we went
Yeah,
through
no,
this.
ukuleles and a sun hat.
Yeah.
It's glorious.
So ridiculous.
So they're basically right. They're sitting on the blue side of the map. The World Elite were at the very beginning of this, just kind of asserting their presence in the neutral areas of the map, not letting Energy Pacemaker work their way in at all, because Graves is very good at taking away jungle camps with his raw damage this early in the game.
Yeah, and of course, it doesn't take a whole lot of damage either, because he can just beat the little creeps away from him, which I just think is really unfair.
No, it's such a good strategy for jungling, and it's the only reason people do jungle Graves in the first place instead of top lane is because you don't take damage. Like, you can start with the items that Graves has right now and do 2 full clears, basically, and not have to recall.
Yeah, you get auto-attacked by, like, 1 creep during that entire time. But it looks like a potential lane swap is going to be coming in here for WE as Mystic's heading towards the top side of the map. Alistair still hanging around here. Zero's just making his way into the jungle. Just going to annoy Rabbit if he can.
I would imagine so. He didn't place the vision directly to watch them doing the first camp, but he now knows, as you can tell, that they're at that red buff. And he's probably just going to be a pest. But of course, on the flip side, Giezor, he's there.
He is, and they've already completed the red buff here as well, so a little bit late on the side of Giezor. But look, Zero's making his way in, almost gets it as the Pulverize is a little bit late. Oh man, that would have been a steal as Giezor makes his way into the mid lane. Gia just takes an empowered auto attack.
I'm disappointed.
Get out of my lane.
Zero should have had that.
I know.
He saved the Pulverize for no particular reason and just did not get it. Had 50 health left and he chose not to take it.
He opted into hard mode, I think.
Yeah.
Just saying, no.
Not this time.
It's not the time to get
not
ahead.
Like this.
Well, successful lane swap here for WE as they are on their own on the top side of the map. Bit of double jungling going on as Gimgoon is going to be following Rabbit around. Yeah, with a bit of harassment, but you can see Republic doing fine here in the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely going to be doing fine. Kassadin, of course, as mentioned, puts a couple of the levels into queue, and this early in the game, you expend way too much mana as the LeBlanc trying to poke a Kassadin out.
Yeah.
Your biggest threat usually comes from auto-attacking, but then wave control is such a big deal in this middle lane against a Kassadin. You need to make sure he misses farm by keeping him under the turret. So, difficult to try and push a Kassadin out of lane. You're mostly trying to deny farm, and you can see he's trying his best to do that and succeeding.
Yeah, well, you can see as well, WE going for the fast push. It is going to be answered here by EPA if they can at least get a minion wave towards that turret. So Republic going down very low here in the mid lane, but of course we've had a lot of talks about global gold and the fact that getting these turrets earlier on is very, very important for making sure that you can eke your way ahead. It looks like WE, they've done some research on that one. They're going to take a turret here at 3.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, they're definitely going to look to push as fast as possible, get themselves some gold, establish a small amount of items before they recall, potentially get back to those standard lanes one more time. As Condi's in.
He's going for it here. That's first blood for GA already. Rabbit97 now just trying to clear out some minions as the clone's just chilling. And they're still pushing.
That was a lot of damage. Condi with the auto attack reset. With the E as well, hits the cleaver before he did it. So he cleavered, flash autoed, auto reset, and then there was an ignite to secure the kill. Nothing
just
Republic
Mundo mechanics,
done.
man.
Yeah.
Mundo mechanics.
He got moondoed.
Yeah, well, the turret is going to be answered there on the bottom side, but you can see this inner turret in the top lane for WE taking a lot of hurt. Also dishing a whole lot back there as Mystic takes a bunch of his health bar. But here's a replay of this one.
Yeah, so watch the Mundo, of course. Well done from Gia to hit that binding. Knows he's in place and then flashes with the auto attack. It does a ridiculous amount of damage. Well done from Rabbit, positioning-wise to be in that middle lane. Right place, right time. But just slightly too slow. Was not able to help his teammate who went down.
Yeah, did also have to expend his flash there to pick up that kill. So Rabbit not going to be dashing around quite as much. But we'll see how this one shakes out. As that is one turret down in the top lane, one turret down in the bottom lane for EPA as well. We'll see whether we can get some normalcy back into this game. But it looks like this bottom lane, they're just not going to meet at any point.
They're trying their best to avoid it. So the Lucian Thresh is a very strong lane. It's very difficult for an Alistar Kalista to actually fight them without having to engage. And you run such a big risk against the Graves jungle trying to engage on people because he clears so quickly and can be literally anywhere on the map. And Condi, the perfect example of this, has spent so much time trying to find that Graves instead of actually ganking. He got one great gank off in the middle lane. The rest of us just sitting in the opposition jungle, as you can see him right now, trying to let his team push to make sure there is no Graves or there is no ganks, not necessarily ganking himself.
Well, you can see WE just repeating the process here on the bottom side of the map as this outer turret is going to be under fire. Massive wave in the top lane, though.
Yeah.
Romantic's just playing PvE.
Well, I mean, they all are at the moment.
Yeah.
But this is the outer turrets being established, right? Very standard at the moment. Everyone tends to play the game a little bit slow, even in China, believe it or not. They take their time to get their first buys in usually, and then they start to poke each other. But whoa, Republic, be careful.
Yeah, the chains land there from GA. Auto attack's doing a fair bit of work as Condi's just going to quit sunbaking for a little bit, head towards the mid lane. Not going to find anything onto the Kassadin. Now EPA just going to be taking away all the jungle that they can as Romantic's going to continue getting damage down on this turret. First one, once again, falling for WE. But thus far, very even game. Only 500 gold in it, and that's before this turret's fall.
So EPA have got the concept down, right? They know how to do the lane swaps to execute and get the turrets, but they're so far behind in actually executing on it and getting it the way that they want, matching that of World Elite. They have to wait an extra wave. It starts to eke small advantages out in favor of World Elite, just in positioning on the map, and also knowing that the middle lane can be a 1v1, and we've seen the results of that. We've seen the fruits of their labor, essentially, in just that 1v1 between GA and Republic.
Well, GA already picked up a Negatron cloak here as well. Doesn't decide on rushing towards that Frost Queen's claim that we've been seeing a heck of a lot of. Just has the Frost Fang now as Mystic. He's noticed another outer turret, Rusty, and he's heading straight towards it.
Oh, no. Very difficult for Kassadin. Needs support if he wants to defend this at all. If they bring more than just the two people over here. Republic being level 6... there is no reason Mystic should be as far up as he just was.
Yep.
Because he's only going to take free damage for it. The thing is, they've left him by himself, and now Energy Pacemaker could honestly just group mid and push themselves.
Oh, yeah, is looking for Gimgoon here as Condi's going to make his way around. Chains don't land. The flash comes down, but there's the knock-up from Zero as Gimgoon tries to use the W, but it's not going to be enough, and GA gets delivered a kill.
Of course, a very good rotation. Should have been predicted. 957.
Yeah, the exhaust is down. 957 in a whole bunch of trouble, but does manage to flash and dash away. Romantic not going to be able to get any more, and she's going to clear out the minion wave.
And once again, this is the difference between what we're seeing on both of these teams. World Elite, 10 seconds ahead of their opponents, and every single time it starts to eke minor advantages out in favor of World Elite. The biggest concern is, exactly as we were mentioning, this middle lane, leaving Republic to catch up in farm, and get a bit of CS and poke down onto Mystic. But as long as Mystic doesn't die, it's still a net game for this World Elite side.
Well, GA's putting pressure on the top side, but you can see it was a big minion wave on the bottom for Romantic and Jejo to really push this one in. 957 can't even approach that one, but GA's pretty huge, even without very much damage at all. Still pressuring people away from the turrets.
Yeah. He doesn't really need items to do damage. The Blanc's base damage is just disgusting, and you can tell that by his Negatron Cloak first item. Working towards the Abyssal Scepter, you would imagine something we even saw in the LCK. They have to go for the Abyssal Scepter first. They were versing poke champions when they did it. Kassadin, once he hits level 6, wants to poke his opponents down with burst over time till he knows he can kill, and then overcommit. But if he can never overcommit, can't kill him.
Yeah, very true, but nice ward there on the bottom side of the map. 957 not going to fall for it, not going to move too far up there to try and grab some creeps. Inner turret does eventually fall down, and there's pings on Dragon here for EPA.
They definitely should be looking at it. LeBlanc spent way too long sitting in the top side of the map. Behind in farm now on her mid lane opponent, has the 2 kills to even it out, but map control on the bottom side of the map should go to Energy Pacemaker roll, and I'm glad they went for the Dragon because it was the obvious choice for them to do so.
Yeah, we've been seeing Dragon given a little bit less priority just recently, but he's going to still offer the same advantages that you would normally get. First one, a few extra percentage on those base stats. Yeah. Romantic going to clean up this lane. Zero's made his way around, looking for a potential dive maybe, but he's only level 4, so not going to have that Unbreakable Will available just yet.
No, supports in China tend to put themselves very behind this LPL support meta that they seem to have devised around themselves. It's not always great for diving, but of course they've got Condi, level 6 on the Mundo, should be able to take a brunt of the damages. Hello, Graves.
Okay, some collateral damage there in the mid lane. Rabbit says, no, it's not the time for sieging, guys. Just get out of there.
So they don't have the Lucian ultimate now. They don't have the Graves ultimate now. And World Elite is still trying to siege. Honestly, they should get a lot of damage down onto this turret, essentially for free because they've used ultimates.
Yeah, there's also the fact that Zero can dive this one. I mean, the Fate's Call is available from Mystic to get him out of trouble if he's in it. You're not going to be able to find the death sentence onto the cow.
And the Spooky Ghost was the item of choice as well from this LeBlanc. So getting the money first is always the most important part. It's such a good item, honestly, just to get the Spooky Ghost, because they're just ridiculous. The fact that you can generate money on a very cost-efficient item as it is helps you get towards your next item first. And being maybe 18 CS behind on the assumption that kills were the same would still be okay for anyone in this middle lane. So you can actually sacrifice farm a little bit and lane control. And it's like Twisted Fate, basically.
Yeah, not to mention the active is just stupid.
Yeah.
The fact that it slows you for so incredibly long gives you the ability to land all those chains, everything that you like. Very scary item, especially in the hands of a LeBlanc, and we'll see whether it's going to be utilized effectively here from GA. Some janitorial business being taken by Jeja there in the river.
It just feels like Energy Pacemaker All, they know what they want to do, but they really cannot do it. Every single time they look at something on the map, there's pings going left, right, and center. They've got ideas in their head. They go to execute, and World Elite are already a step ahead. Yeah. Every single time World Elite do something, and let's not say that World Elite are super refined with it just yet. Just the Energy Pacemaker All just seem slow.
They do. That being said, they are ahead by at least 100 gold at the moment, but nothing to write home about. As far as scaling on these teams is concerned, I mean, 280 carries does seem good by Energy Pacemaker All, but I just don't think you can ever count out a Mundo.
You definitely can't. At least the 80 carries, I will say 80 carries because the Graves Jungle from Energy Pacemaker are capable of killing tanks.
Yeah.
You have to keep that in mind. So Mundo's not going to run away with the game by himself. He'll be looking at the Alistar to be big also. Have a very big overbearing frontline threat and have the Fiora to bolster their damage output and actually take down the backline of Energy Pacemaker. Well, World Elite scale very well. Energy Pacemaker scale just as well.
Yeah, and it's all about execution as we move into the mid-game here. Gimgoon, haven't seen much of his Poppy so far. Does have the Swiftness boots. Of course, 957 picking those ones up as well. And it's just a cheap, cost-effective source of movement speed now. Gimgoon just utilizing the fact that the Vitals were behind him. Always frustrating for a Fiora player.
It looked like 957 was running Grasp of the Undying. Very unique choice. Zero's caught.
He has been. There's the collateral damage. He's just going to yell triumphantly and get himself out of there.
A lot of damage, but it feels a bit lackluster.
Yeah.
They didn't get a kill. They weren't going to get anything even from that kill, you would have to wager. So where is their mind at? What are they looking for?
Well, 957 actually going aggressive here onto the Poppy. Very much like the use of the W by Gimgoon, making sure you can't dash around as Fiora freely. A decently long cooldown. We'll see whether they're going to go for anything else. GA doesn't find the chain, so he's going to hop back to his distortion.
It's such a unique top lane to watch. Of course, the W is very good from Gimgoon to stop Fiora from doing anything.
Yeah.
It's going to be very good to disengage / catch her out of position. But still, it's in a very comfortable position for 957. He's kept that frozen for such a long period of time. Grasp of the Undying, as I touched on earlier, is actually very smart. Because there's nothing Poppy can do. If the Vitals connect and you get health back and you get a Grasp of the Undying from the Q, which you do,
yeah,
then you get out-traded 95% of the time.
Well, speaking of getting health back, it looks like Steric's Gauge is going to be the first option here for 957 as well. So not even opting for any sort of damage at the beginning. It's making sure that he can survive for as long as possible.
It could be a Titanic Hydra.
Hey, that is a good point.
The interesting part of that is, of course, 0 gold cost to change between the two.
Yeah.
So you could actually itemize towards a Titanic, get the Titanic, and then say, you know what, I want damage or sustain, and just swap.
I'm never used to not seeing Tiamat first. But with the change, of course, doesn't give you cleave on every auto attack. It's now just a usable cleave. So maybe just decides that that's not necessary and I want to have as much health as possible.
Yeah, it's usually only picked up on people who have it as an intertwined aspect of their kit. So say someone who's not comfortable playing Riven.
Yep.
Knows that you need to use it to cancel animations to get more spells in, then you might want the Tiamat. Lee Sin is another good example if you're playing top lane Lee.
Haven't for quite some time, as we are going to have a fight break out here. GA gets his combo off onto Ji Zhao's Fight does break, and Gimgoon comes in. The ultimate's down on him, but he's not dying. Not even going to find the vitals here as Romantic's going to pick up Mystic. This is a massive fight for EPA as 957 tries to get out. They're underneath the turret, and they are going to survive. Finally pulling the trigger now, and an aggressive play for EP really pays off.
And that's exactly what we were looking for from Energy Pacemaker. Or they make an aggressive move. They get a great flank from Gimgoon on this Poppy. That's the one thing they needed to do, was be proactive, not reactive, and you can see how it pays off.
Yeah, and finally some action now. 16 minutes into the game, EPA pick up both of the outer turrets in the mid lane. And Condi now just going to pick up the pieces, and let's see this one again.
So Jiezo hits the hook. Jie's also blown his entire combo. So there's a very awkward position here where Jie is just going to go down. Mystic has no choice, actually gets interrupted by Gimgoon. And look at the Poppy ultimate as well.
Yeah.
Lets them kill the Alistar in the backline, and then all they have to do is casually stroll towards where the Poppy has knocked them up to be untargetable and unable to escape.
Yeah, in fact, just took away the whole front line just for a moment, allowed them to deal with everyone else. So Gimgoon, massive play.
And had already killed the backline. So,
yeah.
Of course, credit to Jiezo. He did hit his hook at the start to initiate the entire fight. And a misplay from Jie, who didn't expect a team fight to break out, was simply putting down Burst, but didn't have his ultimate available to get out alive.
No, Mystic now going to clean up the bottom lane, but that's a massive structural advantage here for EPA. So they did manage to stretch that lead in turrets to 5 against 3. And this is where WE were ahead of the side, and it seems like now those tables have turned.
It definitely has. Of course, the gold has always remained reasonably even until that last fight exploded it out. It's not a great amount. It's not going to be a game-changing amount, but you can feel, especially since the latest patches and we're being in the preseason, that smaller amounts of gold are required to snowball the game to victory.
Yeah.
It's much more easy. You can take the Rift Herald as an example and try and push a lane with it. You can control one of the 3 lanes then, with a greater degree of success, you would have to say, in a 1v1. And then look to snowball the rest of the map. About 5k is generally the margin where you know someone is unbelievably ahead. Usually used to be 10k.
Yeah, that's a very good point. But now, only 3 for EPA. A little bit more work to do before things are going to be looking too dire for WE. But Condi, dangerous ward. Hook's going to land here, and a lot of damage now onto the Mundo. Does have the ultimate, but it's not enough. The burst damage from Rabbit going to be there, as well as the culling from Romantic. Now they're going to be able to transition into a tower. Just seems like every time they pick something up, there's something else there to gather.
Yeah, Rabbit putting in work right now. His damage, and of course, Jiezo starting it all with the hook one more time. The guy doesn't seem to miss his hooks, and it's almost like ABC for this Energy Pacemaker all side. World Elite have something to say, though.
That flay was ridiculous now. Zero does have the ultimate pop. They're looking for something. Gimgoon going to deny any headbutts with that W, and the inhibitor now under fire. EPA have broken the base. 957 not taking too much damage there, and they're not going to push their luck too much as WE do get them out, but that is going to be the base done at this stage for the top lane on WE.
Yeah, and don't be fooled, it wasn't a Baron. 18 minutes into this game, they just burst their way through and managed to kill a Mundo off a pick. That's a champion that you never see die. And he just went down to it. Rabbit, watch out.
Yeah, could be in trouble now as well. Republic is hanging around. He's just going to come in and take the kill.
All
Brilliant bait there from the Graves.
All right, Rabbit, don't watch out. You're fine.
Yeah,
that wasn't even a bait. He was recalling. He was like, hey, Rabbit. Hey, help me. it's okay.
Yeah, Republic's like, all right, I guess I'll pick up a kill.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Oh, my God. So 957 did a blind. At the same time, he scried. He doesn't have vision of that bush. Bye.
Yeah.
Didn't even... Nope. It's just the burst that comes out of a Graves. This is why you pick that champion. If you meet a Graves next to a wall, especially in that area, which is only walls and in small confined areas, you're looking to die. The scrying orb should have been on the tribe bush anyway, because he was queuing to that spot.
Yeah, well, of course, just looking to try and pick up whatever he can is 957. Does have now the Tiamat.
I was going to say, to be fair, it wasn't his scrying orb.
Ah, that's another good point. Oh yeah, the Titanic Hydra was completed, so you're right, wasn't a Sterix Gauge early on. Could be building it now, but that could also be a Black Cleaver there with the Phage potentially picked up. 957 going to have a bit of a higher ability to split push now as well with the extra cleave damage, so clearing out minions very, very quickly. Could be a thing, but it's looking dangerous here for WE as that lead is stretched to about 4,000, closer to 5. And Rusty, you did just tell us that 5k is a big deal.
It's not the lights out margin. Don't get me wrong, but it's also the margin where error should be non-existent from World Elite. So one more mistake could cost them the entire game is what I'm saying for this World Elite side, and we might be seeing it.
Yeah, 957 is going to jump over that wall. We'll need to use the riposte. Oh my goodness, Romantic. That was blind too. Just brilliant. Almost manages to pick up the kill.
That was not too bad at all. Now 957 though, out of position, has to recall. This gives a lot of time for Gimgoon to threaten bottom. They've got an open inhibitor in the top lane with wards to know someone's coming to defend it. That one ward's actually going to be great for them. And the Baron. 21 minutes in this game. They could actually force that Baron.
Well, 957 going to answer Gimgoon now. Not going to get too much damage off onto him.
Fiora did exactly as predicted, to be perfectly honest with you. Swapped at 0 gold cost.
Yeah, I like it.
Very efficient laning item to go for the Titanic Hydra. But if you're looking to trade and sustain in a 1v1, you need to go for the Ravenous Hydra. And wave clear, most importantly.
Yeah, well, he's now picked it up. Realized the error of his ways, potentially, Rusty. Or just decided that having the extra health was better as he was moving forward. Oh, Chain's barely missing on Jezor.
That flank is so risky.
Yeah.
0 needs to be careful. If they rotate at all, they could... Yeah, there it is. They know he's there.
Well, Rabbit going to try and block him off here as GA moving forward. Does have the distortion to go back to. Seems they can't actually threaten this inhibitor, though. WE doing a fantastic job defensively in order to at least keep their structures alive at this stage of the game. It's very much looking scary, though, as EP, they own their jungle, and it's going to be a matter of time before they just get more resources.
Yeah, it's funny. Their strategy, Energy Pacemaker, and granted it should be one of the very good strategies for them to implement, was to just have Gimgoon split push. He's so strong at the moment with all of his armor. The problem there is that the Ravenous Hydra was completed for 957. His sustain and ability to 1v1, it's very difficult for a Poppy to match.
Well, it is going to be EPA just deciding to pick up the Dragon here. It's going to be their second. WE managed to pick up one for themselves earlier on before. After that atrocious team fight. Consolation Dragon. So it's only number 2, so it doesn't really mean all that much. Rabbit does secure it.
It's honestly just an objective that's on the map.
Yeah.
The dragon,
to do, guys.
The number 1 first dragon is the most important dragon, without a doubt. From there, very, very lackluster until maybe 4. And the only reason 4 is good is because you can threaten 5.
Yeah, it's a good point. One thing that we do have to mention, 957 is 60 CS ahead of Gimgoon.
Yeah.
Who has been split pushing a lot, just hasn't quite managed to find as many of the minions as 957 has. So deceptive, the fact that his scoreline does say 0-2-0. Dude has a lot of creeps killed.
He does have a whole lot of creeps killed, in fact, and it's almost the saving grace of this side at the moment.
Yeah.
The fact that he could be so far ahead in split push. I mean, we already saw the fruits of his labor just by farming that much. He can just sit and 1v1 Poppy with no regards for anyone killing him. They're all trying to threaten Baron.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that he's so slippery as well. Does have the dash. Swifty boots are there for a whole lot of extra movement speed, so not really going to be catching the Fiora too quickly. Jie is going to continue clearing things out. And if he's free to distort a minion wave, that's a lot of wave clear as well.
Yeah, he shouldn't be free to distort minions where they're actually pressuring, though. They've got the Thresh, Graves to do burst, Lucian to honestly just burst as well at this stage. He is monstrously ahead, working towards his third item as well. That's gross. And Boots of Swiftness to boot on 3 of the members of EPA.
Yeah, actually decided to go for that one. Of course, we do see a lot of Lucians decide to go for a lot of extra cooldown reduction. The Boots of Lucidity can get you to 40% very, very quickly, but deciding instead he wants a whole lot of extra movement speed.
Well, it's so good into Mundo. 25% slow reduction and an extra point in the amount of speed that you can walk at. Kind of, it doesn't ruin Mundo at all, but it kind of negates a fair chunk of that without having to spend an extra 300 gold on Merc Treads. So it's very efficient.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Oh, fantastic dodge there from 957, trying to get a little bit of extra hurt down. But the W's there is going to save Gimgoon's life. Now Republic and Romantic moving in to try and get something going on. And Republic very aggressive with his movements now as WE have found their way back towards this inhibitor, but it's taking fire from Romantic. They have to start doing something. Death Sentence going to go wide.
Oh my god.
As Republic once more, very aggressive play. The chains land on him though as GA's clone's doing something. As now Mystic's going to make his way in, but it's going to be the inhibitor falling. That's going to be the aim of EP, and they make their way out.
over-aggression just pays off for this Cassidy, and there is no threat of genuinely killing him. He's pretty damn tanky.
Yeah, he's got the Zhonya's there anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he's always going to be fine because he's got Rod of Ages and Zhonya's. LeBlanc's damage by going for that Abyssal Scepter first is not going to be crazy. It's not going to be through the roof by any means. So it chunks people out, never kills them. And realistically, all they had to do was poke one person down and brute force their way in. 957 did have a teleport. So did Gimgoon. The difference is one can cancel the other.
Yeah.
And Poppy can definitely cancel Fiora's teleport, whereas Fiora's kind of left wanting in that department. So
yeah, so you can never take the initiative if you are the Fiora in order to go and help, because Gimgoon can just destroy you. But WE now going to try and get some vision down in this Baron pit. You can see there were some extra wards, but they wanted to make sure that they were invisible at least. Now Republic just moving on to clear out this mid lane. So Mystic's going to grab the red buff. Takes away the ward there as well. Bit of a cheeky one.
They still get approximate time as if they're on the ball.
Yeah, but you mentioned this already, the fact that both of these teams able to scale very effectively towards the later game. That gold lead has gone nowhere, even though that inhibitor did fall down.
It's just so hard to dive or siege a Mundo Alistar.
Yeah.
LeBlanc's got a lot of wave clear. She's very good at countering siege, as is Kalista, because the Alistar in Zero can be positioned aggressively and be saved if, God forbid, they decide to focus an Alistar.
And there's just been not a whole lot of kills for the last 10 minutes of this game.
Yeah.
Of course, the last big team fight was at 16 minutes. 2 turrets were gained by EPA, and that's how we're at this position, but nothing has changed from that point. And it's just been very calculated League of Legends. And it's interesting talking about that, given the fact that these are teams with relatively new rosters. Oh, the culling does come down, but GA dodges most of that with the Mimic Distortion.
Why has everyone got Grasp with the Undying?
Because you get health back, Rusty.
Sure.
Yeah, no, literally not a whole lot of an idea.
It's just amazing because we're on the Thunderlords patch, right?
Yeah.
But so many people from World Elite in particular opting towards that item. Sure, it's good for 1v1ing as 957 is trying his best to show you. But beyond that, you may as well have a Thunderlords for burst.
Well, Gimgoon looking to try and get aggressive now. The Vital's on his left side, not too worried about it. Jay just looking to try and clear this one up as much as possible. The chains land again, and that is a very dead Thresh. Now Rabbit under fire. Zero's going to get ulted back. Heads back towards base as quickly as possible, but that's a decent pick for WE. See whether they can get anything more.
Yeah, except Zero doesn't have his flash anymore, and they only got the support for that. Of course, GA does not have the ignite either. Only 2 summoner spells. Not too bad for a single pick. It does kind of null the aggression, kind of quells the threat here from Energy Pacemaker All, but you can see they're still looking threateningly. They want to catch someone out of position going towards the Baron. Problem with that, World Elite don't need to go towards the Baron. They've got like 3 wards on it.
Yeah. Whole bunch of vision is available for this WE side. Condi looking to try and grab a Gromp. It's going to be stolen by Rabbit. You mentioned Graves as being a fantastic counter jungler, a guy that just likes to eat minions as much as possible. Romantic going to run away from GA and does have, of course, the assistance of his top laner there.
It's just, they're just not pulling the trigger. Energy Pacemaker All had an advantage. They've now essentially lost that advantage because 957's got his 2 items completed. Mundo is starting to come online as an overbearing tank, and that's exactly what he is. And only now do EPA look at the Baron as the big point of contention for them to take. And it's something they should have been doing for quite some time. But instead, they're looking honestly to do the Dragon win condition, which is slow and very controlled. And if it works, then great. But if it doesn't, you're leaving yourself open to so many other opportunities to be countered and killed.
Yeah, it's another 12 minutes as well, a bit before a potential 5th Dragon is going to be available. They're looking at sort of a 42-minute win condition if they are going to go for that one. Instead, you're right. I mean, they had control of the map completely. Go for the Baron.
Yeah, or at least control the Baron and like force people out of position, right? Like if you just put vision down on the entire Baron area instead of letting a scrying orb sit on it for upwards of 5 minutes, which is basically what just happened until now. I mean, you're leaving yourself in a position where World Elite know you're not going for it, and all they have to do is sit in their base and be calm, cool, and collected.
Well, they are going to do so. 957 now moving towards the bottom lane. Has his teleport available.
There's a scrying orb on the Baron still.
Yeah, Rabbit is probably going to clear that one out.
Noticed.
Are you talking to me or to EPA?
Yeah, no, just... Oh.
It's still there. Still there, guys.
Please, rule number 1, check inside the pit.
Yeah, they're pinging all over it. 957.
They're about to go in it. Yeah, look, come on. Finally, we did it.
There it is.
Now you can force the Baron if you want to, or bait the Baron. Just do something with the Baron. Fiora's going to be a pain in the bum in about 20 seconds.
Well, we'll see what happens. EPA not quite pulling the trigger
Poppy
just
teleport.
yet. Yeah, Jie even managed to pick up that blue buff as well. That's so much burst damage out from the Lucian as Jie is just going to get destroyed. Zero gets picked up by the Hawk. Jie Zhao, fantastic play, but Kimgoon might be in a little bit of trouble. They have lost their mid laner. That is so much of the burst damage down for WE. And EP, they are just going to take down that inhibitor one more time. We'll see whether they can get any extra pressure. It is going to be the continued split push for 957, but the game might be what EP are looking for.
There's the teleport finally from 957. They want to fight for this.
Yeah, Zero gets stunned into the wall. Immediately destroyed. Just can't do anything. Mystic's down as well. And EPA, they are all over these team fights as, yeah, the Fiora did manage to get all the vitals, but that doesn't help you when you're dead, as the last turret on the Nexus falls, and EPA, with an incredibly controlled game of League of Legends, take their first one in the LPL.
It felt unrefined. It didn't feel like their strategy was exactly what they wanted it to be, but EPA, they do come into the first game of the LPL against World Elite, and they do find themselves, I'm going to say convincingly, getting a victory, because World Elite did not have an answer.
They didn't, and it was just every team fight. Admittedly, there were 2 the entire game, but both of them so incredibly convincing. And you have to say that Jajo was so incredibly good.
Yeah, Jajo on that Thresh was unbelievable. He did exactly what his team required of him. The teleports, I have to say though, from Kimgoon, the communication was good.
Very strong.
His teleports were always on point when he used them. 957 was the big question mark. We know him as the solo queue prodigy. Didn't use his teleports accordingly. In fact, he just spent the whole time winning lane.
Yeah, did his very best to split push for as long as possible. But, of course, it is a best-of-3 series here, Rusty. We could have WE come back and pick up a victory, but so far, a little bit depressing for WE fans. Thankfully, they're at least used to that.
Oh, man. I guess their shirts do say, keep your dreams, Atlas.
That is true. That is true. We've been keeping them for a long time, though.
Yeah.
It's about time that we see something turn around. But admittedly, it's very, very early days here for this side. WE can do something now in this series, but even if not, they have opportunities throughout this split in order to get things together because it's a new roster. This is something that they have to get used to. And losing Spirit, very, very scary for the team. But look, we'll see whether they can pull it around.
Yeah, please keep in mind, World Elite have only got 2 of their last 5 members remaining. One's a solo queue prodigy, and I think maybe the coach is still the same. So a lot of reworking to be done for the World Elite side. They didn't feel as crisp as they did at the end of the split, but that's also because they lost Spirit, who is rampaging through the EU LCS at the moment instead. So a lot of stuff to be done on this World Elite side. Energy Pacemaker, they felt like they knew what they wanted to do. They really did know what they wanted to do. They just couldn't do it. And the 2 times that they did were successful, and they won the game from those 2 times, to be fair. So, like, when they pulled the trigger, they're great. Just not often pulling that trigger.
Yeah, and at the start of the game, they were behind as well. I mean, the whole fast push strategy was coming into effect from WE. It just seemed like their team fight flat out didn't work. And you have to give a whole lot of credit here to Rabbit in the jungle. That Graves was doing a whole lot of work, and there was just no way for Condi to really get online. This Mondo, I mean, he started off doing well, managed to pick up that first kill in the mid lane, but from there, tried to farm up, tried to keep up with the Graves, but just could never really get to a point where he was that useful, that sort of mega tank that we're used to expecting.
Yeah, well, and that's what it came down to as well, right? So Energy Pacemaker, they did play the game slow, as we mentioned, but they also forced people from World Elite without vision to walk into areas to place it. And that's where they continuously caught Mundo out of position with their high burst from that Graves and Lucian, completely took him off the map, and then forced objectives. It happened time and again, and it was slow for them to get that pick, but when they actually successfully did force someone out of position from World Elite, they caught them and basically won the game from it.
Yeah, it's a very good point. So EPA, we'll see whether they do it again, whether they're going to go straight for these sort of team fighting sort of style of play, like earlier on perhaps, like make sure that they don't get out macroed around the map, get to a point where they can just start skirmishing early. The likes of the Graves were fantastic for that reason. We'll see whether they do so, but I'm looking forward to seeing what else Rabbit can bring out, because I mean, there's a bit of a gap as far as the Chinese junglers is concerned. You've got Clearlove and MLXG now looking incredibly strong. I mean, we haven't seen Clearlove for quite some time, but we'll see whether he makes it his way back onto the EDG roster, but the rest of these Chinese junglers, such as Condi, for instance, looking to try and make their mark and get up there with these two.
They definitely are, and that's the best thing about the LPL is they all look to Clearlove as the idol, as the guy who's like the best, and they all want to be better than Clearlove. So if you look at all of the LPL junglers, they have one goal in mind, and that is be the best that they can possibly be, or at least better than Clearlove. And so he's in a fantastic team, so that's a very good point for them to start at. So I'm very excited to see how Condi continues to grow, as of course he was in M3 before World Elite right now.
Yeah.
And Rabbit, he's got a lot of potential.
Yeah, he certainly does. And Rabbit, of course, manages to pick up the Graves this time. We'll see whether it is going to be banned away in the next game. And things that we're looking for, maybe a different pick-ban phase here. There are a lot of champions that were banned out that were a bit interesting. Of course, a lot of them still relatively high priority, but we'll see whether that changes around, whether the team comps are really going to evolve moving into game number 2. That's why I love this sort of best-of-3 format, is the fact that the draft phase becomes a little bit of a mini-game moving forward. And if you do manage to beat it out in the second time, you've got that third game that decided to really work things out.
Yeah, and that was also the downfall of the LPL last split, let's be honest, because they get cheesed once, and then they would adapt to that cheese, prevent it, and win on a standard playing field. It didn't matter what team it was. That's just the LPL in general.
That's sort of how it happened.
Yeah, so now you're in a best-of-3 series. You can adapt to any type of cheese and ban it away, win a game, and then actually still win the series, instead of just going 1-1 and being drawn.
Yeah.
So it's very good that like the drafting adaptation can get put in place, that we've got the best of 3s. And as you mentioned, a lot of weird plays or weird bans, from these sides, but I still think they were strong champions. Now they just need to prioritize what they want to ban over the rest.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can see here EPA's first successful team fight. It was just a whitewash, and the second team fight that erupted in this game towards the very end that won them the game, very, very similar situation. It just seemed like WE were just a step behind.
Yeah, I mean, Mystic, honestly, on this Kalista, just couldn't feel like he could do anything. Gimgoon, you have to give a lot of credit to, was fantastic.
Yeah, he was. Gimgoon played that Poppy fantastically, but I'm looking at 957, man. I was waiting for this massive, massive impact that he'd have in his first game, but we haven't quite had it. Hopefully, it's just jitters. He'll get it out of there, and maybe it'll be that sort of Prodigy-esque performance next time around. But maybe it's also just not Fiora. It just may not be his champion here as we move in. But haven't seen much of him so far, and this first game wasn't exactly the best.
Yeah, look, I can't disagree with it. 957, he's got big shoes to fill. And I mean, Aluka was a train driver,
yeah.
So
and I'm looking at him too much because I loved Aluka, and
too objective.
He wasn't exactly the best player, but he was the best.
He drove the train, all right. He did his job.
He certainly did. I'm gonna miss him for a very long time, but of course 957. He's going to try his best. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break, but when we get back, EPA take on WE to see if they can close it out 2-0. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Zach Rusty Pie as we trying to get into game number 2 of WE taking on Energy Pacemaker All. An MVP for game number 1 went to Romantic. And this is a guy that we were expecting some question marks to be raised about, but no, played fantastically. The culling onto 957 being a personal highlight of mine that game, but otherwise just playing some immaculate League of Legends on that Lucian.
Yeah, look, Romantic was coined as the weak link before we even got into week 1, game 1. That's just what he is known to be on this Energy Pacemaker side. We get into the game, and he shows anything but being the weak link. In fact, probably did well and truly beyond the most damage in that game. The guy was a crazy, crazy Lucian.
Yeah, and managing to keep himself safe, and that was why a lot of that front line was getting completely obliterated. It was the combination of Rabbit and Romantic really getting things done here for the team. We'll see whether WE can pick up the pieces and really give it to them game number 2, because best of 3 means that you gain 1 point for each one of these series. It means you can avoid a potential tie situation, the fact that the best of 2 is offered sort of 1-1 or a 3-point each way if you do manage to get that 2-0. It is just going to be 1 point up for grabs, and it's going to be one team that grabs it. But we are into champion select here for game number 2. Nothing looks to change too much on the side of these bands. Does Energy Pacemaker pick up the blue side?
Yeah, not yet, of course, being in game 2. I would be very surprised if Waterley don't ban Poppy. I'll say that much.
Yeah, I'd like it.
Poppy's well and truly worth banning. Of course, last game they banned Gangplank, Lulu, Lissandra. So we'll see what their next 2 bans are. If they want to get rid of the Lulu and Lissandra, or maybe keep the Lulu on the board.
Oh, once again, it's going to be the Misfortune blue side ban. So Energy Pacemaker all actually agreeing with WE here. We'll see where the WE copies. I mean, it'd be the Lulu ban here.
Yeah,
if we were to go on that one. But we'll see whether it is going to come in. WE, a few changes need to be made moving into this game. Time Kench is going to be taken away. Of course, was banned last time as well. So the pool of 6 still available. They're going to ban everything out.
Yeah, so I mean, again, like we said this in game 1, so many options.
Yeah.
In terms of bans and picks that are available. It's almost at the point where there are so many ban choices that you can't actually just ban 3 strong each and get rid of the 6 that are too strong. You need to actually target 3 that you think are strongest to ban against your opponents, and then acknowledge that you're both going to get probably at least 1.
Yeah, and EPA this time, they don't want to play against Lulu or pick it up first time around either, as they're going to ban it on the red side last game and this time on the blue side. Now WE deciding on what they want to take away. Will it be Lissandra? As Gimgoon could just pick that one up for himself, flex it with Republic if he feels like it.
Come on, Poppy, honestly.
Yeah, probably should be. And it is going to be the Poppy lockaway here. WE do not want to have to deal with that one. And Graves left available. Rabbit97 thinking, well, I may as well. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, Rusty.
Well, I mean, that's up for debate if it's broke or not, you know.
Well, that's true. Well, it was definitely doing well last game.
Double entendre of the word broke with League of Legends is great, isn't it?
Oh, man, I don't even know where I am anymore.
So let's make the assumption that they were to lock this in. And what else is available from the last rotation for World Elite? I would go immediately to the Alistar.
Yeah, the Thresh is there as well if Energy Pacemaker all want to take that one away one more time. But I mean, the Alistar was first picked, so look, who even knows? WE are going to have the opportunity to grab the cow one more time if they feel like it, but wasn't exactly fantastic last time around. Lissandra, of course, left up now due to the fact that that Graves has been taken away. Might be the change that WE are looking for.
Should be a good first lock in here. If they could replace the Lissandra, the Alistar with anything. Keep in mind, Mundo, Trundle, both still well and truly available.
Kindred, of course.
Begging to be picked.
Yeah, we spoke about Rabbit and Condi as being sort of Lee Sin Rek'Sai players. Of course, Rabbit himself playing Lee Sin in the last 3 games of his final. But no one picking up anything of the sort, as it has been all about the Graves, the Mundo being picked up there as well. And now the Trundle comes in, Rusty. There you are.
I was so worried I was going to talk about Trundle all night and not see it. I was very concerned after the first draft. But they did lock away the Trundle for their team, so fantastic to see that one.
Thanks for listening, WE.
Yeah, thank you. Jeez, that would have been awkward.
Yeah, well, Romantic has decided to go with a potential Callista here. They're just going to imitate the bottom lane. Disrespect play. Coming in for an energy pacemaker, just want to show them how it's done. Alistair hasn't been locked in just yet, but it'd make a lot of sense. And there it is.
Certainly would make a lot of sense. You would imagine the immediate response if they're looking for a support option. Maybe the Trundle's going elsewhere. They could go for the Thresh in response and kind of do the anything you can do, I can do better comp. But
yeah, exactly.
I would imagine that it's going to be Trundle in that support lane based off this draft. Kalista surprisingly good into the Trundle because you can hop the pillar, whereas a lot of other champions have that one movement spell that can get interrupted by the pillar instead.
Yeah, so a little bit more difficult to deal with. But Condi going back to an old favorite here in the Rek'Sai potentially. Jie is hovering that one for him. Condi notably managed to pick up a pentakill on the champion very, very early on in his play in the LPL. And Mystic considering the Ezreal here, and if he can play it anything like Deft, you know, his Korean brethren there, things will definitely be looking good. See what he can do, as both of those champions are going to be locked in.
Yeah, and of course, Ezreal at the moment, very popular, going the blue build, having the Manamune, going for the Frozen Fist, and just being a massive pest. Poking people down, and then working with the rest of the team comp that they've already gotten set in stone is great, because you can poke them down and catch them out of position to the point where they are just going to die from an all-in.
Yeah, Republic considering a LeBlanc pick here. I really need Jezzo to just pick the Fiora and just basically go with exactly the same team comp as WE last game.
I mean, there's still Mundo,
plus
there's
Graves.
Still Quinn.
Yeah, true.
Keep that in mind. Quinn has actually banned 2 games yesterday and picked in 1, so 3 out of the 4 games we saw Quinn.
Well, not going to be seen on the side of EP as they do lock away the Gnar and the LeBlanc. So 3 out of 5 going to be the same picks as WE last game, but that Gnar going to change things up here for Gimgoon in the top lane, going back to his tanky roots on that champion.
Surprisingly good dive as well from Energy Pacemaker all. Difficult for them to siege because Graves is such a low-range champion. Kalista's very dependent on having a frontline in front of her if she wants to hit things.
Yep.
LeBlanc's only really good for poking under the turret, so good for sieging, but not for actually directly hitting them down. So very dangerous comp here from Energy Pacemaker all, but if there's one thing that we know they can do, that's dive.
Yep.
Opposed to just poking.
We'll see whether they are going to utilize it here. WE, of course, have a lot of flex picks on their side. Trundle can go both top, support, potentially even jungle, theoretically, and Lissandra can go top and mid lane, but it looks like it's going to be 957 playing that champion, as Zero is going to lock away the Kassadin. Jie going to pick that one up, and Condi going to throw Trundle over to him as the Ezreal Trundle bottom lane.
And this is one of those moments where I kind of wish that Gimgoon had locked in the Mundo. And now I said that Trundle's good into it, but if you look at the sources of damage that come out of World Elite, you've got 2 soul magic damage champions, and 1 that does a mixture of both.
Yeah, and of course,
then a jungler that doesn't do damage. I mean, why not go Mundo, pick a Spirit Visage first item and be unkillable?
Yeah, if there's anything that Ezreal can't do, it's be one of those tank busters like you've spoken about previously. So not going to happen this time around. That being said, you know, the old Gnar can build a heck of a lot of health at the same time. So both of these drafts, very different, given the fact that we've had exactly the same bans moving forward, apart from that Poppy switching out for the Lissandra, and we'll see whether WE can show us exactly why that Lissandra has been sitting on the bench.
Yeah, Lissandra's just a fantastic champion. Honestly, I don't know if there's anything that beats it at the moment. It's better than Fiora. It's been known as the counter to Fiora. It's just so good at engaging. It's good at poking. You get free spells. Like, Lissandra does it all.
Yeah, she does. And of course, can just save yourself with the ultimate at the same time. Now getting some health back from that one at the same time. But we'll see whether Romantic can pick things up and really show us exactly the power of Kalista this time around, or whether he's going to slip back into potentially his old ways. It's very exciting to see what he's going to do. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2 of Energy Pacemaker, all taking on World Elite. WE looking to try and get revenge on this team, as EPA have picked up 3 of the 5 champions that WE picked last time around, and we'll see whether it is going to be some BM or whether it's just going to be a tactic here.
That's so cheeky.
Discovered. It's so cheeky.
They know the exact range of the vision for Condi.
Wow.
They didn't see a thing.
There's going to be the Thunderlord's proc as well, as Condi goes down to below half health already. Jezor makes his way in.
Surely not, no. They're just getting vision. They're going to control the area, of course. There is 0 chances that Condi can deal with Rabbit's damage on this Graves, because that level 1 burst is just disgusting.
Yeah, if that's a sign of things to come, it could be dangerous here for WE. But spotted out the lane swap already. 957 had already made it towards that top side. This Condi hasn't been pinged just yet. I'm not sure whether he was seen by that deep ward. So he looks to be starting on his Krugs. 957 will possibly pop over there and help him out as Mystic, and 0 considering taking a Gromp very early on. Of course, does give you less experience now if you don't have the jungle item.
The beautiful thing about the Gromp, though, as a Trundle is you can reduce its damage and you get a lot of health back from your passive when you take it down. So very little health actually expended for some bonus experience.
Yeah, may as well grab it. You can see he's only missing about 100 now, as well as they did share a bit of that.
And the best thing about this patch at the moment that Deficio actually touched on last night is that the minions don't prioritize a single minion. They don't gang up on them and take them down. So experience is a lot easier to get if you're late to the lane.
Well, you can see now Mystic and 0 being pushed relatively far back. Thunderlords goes off as Mystic gets some decent harassment onto the Alistair. Mantic struggling just a little bit.
2.
Yeah. There's the pillar. Jezor getting slowed down. 0 just going to eat some creeps, get himself back up to health. And that King's Tribute as well, the passive is just fantastic for a support Trundle, because you can go in, you can get the harassment down, and you can just sit back, get all your health back as the minions die.
Yeah.
And repeat.
Well, it kind of puts you into a team composition where if you fight around objectives, you're always going to be a very good frontline tank on the assumption the objective is taken.
Yeah.
Because you get so much health back around the Dragons and the Barons.
We'll see whether that's going to be a thing. Condi going to be taking down the Rift Scuttler. And hasn't met the Graves just yet. And that is going to be good news.
So this is the biggest concern for me right now for Energy Pacemaker is Gimgoon on Na. I am just so confused as to why he's picking Na. Because if you have a look at the opposition team comp, it's so difficult to hit your ultimate on any of them at all. Besides maybe the Graves if you... the Kassadin if he overcommits and isn't level 16.
Yeah, but even then, saying that Kassadin's the easiest champion to lock down, you know you got something wrong.
Yeah, like you can get the Lissandra, but if Lissandra has ultimate, you're not going to get the Lissandra. 0 can actually stop your jump when you change between forms by putting a pillar up. There's so many problems with it. Rabbit's in mid and a teleport.
Yeah, Gia actually answering back with a fair bit of damage. Teleport comes in though as 957's going to stop him. Rabbit takes a bunch of hurt. The chains do land. 957 uses his flash to get out. Already
going in.
Yeah, he's Mega Gnar here as well as the flash comes in. Doesn't quite get it, and nothing hits apart from the final house that he throws as he heads back towards the top lane, tail between his legs.
And if that's a sign of what's to come for Gimgoon, I am very concerned for this Energy Pacemaker side. It's almost like we said it was going to happen, and it did. Another teleport's going to be used to come back and farm in the middle lane, as Geo surprisingly does have that spell.
Yeah, he's picked that one up. Sort of conceding the lane just a little bit, but will be very mobile around the map. And GA just loves taking teleport, man. He's always been taking that summoner spell, even before it was the thing.
He was the teleport Diana guy.
He was. That is the guy that he was. Rabbit 97 just going to hit a Rift Scuttler because he doesn't like it, and then head towards the mid lane.
He's been spotted by Rek'Sai.
GA doesn't have his flash, but dodges out of the way of the buckshot, and Rabbit's just going to get destroyed. Condi locks it down for first blood. Of course he does. The Rek'Sai man himself.
I mean, over-aggression right there from Rabbit. He didn't really have a mid laner to count on or depend on there in Republic, because Republic had no health, has no ignite, only has the flash and minimal mana available. And so they were just trying to push Kassadin out.
Well, Mystic not going to find the Mystic shot there. His namesake not going to be hit. His EP managed to find themselves a decent trade, but Jezza getting taken down very low, and Republic now in a bunch of trouble. Doesn't even have his Mimic. There's the knock-up. Just destroyed Condi. I mean, we knew that he was the Rek'Sai man, but he's definitely showing exactly why that was his priority pick.
But overstaying his welcome yet again was Republic. He's gone for the Negatron now, looking to sustain through any damage that they're going to do to each other in the middle lane. But it took him so long to get to that amount of gold that he basically paid for it with his life, and GA is free farming.
Yeah. When a Kassadin's free farming, you know everything's bad. It's almost as bad as watching a Ryze free farm. It's a horrible thing to have to deal with. It's like it's on the enemy team, you're like, oh god, no.
Such a weird comparison to draw, though.
No, it sort of makes sense though, right?
Sort of, yeah. They both scale. Yeah. You're absolutely correct.
Or a Nasus. That'd be another one that I'd use.
That'd be closer to Ryze, though, than Kassadin.
Well, G8, he's going to be able to pick up that blasting wand, head back towards the lane. Same item build path as Republic went last time around. We'll see whether he can get to an earlier Rod of Ages now as Rabbit 97 has been discovered as he's trying to smack away this Gromp. He's going to secure it for himself as Condi. Some possible revenge available for the guy.
Yeah, and that was almost a 3-man in the top lane. Zero just doesn't care. He's a support.
Yeah, he's just eating pink wards.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep, Pillar of Filth goes down. Pillar of Ice, sorry. Goodness me. Wow, that's a lot of burst damage there from GA. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana back, but you can see the chain landed onto the Kassadin. He's still looking to try and get some hurt in as does use the ultimate, gets himself to safety, and Jezza's just chilling here in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, so a lot of rotations around the map right now from both of these teams. Their supports are starting to feel a bit of freedom. So the AD carries are kind of just chilling, I guess, for lack of a better word. And they're now in mid.
Yep, chain lands again. Republic's going to lock that one down, and some more overextension this time on the side of WE.
Yeah, if there's one thing Republic can do, it is hit every single chain that we've seen from him so far.
Yeah, he's doing well.
Putting in some work for his team. And again, that had to be a Jezza's run. Actually securing the kill, getting the pulverized headbutt combo, and using both summoner spells to ensure that one. Turns it around a little bit more for the middle lane.
Oh, 957 struggling here as well, as he still has that mastery, even now on Lissandra. Doesn't want extra damage, just wants his health back.
Does Lissandra have it?
Yep.
I was going to say, I understand and appreciate it on Gimgoon, on the Gnar.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, well, there's the Gnar into the wall now as well. The ultimate goes down, but 957, Condi, he's just always here at the right place at the right time, apart from in the mid lane before when GA died, but manages to pick it up there on the top side of the map. 957 grabs that kill. Now, Romantic in a bit of trouble. Zero does put down the pillar.
That was just absolutely schooled in the top lane. There was no reason for Gimgoon to be that aggressive without trying to 1v1 and kill your lane opponent. But when you don't have vision anywhere in the general area that you are, you don't go that close to the opposition turret.
I feel like we learnt this pretty early on in League of Legends. But Gimgoon has made his way back towards that top lane, does have the teleport in order to get there, so not going to miss out on too much farm. He's only behind about 13 CS or so. But 957, he's just more than happy to scale into this game. Going for that Rod of Ages, double Rod of Ages now for WE. Rod of Ages, one of the sort of strongest AP items at the moment.
There may not even be a Rod of Ages in the middle lane. It looks like it should be.
Wow, Abyssal Scepter.
Like, I think it should be. But if he goes for the Abyssal Scepter, he may have to go for Sheen in his next item just to secure a mana pool.
Yeah, that's very interesting. GA probably relying on Condi giving him every blue buff on both sides of the map.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Well, Public taking a bunch of damage from it. This passive has been put down. Magic not in too much danger of death at this stage. But blue buff now going to be delivered to GA after he clears out this minion wave. And 3-0-0 now for Condi. So Rek'Sai has the team on his back at this stage, not deciding to go for a warrior enchantment. Instead, the Cinder Hulk is going to be there, so he's going to be that huge tanky Rek'Sai when we get to these mid-game fights. We'll see whether EPA can continue their fantastic team fighting of last game, or whether with this extra lead that WE have, whether Condi can carry things forward.
This could be interesting right now. They know exactly where World Elite are, but they haven't seen the two members from EPA.
Yeah, Rabbit, he's just chilling out now as he gets behind, but GA is going to get destroyed. Rabbit actually picks that one up as Condi's now going to find him. In goes 957, and he's not going to last very long now as Condi nails down that kill. Now 4 out of the 5. Zero did end up taking out Republic, and EPA just going to slink away from this one. Condi now as well, looking for more blood.
I mean, Rabbit he almost thought he was invisible.
Yeah, I think he was invisible. I'm not entirely sure. Romantic, what are you doing, buddy? Okay. There's a pillar over the side. Zero's still looking for more. Not going to have that pillar up for
Watch the Ezreal ultimate.
quite some time. There's a true shot barrage, but it's only going to do a bit of damage to the Krug. As Romantic makes his way back out. No flash now on this Kalista.
Energy Pacemaker are trying their absolute hardest from the very beginning of this game to make it hard for themselves to win. They're struggling. They've got the Abyssal Scepters complete on both mid laners now. LeBlanc's not really doing anything though, and Condi is a higher level than these middle laners.
Condi's just he's a beast. Complete monster. Okay, now, watch Rabbit 97. This is how you hide in a brush.
So this was all a bait from Republic. Rabbit was just genuinely an invisible kill stealer. 957 does come in and clean him up, to be fair. Very good ultimate timed with the flash to lock him down and secure that, but I mean, they got the Kassadin to start the whole fight off, and Rabbit mispositioned in a way that he was looking to just steal the kill with his ultimate. It almost felt like he didn't want to help with anything but the ultimate, and paid for it.
You can see Gimgoon now struggling a little bit against 957. You can see Condi, no vision available for Gimgoon this time. A bit more wise.
Ooh,
yeah, he's on single-digit health right now, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's not okay.
Putting it in the cons column.
Yeah. Not good, Colin.
Yeah.
Needs improvement.
It certainly does. Now he's going for a Catalyst. So Abyssal Scepter looks like then towards the Rod of Ages. And I got questions.
So we were looking at Condi, ready for a flank here. GA should be the one in a point of power, yet he's the one who leaves with no health. Oh, of course, Republic does go down. What was I looking at? How did I miss that?
That was how it happened.
Yeah. So, I mean, Condi, again, he's basically putting the entire... Look, they have 6 kills. He has 5 of them and 0 assists. So this guy means business. He's taking all of the gold. The problem there is he may be taking it all, but it's also going towards a tank. So the later the game goes, the more the tank will taper off and do less damage. The carries can then kill you, and you have to rely on your team. So I don't mind the Sightstone, because it unlocks the rest of your team to have vision, have control.
Yep.
Work around the rest of the map. But if nothing comes from that and it just sits on 5 kills for a Rek'Sai, they could be in danger.
That being said, Swifty Boots now completed, does have the Giant's Belt, but meanwhile in the mid lane, Republic losing that trade very considerably to GA. Romantic now going aggressive on the bottom side. Rand is going to get a bit of hurt on a Mystic, but he's not too worried about it.
Yeah. Oh my god,
Still
Republic,
more
what are you
aggression.
doing?
Condi looking to try and find it. Preyseeker does get there. Doesn't have the flash, but wants to find the tunnel. GA's just a lot more mobile. And finally, Condi gives over a kill.
That's exactly what you did not want to happen if you were Energy Pacemaker all, because now there is money going on to GA, who has indefinitely delayed his Rod of Ages and his snowballing personally.
Yeah.
So until further notice, he's not in a position to scale, but his laning phase is great because he's got resistances appropriate to his opponent.
Yeah, and to Alistar.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I mean, both mid laners right now just have a pocket team.
Exactly.
There's different varying points in this game. They have come mid to kind of help them out. The difference is one of them is now 5-0 and can basically solo the other laner.
Well, Zero looking to try and get something down. That pillar was fantastic to stop the engage from Jezza and Romantic as they move towards the bottom side again. And it's a very different game this time around. Oh, very aggressive move as the Claw of Doom even comes through for 957 to get a bit of extra damage through. The teleport's coming in. The ultimate on himself now to buy time. GA comes in. Republic just takes so much damage. And there's the flash now. Here comes Condi. And Gimgoon is so dead. Nice distortion to get away from the True Shot barrage. Don't know how Gimgoon survived for that extra second in order to kill 957. He is going to be able to get the revenge. Yeah, though, has pressured down enough. That being said, first turret is going to fall here for EP. Bottom side is going to be where it pays. And what I was talking about before is it's a very different game based on the fact that they're now trying to skirmish and not pick up these turrets very quickly.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that comes down to the team comp. And so we're going to watch this top lane fight again. Gimgoon is overconfident. He's got Grasp of the Undying and a range, I'm not going to say advantage, 957 times the ultimate very well to let the rest of the team come in. Republic misses the W, the distort for damage, onto 957. The ultimate's there from Gimgoon, but he uses his flash to get into that position. And honestly, he had no right getting that kill because Condi was like, oh, hang on, you don't... Oh,
yeah,
oh,
Condi's like, no, 957, you've got that one, right, mate?
Yeah.
He just doesn't want to steal him. He doesn't want to steal him.
Well, that's exactly right.
Yeah, he's getting in trouble from his team now, man. You just keep KSing me, Condi. Well, there's the knock-up, and EP looking to try and pick this one up 3v2, but Mystic... Yeah, you cannot skip that far as he's just going to flash over this wall. Gimgoon looking to try and pick this one up, but the safety of the turret is going to be there. Rift Herald going to fall. It's consolation here for WE. See if they can use that to great effect, but Mystic not having the best game of his life right now.
Yeah, I mean, Mystic not having the best game doesn't really matter, to be perfectly honest with you. He's only 0-1 and 1. All he's looking to do is farm and scale. He'll probably look for 2 or 3 items when he hits his point of power.
Yep.
So not too big of a concern, as does the middle lane, to be fair. They're waiting for a lot of scaling with items, and the best part is bridging the gap as Rek'Sai has never been so easy.
Well, Zero's going to get chained and destroyed. Republic picks up that kill. Condi now very, very tanky, but 957, a different story on that front. The Rek'Sai, it's just been a meat shield.
They tried so hard to get that turret, and they didn't get what they came for. Yep. So, I mean, unfortunate for this EPA side. It's actually really good to see them being proactive in their decision-making, even though they're at a deficit, because they know every single time that Rek'Sai is not there, they're actually quite fine.
Yeah.
It's just that if he's there, they're in trouble. So, one thing to note, Rod of Ages are completed for both laners at the moment, top and mid, for World Elite. So they're starting to come online and scale with their strength. And that's where it gets scary for Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, WE was GA picking up his Rod of Ages at about 16 minutes into the game, so not entirely bad, especially not after a full Abyssal Scepter was completed.
Yeah.
So he's looking at about 26 minutes for that one to be fully online. Deadman's Plate now completed for Condi as well, so a bit of a damage boost, but more importantly, a whole lot of extra health.
This is a dangerous game to play if you're EPA.
Oh, Jezza.
About to find out why.
She actually doesn't want to put too much damage onto the Alistair, as Romantic's going to be the aim here, and 4 members of WE now underneath this outer turret in the bottom lane. Zero just happy to tank this one up as Condi, like I said, mid shield.
Look, all things considered, they only got the 1 kill. I'm surprised Jezzo got out with his life. 957's here now to even play a bit of a pest and flank. But honestly, EPA are just trying to trade. An aggressive decision from World Elite. They're going to need to start sieging and snowballing their lead further.
Yeah, and it looks like the turret answered in the top lane as well. Gimgoon's going to pick that one up. The inner turret, if that one falls, it's going to mean that WE have found an advantage here, but EPA doing the very best they can to try and keep it as even as possible.
It's consolidation at the moment from EPA. World Elite are in the driver's seat 100%. It's on the back of Condi on this Rek'Sai. An unstoppable force, to say the least. LeBlanc's going to get the hell out of there.
Yep. Dodge has been vacated by Republic. Gimgoon going to eat himself a helicopter as he makes his way back home, and 957 picks up a huge minion wave here on the top side. You can see GA just cleaning up. So as the game settles down, now 4 turrets to 2 in favor of WE. Managed to balloon that one out just a little bit. Out of turret in the mid lane. Very
Always
important
check the bushes, kids.
Yes.
Don't pull a rabbit.
I still don't understand that.
This hurts my soul.
Yeah.
Come on, get.
Ah!
You suck.
Not this time. Not this time.
It's alright. I would run from Condi too if I were him.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of which, Deadman's Plate was the item of choice for Condi, and I really like it because it's a tanky item that also provides utility and a bit of extra damage. And the route that he's essentially going for his team is to be a tank, to bridge the snowball, and to let them become the powerhouses where he just sits in the front and doesn't die. This is the best item choice for doing that.
Yeah, not to mention more CC at the same time. Very much like it. Republic, he's just going to do his best to clear out this mid lane minion wave, and they've really got to try and take some more turrets here to EPA, because WE. There's a little bit more gold available to them at this stage. Now Mystic, he's coming online. The Manamune completed, as well as those Boots of Lucidity and the Iceborne Gauntlet. Very close to full cooldown reduction. 30% from items at this stage, so if he has any in his runes, You're throwing out those Mystic shots as quickly as possible.
I mean, I understand how World Elite is so far ahead. They're probably going to try and pick a fight here and catch EPA out.
Coming in from 957. He's going to get behind them. Condi finds Rabbit 97 here as well, as he's going to get knocked up. Mystic now in a decent position on the side of the fight. Rabbit flashes his way out, but GA is going to pick up the kill, and now EPA getting corralled around this map. True Shot Barrage doesn't find too much, but it's just a whitewash now as Romantic.
No, not yet.
Struggling to get too much done. Yeah, Gimgoon trying to do some work, but WE just positioning their carries at the right places. Romantic still dancing as Zero's coming in, and Mystic cleans up the fight. Blade of the Ruin King and everything. Mystic triple kill now, and this Ezreal's online.
It took a very long time for them to actually get the pick in the end game fight that they were looking for. Rabbit, so far out of position, should have acknowledged that there was going to be GA on that side of the wall. Zero is far less of a threat on support Trundle than that of a Kassadin. They do well to pick up the Kassadin, and now Gimgoon's waiting for that Mega Gnar. Well timed from Jezor, by the way, with that Alistar from Kalista ultimate. But again, Gimgoon, he may get in there.
Oh no.
But he just doesn't get what his team needs of him. Whereas if you consider what 957 is doing, he's putting in work.
He certainly is. Locking down the carries when he needs to, and Mystic on cleanup duty.
Yeah, I mean, Mystic's hitting his skill shots, whereas Romantic is just having to sit back and do damage where he can. And that's the biggest difference, is because the front lines of World Elite are ever present, to say the least, whereas it's hit and miss with Energy Pacemaker or Gimgoon. I said this at the start. It's going to be very difficult for him to hit his ultimates. It wasn't that great in that last fight either. It probably could have turned the whole thing around if he hit it.
The point is, though, is that they were fighting in this tiny choke point. If there's any time that a Gnar ult's going to really do a whole bunch of work, it was exactly then.
With a flash.
Yeah. A little bit sad, but he's going to be dragging number 1 taken for WE. EPA, of course, taking the first one earlier on this game. And Mystic even going to grab himself a red buff. So WE really utilizing the advantage of that last team fight. Moving on in. Neuramana has been completed as well here for Mystic, as he has the Last Whisper, as well as a Hex Drinker. So Public going to have a little bit more of a rough time bursting down this Ezreal, who's now 4-1-3.
Yeah, it's a very smart decision, actually, from Mystic to go for that Hex Drinker. Near impossible, honestly, to get bursted out. A lot of AD carries are going for Steric's Gauge as their tank option against burst, but Hex Drinker's like the mid-game cost-efficient version of a Steric's Gauge, because it takes the effective burst away from a LeBlanc and lets you kite, which is the entirety of what that Ezreal build is designed to do.
Well, he's definitely doing it well this stage of the game. Quiet early game. Getting bullied just a little bit by Romantic, but now GA, he's gone to split push mode here on the top side.
I just have so many questions for Gimgoon. His item build and his champion choice. He should have sacked a little bit more magic resistance instead of going for the pseudo damage choice. It doesn't really do damage.
Yeah, well, Spooky Ghosts are out. Slowed down to some of the members of WE. They're not too phased by it, as Condi just trying to stand forward, help his carries focus down this inner turret. Rabbit 97 going to dodge away from the pillar as Zero uses the ultimate very early on here. Subjugate going to be down, but not going to be utilized.
Yeah, I mean, more of a zoning, honestly, ultimate from Trundle, which is weird to say, but it forced the flash out of Rabbit.
Yeah.
Somewhat similar to that. Of course, they do get the turret. The Baron buff is so overbearing. Well, World Elite have this to really stop them from sieging. The advantages that they have basically skyrocketed the game out of control almost as Energy Pacemaker side. They've consolidated well. If it's worth anything, Energy Pacemaker all have consolidated and tried to find power and pick fights with conviction. And that's impressive to see in a new side.
It's true.
It's very impressive because a lot of teams just lose in slow motion and don't know what to do with themselves. But really, they are starting to lose control of this entire map.
You can see a little bit more of the experience for WE coming out, though, due to the fact that, you know, we have had sort of whitewash team fights in the last game. But EPA, at this point, 8,000 gold behind after one. Wasn't very similar in the last game, and Condi now is just a movable object.
Yeah, he definitely is, and the Trundle's just disrupting them and putting them out of position, so Gimgoon's trying his absolute best to poke people out, get them off their objectives, because that turret is his and you shall not pass that turret.
Yeah, well, another Subjugate came out, and I think the point is that Zero's trying to make is that that's on a pretty low cooldown.
Yeah.
And he'll just throw it at you whenever he feels like it.
I don't often see it used for zoning, but if they're running away when you use it, then by all means, continue with that trend.
Yeah. Well, Pillar goes down, and there's going to be the siege completed for WE. Last remaining inner turret falls down. Only inhibitor turrets to go, and it looks like Baron buff wearing off here for WE. So, going to head back, pick up some items, see what more they can do. Of course, GA very close to the Zhonya's Hourglass.
And you have to say, though, 25 minutes into this game, to have a gold lead this big already.
Yeah.
And it almost feels like they're winning in slow motion. Like, it does feel like it's a slow game where Energy Pacemaker just recognized they're behind. Like, hey, we probably should try and stop this from happening. And that's where the winning team fights seem to be from World Elite. I mean, it's impressive, to say the least, that, as you mentioned earlier, World Elite seem more experienced. They're executing with a higher degree of success.
Yeah, and taking more from their advantages as well, as Rabbit97 looking to try and take away this
Look at this aggression, though. Like, they're so far behind.
Oh, the teleport coming in for 957, or GA, or both, as Rabbit97 is going to get smited down. Zero looking to try and pick up the Graves in the Dragon Pit. They're tunneling under that one. EP moving around the backside, as now Zero's been singled out. He might actually fall for this one, as Condi's waiting for that tunnel to come back up. Romantic not going to get knocked up just yet, as he's trying to dance this one around, but 957 makes his way in, and it's EP that are trying to turn this one. Mystic looking to get some work done. And that's a 2 for 2 in the end. 2 for 3.
Yeah,
2 for 2.
Not bad at all. All things considered. I mean, they're putting them in a position where vision is sparing from World Elite, and they're still going.
Yeah, Mystic in a bunch of trouble now as well, as EP may have found the AD carry on his own. 957 makes his way back in. Condi's still alive as well, as Jezor not going to get enough accomplished before he's dead. And Republic, going to be the last man standing. Romantic, of course, just getting destroyed. Preyseeker doesn't find him there, as Condi, he's on the hunt.
Condi's Ezreal ultimate.
There it is. Two-shot barrage is going to do it.
Look, they overstayed their welcome. They did find a very convincing fight somehow.
It was nice.
Like, a fight that shouldn't have been that close, and it well and truly was. And this is because, as I was going to say, they're forcing them to areas where there is no vision. And decision-making is just key. And, like, if those chains connected, to be fair, that was probably lights out for Mystic. He now gets to kite back, and Jezor just decides that he's going to commit to putting down a combo. And again, Republic goes back in, baits Romantic into going down, and then works his way around the map and tries his best to kite. But Mystic has an ultimate.
He does.
Because they really want to show us this.
There it is. And he's dead.
He died and went back to the W at the same time. It's adorable.
Yeah, pooped out some spooky ghosts at the same time. I'd be scared of a true shot barrage, though, to be frank. One thing that's been trolling me all game is the fact that Subjugate looks like a Blade of the Ruined King.
Oh, yeah.
So I just assume that Mystic's been using Blade of the Ruined King all over the place. But
no, and so while you're touching on Mystic, he's actually gone for the completed Maw.
Yeah.
And the best thing about the completed Maw is if you get below a certain amount of health, you now get lifesteal.
That's a very good point.
Which is great.
Very similar to what Ginsu's Rageblade used to do back when it was good. By good, I mean awful.
Good job.
They do manage to take down the dragon here. Number 2 for the side. Only 3 dragons falling this game means that that's not going to be much of a condition for victory, as Baron is the other option, and they need to break the base to WE.
They do.
And that will help.
It should be quite simple for them. It just should be A, B, C for them to take this Baron, get control of the area with vision, probably honestly just bait EPA into an awkward spot and then pick them. They've got the Trundle Pillar to place down. It should be simple. Of course, we've seen a lot of unusual and unpredictable play from this EPA side, and there is still a real chance that they can keep themselves in this game at least for a little bit longer. But if you want to look at the gold lead, that says otherwise.
Yeah, it's ballooned out 11,000 now, the lead for WE. And they're just in autopilot mode at this stage. Oh, Baron, that's the next option here. We know that we're stronger. We'll move towards that objective. Grab it now down to about half health. This could be the point where EPA turns things around. Teleport does come in exactly right, as Condi looking to try and get himself into that front line. Gimgoon in a great position for this one. Nas everyone back there, all stacked on top of each other. EPA with a huge team fight as Condi and Mystic, last men standing. Republic, that's your clone.
It's a fake.
That's absolutely fine. And EPA find a ridiculous team fight out of nothing.
And again, Energy Pacemaker all just make decisions that you do not expect them to execute on. And they do it above and beyond expectations. These team fights, Jezor, And the rest of the team, even Gimgoon, are looking to kite back and get rid of Condi. 957 has to die first because he's the Lysandra. And Mystic just sits back and tries to put down damage. But he's also the only person that sits in the back line. The funny thing is, while Lenar shouldn't be hitting the ultimate, the design of the entire team comp from World Elite is in their face. And so if Nar works as a peeling champion and lets the Kalista do work, then he'll actually hit the ultimates and they will kill people, which is exactly what we just saw.
It's like a really long cooldown headbutt that hits a lot of people.
Oh, yeah, if you want.
Yeah. It's bad at the analogies today. Enjoying it. WE, though, have found themselves back on the Rift, shaking things off, and we'll see whether they are going to go for the Baron once again. But that is a huge step forward here for EPA, and if they can win teamfights like that more often, things could look a lot better for them. But they didn't kill Condi. He's still just a massive beast.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to say it's a gold swing, but they've closed the deficit by a decent margin. It was about 3k how much they've closed it.
Yeah.
And if they're winning teamfights, it's almost Xiaogu-esque.
Yeah.
Being able to win teamfights with a deficit this large, and they were reasonably controlled when they were ahead. I'm going to say, coming from the LSPL, these guys do have an inkling of Xiaogu in them.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, they've been playing together for a long time. Zero's just all up amongst it. Jejo does have to be a little bit careful. Yeah, Condi's going to find Romantic, and he's going to get destroyed. That's a lot of the damage now dead for EPA. They're ignoring Gimgoon completely. True shot barrage across like 15 people that time. And Gimgoon going to be the last man standing. WE say, all right, you managed to win a team fight before, but we have got you this time. And that is going to be the ace and potentially even the game.
So playing around vision that they have was the biggest advantage. This time, for World Elite, they catch the Kalista completely out of position who had no right being there. He was the crux of them winning any team fight at all. And you're right, Mystic somehow hitting his ultimate across 15 people, even though 5 are non-existent, and put in some
his
work.
Whole team as well. So, I mean, maybe 10. But, yeah, probably not 15. But still, it was a very, very strong true shot barrage. And WE pulled it together for that last fight.
They definitely did. World Elite, that's a better showing from them in game number 2.
Yes.
It's what we expected from them, let's be honest.
Yeah, well, exactly. This is the team that's had all the experience. And our first 1-1 so far in the LPL. So we are going to be going to a Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see whether the momentum is going to be in the favor of WE like it should be after that victory, or whether EPA can go back to the drawing board, figure something out, and show us exactly how they managed to win these teamfights they have no right in winning, and whether they can form them a little bit better this time.
Yeah, absolutely right. There's a lot of questions that you can raise about EPA, but one thing's for certain. They do know how to win a team fight.
Yeah.
When it comes down to it. And that's one thing that they showed us in that game, even in defeat. So a lot of interesting things to come into Game 3 here from Energy Pacemaker All. But Game 2, you have to look at World Elite and say that was pretty much clean up until one big hiccup.
Yeah, big hiccup at the Baron. Baron throws, something that we're fairly used to. But look, it was only one hiccup, and the rest of that game looked pretty standard stuff for WE, just sort of moving forward, accruing such a gigantic gold lead off sort of one teamfight victory. I mean, these games so far have been very, very slow. I mean, we've only had a few teamfights. It's like 2 teamfights each game.
Yeah.
That's basically it.
So, I agree, and that's the big difference between these two teams right now is Condi was actually 4-0 before the first teamfight actually happened. So this Rek'Sai was a big feature, and looking into the next game is something that has to be considered to potentially even be taken away from Condi or addressed. Because there was nothing they could do in response. Rabbit's ganks are not very good on Graves because he's such a low-range champion. Whereas, I mean, you just counter gank as Rek'Sai and it's all done.
Yeah, and when you're sort of a low durability champion as well in the Graves, I mean, you've got the assassins like the Lysandra who, not necessarily known as a standard assassin, but can do a whole lot of damage very, very early. The Graves who, like you put, has a lot of burst damage and consistent burst, just has no opportunity to do that if he comes in for a gank and Condi's around.
It's funny because that's the one thing that made Graves not a good AD carry before the rework to Graves. You use your E offensively, you've got nothing left. Whereas you look at Ezreal, who you can use it defensively, or Lucian, who uses it offensively, but then reduces the cooldown by so much, that it's basically used defensively again. Whereas Graves was E, order. There we go, it's available again. Yeah. So even with the new Graves, he does a lot more burst. He does a lot more damage overall. But if you use the E offensively and you don't get what you were looking for from that, you're at risk of dying. And that's exactly what happened in that game. Condi snowballed the heck out of it and even gave Cassidy 2 items by 17 minutes.
Yeah, and going for the Abyssal Scepter first was a very interesting one there for GA. But, of course, moving towards the next game, we'll see whether they can do a whole lot more, as now WE, their first teamfight win.
Yeah. World Elite. I mean, this was so many decision-making errors here, and the biggest one was always Gimgoon, who was looking for his moment to go in, flashes, and essentially doesn't do what he was looking for.
He nods 0 into the wall, I think.
Yeah, and Mystic got knocked to safety, to a nice, distant land where he could just sit back and still be in range of his Q. Energy Pacemaker, this was one of the fights where I almost thought they were going to turn this one around, because they looked like they had the makings of winning that fight. And this is the last one where Romantic was the first to go down, and basically cleanup duty commenced from there onwards as Real Ultimate, as you mentioned.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage really doing a whole bunch of work, and Mystic just ends up being able to throw out as much as he likes.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It was reasonably clean-cut game.
Yeah, was very, very well played from WE, but they do need to do it one more time as well, Rusty. And if you were EPA, is there anything that sort of stands out apart from sort of the Rek'Sai? And do you even ban the Rek'Sai next time, or do you answer it?
I don't think it's worth banning the Rek'Sai. I'll say that much. I think that Rek'Sai at the moment is great, but there are so many other champions that are greater than that aren't even being banned here by either side. So banning away the Rek'Sai leaves more open, potentially the Lulu, Misfortune, the Tahm Kench. Like, there's so many other things that, no, to answer your question, they should not ban the Rek'Sai. They should pick to kill the Rek'Sai or just play the early game smarter to not give him 4 kills from decision-making errors in laning phase.
Yeah, it makes sense as well. And given the fact that they are now back on the red side being victorious both times around here, means that based on their interesting ban phase, where they've sort of had a lot of power picks left open, means that they get given a couple of extra ones this time around. We'll see whether they can utilize that. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. We'll be back very soon with the final game between EPA and WE. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, this is Rusty, and that was a ridiculous hype video, but I loved it.
But there's a guy who's clean-shaven shaving.
Sorry, like, cool, I don't think you need this right now. But let's go straight into it. MVP goes to Condi. Completely ludicrous kill participation. I think missed out on participating in 3 kills, equaling 87%. We were speaking about this before. Condi likes to get himself amongst it. 5-0-0 at the beginning of that game. His Rek'Sai still looking just as good.
Yeah, he won a game without a single death. This guy is a monster on Rek'Sai. His positioning around the map was the most important thing to consider. Not only was he a part of basically every single kill up until the 6th one, where he was already 5-0. Didn't really matter by that stage. But he was also counter-ganking to get those kills. He wasn't just showing the initiative, he was acting and reacting. So Condi looking very threatening in that game number 2. We'll see if it continues for game 3.
Yeah, and it was very different from game number 1 as well. The Mundo just looked like it really didn't get started. I mean, he managed to grab a kill very early on, but I mean, from there, not a whole lot happened, and it was the Graves that took over. This time, picks up the Rek'Sai, and despite losing over half of his health at level 1, manages to get everywhere on that map and just really dictate the pace. So we've looked at junglers to really control these games a lot over the LPL at the start, but Condi this time around was the one that had the thing by the throat this stage. But we're straight into it here, Rusty, as Tahm-Kench and Gangplank going to be banned away one more time, and WE trying to grab a victory on the blue side for the first time today, as Energy Pacemaker all trying to make things happen for themselves one more time. But momentum now for WE.
Momentum well and truly in their favor, of course. That last game wasn't perfect, but they showed a lot of positive steps towards the direction of winning the game, which is the most important thing, as you would obviously note. So moving into this 3rd game, the question is always, and it's what you'll see in every single best of 3 series, what are the bans going to be next? Because they lost to a Rek'Sai that was MVP worthy. I don't think it's ban worthy, but they might have been spooked by it.
Yeah, it's a very good point. In WE, do they ban the Poppy one more time, or do they take away something else that they see as higher priority?
I mean, I would hope they ban the Poppy.
Yeah, you'd hope so.
They are also first pick, so there's a lot of other options for them, such as the, such as the Rise, or even the Trundle that they use to great success.
Well, the blue side ban going to be exactly the same as the first game here for WE. Energy Pacemaker all, they can make it the same if they decide to take away the Lissandra.
Yeah. Look, Alistar may not have a great degree of success at the moment, but I honestly think that he's ban or pickable. And it's starting to irk me that he hasn't been addressed in a ban yet, because he's been picked in literally every single game of the LPL up until right now.
He's also lost both games this time around, but Fiora is going to be taken away here from Energy Pacemaker all, which is an interesting one, because WE can pick up the Poppy if they feel like it. But the Lissandra is, of course, there, and you have to think that that's going to be the priority here for WE, unless they decide to go straight back to that Alistar.
I kind of
to try and give him even more losses. I don't know.
Kind of like the Fiora ban a lot. It almost says to them, to World Elite that is, that you should pick Poppy, otherwise we will. Because you know what? They banned the Fiora that won lane. Like,
yeah, true.
We're just going to pick and win lane now, aren't we? What are you going to do?
Bring it on.
It's a big taunt, and of course, Graves is a great option. There's so many other good first picks for World Elite to go for. But it almost is knowingly now that there should be a Poppy. I would say last pick.
Poppy and Lissandra could be picked up here as well. Both of them can be flex picks towards a whole lot of different positions. But Alistar, another consideration. Jezza deciding to pick that one up. Theoretically.
It definitely should be Alistar Lissandra. It's just such a good first draft because they're flexing everywhere.
Yeah.
Like Lissandra can go top, Lissandra can go mid. Alistar is just safe. It doesn't reveal any hands. The AD carry is the important factor in that. It's just such a well-rounded first draft, and if they don't do it, I'd be surprised.
Yeah, very surprised, especially given the power of that Lissandra and the fact that they've been flexing that pick a lot anyway, irrespective of this. The first time that they've managed to get their hands on it, we'll see whether they can be as powerful with the champion as 957 was in the last game. Now Condi and GA, up to them to pick something up. But this does mean that Condi not going to be able to play that frontline tank role. It's going to be more of a, facilitative, destroy the jungle and be a massive damage threat position. So we'll see whether Condi is able to move over to that role very easily.
And this is also what makes Alistar such a good support option. At least to take away from 957 who's picked up this Graves. Because they need a natural tank option. You always default to Alistar as the support tank because you literally just press your R key in your tank. Whereas most other supports are left a little bit more wanting in the tank department. So by having the Graves denying the Alistar, they've actually set themselves up to have a tankier team than that of World Elite. But we'll see if they actually make it work, World Elite, here with their next draft.
Well, Kassadin, another consideration. GA.
He wants Hecarim.
Yeah, they were looking at the Hecarim for a little bit, and he's already got the teleport Ignite. But switching it back now one more time.
You calm down, 957.
Yeah. Oh, are they flexing the Kassadin towards the top lane as well? Anything could happen. This is the LPL. Romantic, though, going to be hovering over the Ezreal. Republic can change things up now as well. I mean, it has been in the mid lane. The LeBlanc versus Kassadin. Either side of the matchup has come through for both teams.
I mean, Rek'Sai is not bad into the Graves either. He's like such a naturally tanky champion, and
we saw it last game, right?
Like locking the Graves down, opposed to actually just taking the burst and being kited. So, like overall, not a bad choice here from Energy Pacemaker all. Difficult though.
It's looking very similar to WE's lineup last game. To be frank with you, Mystic looking at a Tristana as 957 is thinking about riding gallantly into the top lane, astride a mighty steed.
I don't know, I'm not sold on it just yet. I think with some time left in this draft, the decision they make should be something a little bit tankier. Mind you, there are a lot of Hecarims in the LPL that just go straight tank items and forego any type of resistances.
Yeah, thinking about Lung here just a little bit.
Yeah, as in the only tank Hecarim with no Sheen item.
Yeah. Just no damage, really. It's just let's just get beefy as quickly as possible and be a disruption threat. Having said, he was very successful at it, and it is going to be the horse locked in. So Ignite Teleport has been switched up, 957 to this point. The Mystic's going to have a lot more consistent damage now on this Tristana.
They've also got the option of the counter pick here for the top lane. So they've gone for the Hecarim, and they can opt into having the Lissandra in the top lane, or they can put the Lissandra middle and pick whatever they would like to go in that top lane against it. Now, Poppy is always going to be the first thing that comes to mind.
Yeah. Be very interesting if it was the Azir.
Or an Ezreal mid, because reasons.
Because reasons.
Yeah. Take that.
Yeah, well, that's what it's going to be. So, Romantic is going to be taking the Kalista into the bottom lane. So, once again, it is going to be Alistar Kalista, which has had lane dominance, especially last game for Energy Pacemaker all, but it was after that point that Romantic just really didn't manage to get going, and as soon as he got picked off, the rest of Energy Pacemaker all would fall apart. And now Republic, this is a good lane for Ezreal.
It is. It's a very good lane for Ezreal, and that's why I'm very confused with him having Exhaust. I mean, you can go for Ignite, you can have a kill threat, you can go for Barrier and have some sustainability and prevent the Kassadin from trading with you.
Maybe the Condi ganks, he can exhaust the Graves as he comes in and kill the Kassadin.
That's so next level.
I'm thinking pretty deep here, Rusty, because I don't quite know why.
10 minutes ahead on an unpredictable game. I mean, like, I don't disagree with the Exhaust, because Exhaust is like the, I'm not going to say poor man's Ignite, but it's like the versatile Ignite, where it reduces resistances and lets you do damage.
Yep.
And also reduces their damage and move speed.
And if you can do it before they, use a burst combo on you, things can definitely work out.
Yeah.
But Ezra, you probably just want to sit back and throw out Mystic shots and be frustrating.
Not exactly, no.
Well, not at level 2, where you just kill people, right?
Yep. Level 2, keep your eyes on the middle lane, because Ezreal's, if they can control the minions well enough, which he should be able to do, should actually just put on a clinic and dumps the GA.
Well, we'll see if he can do it as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 3 between WE and Energy Pacemaker all. Both of these teams, of course, managing to pick up a victory, given the fact that we are in the third game. We'll see whether WE is going to be able to carry the momentum or whether it's going to be EPA to go back to their red side ways and pick up a win. It's Condi. Oh, look at that damage from the queue.
Aggressive energy pacemaker. Or they're asserting their dominance, but the vision has already been placed defensively from World Elite. So well and truly aware as we're getting to see I think our first Elderwood Hecarim.
Oh, Death Sentence lands onto Rabbit 97. Yeah, that Elderwood Hecarim looks super cool, right?
Gorgeous skin. Splash is just as good too.
Yeah, he was already majestic. Now even more majestic.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yep.
All right. Now I've just got sudden reinvigorated faith in 957. So who cares about stats and how he's done in the past? He's Elderwood Hecarim.
He played a decent Lissandra.
He was, yeah.
Let's not remember.
He was fine.
Fiora being banned after it was not all that impressive in the first game. That being said, you're right. He did manage to win the lane.
Double lane swap on the looks of it. Zero's about to find out exactly that.
Oh, immediately flashes out of the way. Not going to get pulverized.
Good play here from EPA, funnily enough. Zero was being aggressive, and of course, when you're putting the lane swap into effect yourself, the natural rotation at level 1 is to go through the tri-bush to the red buff, ward the red buff, and then actually look to be a pest if they go from doubles to red, because they're going to their strong lane, which is going to be their double lane. So free flash basically for nothing on decent predictive and analytical skills here from EPA.
Yeah, I like it. A lot of extra damage, though, from Mystic. Those auto attacks are really hurting under Romantic.
The problem, again, with Alistar in level 1 laning phase is that all you do is sit there and take damage. You kind of have to be relevant in laning phase, and that's what really makes you struggle, as the level 2 we were mentioning. Jay, pretty much struggling.
Yeah. Well, this is what we were predicting out of this lane, right? Not going to be a whole lot of fun if you cast it in.
Not at all.
Already eating through these flasks as much as possible. Does have the teleport, so he can go back a little bit earlier on and not miss out on too much, but dangerous times.
Yeah.
I love the green theme in this lane as well. Glorious.
It's not bad. Now you mention it. It's not overly green, to be fair. Only Elderwood Hecarim in the grass.
Oh, no. You've got the...
It's hints.
Tinge. Yeah, that Lissandra skin. A little bit green.
Green.
A little bit
fringe.
Well, 957 looking to go aggressive. There's the Chlora Doom. Going to be followed.
Whoa.
The Flash as well?
Okay. So, I guess was trying to not get interrupted by the Hecarim E at the same time as the Claw. Generally speaking, even if you knock them out when you think Lissandra's Claw is about to end, it doesn't actually end.
Yep.
It has like an extra little bit of forgiving time there of like 0.2 of a second. So, I mean, Gim Gim should have been fine. He didn't need to flash. Rabbit wants this.
Yeah, going for a very aggressive. Oh, that flash in the middle of the Dark Passage is almost going to get himself killed there, but was super cool. Die. Yeah, the rocket jump comes in. Is he going to explode first? Blood goes down. Yep. There it is. The headbutt even saving him just a little bit as well as the teleport comes in. This is a nightmare for EPA. Double kill for Mystic. JJ just going, oh, okay, well...
That was so good from Rabbit.
Oh, man,
but there
so
was
cool.
No team there to help him in securing the kill. As it was almost style points that backfired so badly.
Yeah, I'm angry. It should have been good, right?
He wanted that highlight reel so desperately, but the poor man didn't get what he wanted. Republic sitting in the middle lane, actually having forced the Cassid into lane spot with Hecarim, by the way. In a comfortable position.
I've been this frustrated in solo queue as well. It's like, nah, we're swapping. I can't handle this.
Yeah. Look, I would actually say this is a smart decision because the Hecarim, we've seen Keen do it in the LCS, let's be fair. It's valid.
Oh, so good, but misses the flash pulverize.
Exactly. The Ignite was very smart from Rabbit, and Mystic over-aggressive but knows there's no knock-up or pulverize available. The teleport comes in. He actually wastes his jump into a very defensive position. And 957, honestly, he plays the Hecarim picture perfect. Knocks them back towards Mystic, who gets a free second kill.
Yep, just delivered on a silver platter there for Mystic.
It was gold-plated, honestly. That was amazing.
Yeah, now has the double buffs at the same time. And Condi adding insult to injury here on the top side. Going to take away this pink ward. And EPA are really going to have to work something out. Already 1,000 gold behind, and the fact that the kills managed to go onto this Tristana that's the real problem. Double daggers against BF Sword? Yep, nah, sorry.
Yeah, it's the 2 kills and it's double buff. So there's absolutely nothing that EPA can do in this lane. And it's actually smart of Condi to put all of his attention towards the top side of the map, prevent Rabbit from getting those double buffs back, which is the standard move for every single jungler when your doubles are taken is, well, I'm getting them back.
Yeah, they're mine.
Yeah.
Sorry. Well, Romantic, it's a bit of damage from the explosive drop passive, but able to hop away. Marshall plays pretty good for that.
Patient.
Yeah, Rabbit97. Doesn't have his flash, of course.
Some might say needlessly patient. He could be farming jungle. Just kidding, he has none. Not at all.
Never mind.
He literally has nothing on the entire map. There is no jungle besides a single Gromp and a single Scuttle Crab.
Yeah.
In fact, you'll find Rabbit. You stay there as long as you want.
Yeah, just
right?
chill. Has it been Condi that's been taking his jungle, or is it actually Rabbit managed to clear that quickly? His Wolves now just came back up, as did Condi's, but it looks like these junglers just pretty effective as far as taking down their camps is concerned. Swiftness boots very early on completed by Condi. As we have a look at the jungler's items. Of course, Rabbit not quite picking his up yet, as Republic just taking command of this lane. Already has his tier, stacking that one up, but despite no extra sort of damage stats, still doing work. Oh, Descent's barely missing there from 0.
Aggressive hook, though. Opting towards the Kalista opposed to the free hook on the Alistar, who was in a closer area. Let's call it aggressive, but it pays off if it connects, right? So the risk-reward factor of this top lane, or let's say the duo in the top lane, it's better for them to take risks because they're so far ahead.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's also the fact that, you don't necessarily expect it to be onto the Kalista if there is an easy hook available, so it could have been catching them off guard, theoretically.
Yeah.
But Condi, of course, the Wolves respawn, so he's going to be killing those ASAP. Red buff now back up here as well, but both of these junglers definitely on farm mode, 29 to 24 in the farm here at 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, but you have to say, honestly, this is good from EPA to slow down what was already a 2-0 Tristana. Somehow staying in laning phase when it's 2 daggers against the BF sword is a godsend for them at the moment, because that was looking dangerous.
Yeah, and not getting denied too much either. It's 55 CS to 63, not even breaching that 10 CS lead mark. So Mystic does have a bit of a wave to clear up here, but doing well. A sign of Romantic as far as trying to keep things together.
I guess mid-games where you look if you're EPA. I was just thinking about it. They've got an Ezreal who's starting to scale with tier. He's been given blue buff, which is great because that means that tier should be online around 20 minutes.
Yep.
Because he's got the buff. He's been just sitting in middle lane. No one wants to contest that guy.
No.
Kassadin, no chance in the world. Hecarim was the last resort who had to go there for a few waves and try and give Kassadin some kind of respite. And granted, he's keeping up in farm as best he can. It's not really going to be able to match 0.
There are a lot of people there. There's the headbutt pulverizer. Romantic going to get a lot of damage extra down onto him. GA making his way in. It's a decent force pulse, but it's not going to be enough. Riftwalk has to be used now defensively. That's an easy kill for EPA.
Yeah, and yet again, it's 0 face checking a bush. Yeah. Every single time they're trying to place vision, EPA just seem one step ahead of him. And they're not even forcing the dragon. They're just threatening that area by not having vision there, making them come to you. Free 300 gold straight in the bank, and that goes to Rabbit.
Yeah, and destroy the pink ward immediately as well, so that's a lot of wasted money at the same time. True Shot Barrage lands onto GA, who goes aggressive onto Republic. GA. Not entirely sure whether that's a great idea, but he's not going to die for it.
It's a great idea.
Yep, Condi making his way in. He's going to get sandwiched, though, by the cow. Nothing worse than a cow sandwich.
I like beef.
Delicious.
What do you mean?
Actually, yeah. Hang on.
Cow sandwich is fine.
Yeah, cow sandwich sounds great.
Fair enough. Look.
That particular cow, maybe not so much.
It was interesting, though. I'll say Jezo trying to counter-gank Condi, who was trying to actually help his teammate who is still losing. And this is all coming off the back of Republic, who is winning his lane no matter who he's put up against. So this Ezreal is actually proving to be quite strong as a pocket pick here for this EPA side in that middle lane.
Yeah, it's the danger of, I guess, picking the Kassadin blind into what was both other games that LeBlanc pick up. But once again, Rabbit97 still looking to try and get some work done. Oh, this ward is going to die right now. And if he moves very soon, then that'd be so smart. Because he would have timed that ward when it went down. But no, going to be replaced.
They know where it was warded this time, though. They actually got vision from Romantic seeing that place down. So Rek'Sai can make active steps towards not being spotted by the vision that they know is there. But instead, he realizes, not worth it. there's other places he can go.
Yeah, well, GA going to sacrifice a bit of his health bar to make sure he picks up all of these creeps, but doing a lot better now that he has hit that level 9 point. Now deciding to forego grabbing an Abyssal Scepter or something else like that. The Rod of Ages is going to be online very soon. Closer to, 12, 11 minutes as opposed to the 16 that was last time.
He's actually doing a lot better in this lane right now, and that's mostly to the itemization choices of Republic.
Oh, True Shot Barrage comes in. There's the flash,
Ooh.
and GA just did not stand a chance. All in the time of that knock-up.
That was honestly so well done from Republic, though. The timing of the flash knock-up from Rabbit was timed with the ultimate of Republic, who then used his E and flash at the same time to get in range of a Q and auto attack. It all happened within a second.
Yeah, really beautiful play. Gingoon now slowing down 957, who's struggling a little bit in this lane. Claw of Doom comes in. He's looking for it. The ultimate comes down, but there's the flash. The ult out from Gingoon. Can he manage to get the kill? The Ignite's down on top of him. The last Q. That'll do it. Teleport comes in. GA looking to try and answer this.
Graves is here as well.
Yeah, Condi will do the best he can. Teleport comes in.
Check the bush.
Doesn't check it.
Okay. Bye.
Yeah, see ya, Gingoon. Teleports onto his Nexus and he's home free.
Yeah. No, look, overall, very well played from Gingoon. Completely destroying 957 in one-on-one combat. Doesn't even really have a damage item. He's got cooldown reduction, the makings of the Rod of Ages with his 2 Doran's rings. But Hecarim is even further behind because he's only really got Merc Treads and his Phage.
Yeah, Zero getting trolled by a minion there just a little bit, but thus far, what looked like a fantastic start for WE has turned into EPA controlling the rest of the map.
You know, the funny thing about Hecarim at the moment as well is what made him strong in laning phase is if you take damage, you go back to base, and you have Home Guard boots as your first item.
Oh, now you don't have that. Well, Rabbit97 is just chilling up here. I'm not entirely sure when he's going to use the knockup, but uses it on 957 as he makes his way in. Doesn't have the ultimate, remember, as Fate's Call comes in. They actually turn this one around as Jezzo trying to get the work done. There's collateral damage. So much extra work done here for WE as Condi makes his way in. Already has a double kill. Republic has picked up the support, but now has to deal with the rest of the team. It's a triple kill now for Condi. Romantic now dealing with the horse, who just jumps on top of him. See you later.
It almost felt like our announcer was a clairvoyant there, just quietly. Yeah. Nice.
Nice.
And that was the exact moment that EPA realized they made a mistake. And we're back.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Well, look, that was... I can't even...
Oh, he's out of here.
Sorry, guys. I just heard triple kill. I was like, hang on, someone hasn't even got a kill yet.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
I can tell there's a turret about to die. Oh, nice.
You're the best at this. You are the best at this. Never mind that, though. Rabbit97 going to clear out some minions as they head towards the mid lane, and WE have utilized the fact that their Tristana was ahead and sent people up there to kill everyone. That's a good idea.
Yeah, no, they really have. Callista was trying so hard to turn that fight back around, but did no damage the entire time. And, I mean, World Elite just waited for a teleport from 957 for Condi to turn up and just obliterate every single person on the map. That guy's got his boots of swiftness.
Oh, there's the Hawk as Republic's underneath the turret. Zero displaying why he's so coveted on that Thresh pick. He knew that Republic was going to do that. That bait out of GA was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, honestly, Zero is a Thresh god, but the bait from GA was MVP of that particular hook.
Yeah.
So set up to a T, lets them put some damage onto the middle lane turret, but really they're just snowballing the map by controlling EPA. If you can keep them down, and 957 can actually walk around the map at brisk pace because he's Hecarim and does reasonably fast things, can stop Lissandra from winning the 1v1, can force them to rotate in response and react to where World Elite are going, and actually catch the entirety of the rest of the map up whilst Mystic continues to snowball.
Yeah, well, Romantic's going to do his best to clear things out, and you're right. Mystic wasn't able to grab that turret there in the mid lane, so again, EPA attempting to slow things down. In fact, they're the only team to have picked up a turret thus far, as, of course, 957 struggled a little bit towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, again, we're going to just be looking at this Tristana the entire time. Infinity Edge first item isn't actually that great unless you have most of your levels in queue actually established. So they're actually leaving Tristana for the most part alone to get experience. They actually recognize that they need to give him experience to utilize the Q, to utilize the Infinity Edge. The weird thing about that is by going Infinity Edge first, and by the time you get the solo experience to get levels in your Q, you're going to have enough money for attack speed. So,
yeah. But, you know, getting levels is always a good thing for Tristana. The draw a bead passive, pretty good as far as getting yourself the extra range, staying out of the way of angry cows.
Yeah.
Jezza.
The biggest thing will always be the Tristana passive, and that's why they're letting Tristana stay alone. Graves, very short-range champion, 3-0, so opting towards the QSS because he needs to stay alive and actually continue to be a carry threat for his team whilst he's in the front line. And meanwhile, the free-farming Mystic will be in the back line, well and truly in the back line, because of the passive.
And using that explosive shot to clear out these minion waves very, very quickly. Romantic waiting for this one to get to the turret, and you can see Mystic given a little bit more time just to freely move around and even get more damage on this turret. That is just so much work already done with only one item.
Yeah, and he's got his team waiting in the wing as well, so there's no chance for EPA to actually engage on this Tristana. They threaten being counter-engaged from this Graves that is monstrously large. No response available here from Rabbit and the rest of the EPA side. They need to find a teleport flank and or just straight engage by having the jump on World Elite.
Well, speaking of teleport flanks, the double teleport is now online here for WE as they have the top laner and mid laner and top and bottom side respectively. Actually not, oppositely. Republic's now going to clear up this wave, but it does mean that Mystic, who's just so much stronger than the other three-man that was trying to answer, is able to put a lot of pressure on this turret.
It's the World Elite special, isn't it?
Yeah.
They have a Tristana that's so good at sieging. The interesting part is no tank.
Yeah, 957. Yeah, Condi gets exhausted now as well. Republic's going to lock down that kill very quickly.
That was... Oh, Condi, what were you doing? He was out of position walking to the right of the turret because they got a flank on him. Did not stick with his team. Did not get pulled to safety by any dark passages by any means. And he goes down, basically one-on-one to Republic. Used the QSS on the exhaust, but still missed everything before he used that QSS and did go down. Costing his team the turret.
But it is going to be Jia getting one in the top lane. He decided not to make his way in. 957 didn't use his teleport either. So he just wandered back towards that mid lane. And let's see it again. Sorry, Condi.
Yeah, look. Condi throws the Q, hits the wall, misses Republic, then throws the ultimate, misses Republic, but definitely still hit that wall. And QSS'd.
Yeah, Rabbit97 has to get out of there. Republic actually has to deal with a huge horse who's going to die as Rabbit97 picks that one up. He's over the wall now as Jie going to get ulted and fairly close to destroy, but Mystic comes in with a heal to save his life. Condi now going to get some revenge as Romantic falls down on the backside. Rabbit97 trying to do some work, but Condi, he wants revenge on that part of the map as well, and Mystic is going to wander through, possibly kill a pink ward, and there he goes. Condi grabs the kill onto the Rek'Sai, the pesky Rek'Sai that was causing him some trouble. WE, they answer.
And Zero, once again, he is actually the one that takes down Republic. No exhaust available for Republic, and just keep your eye on Zero, because 957 puts in work, forces him out of position. Zero knows where he's going with the lantern to try and save his team. Says, all right, you're mine. Flashes for him and kills him.
Yep, takes him down with the empowered Q from the Flay, so really nicely done.
Yeah, and again, the rest of World Elite, they've got a lot of damage. GA did well to live. Condi absolutely burst the heck out of them. And try as Mystic might, he does have his damage. He doesn't have enough gap-closing ability with just the Infinity Edge, because he hadn't recalled in a very long time.
Yeah, very long time. He'll have a lot of money right now.
Just bought an entire rapid-fire cannon.
Yeah. He's thinking to himself, man, that fight could have even gone better.
Did you know you can type RFC into
the shop? How cool is that?
Pretty
cool. Very recent.
Yeah. These guys can't. It's not 6.1 yet.
Yeah. Sorry, LPL. We shouldn't be telling them. Oh, hang on. They can't hear. Okay, well, Condi is going to be able to continue farming things up. You can see 99 to 73, but that's just the Graves way. He just likes killing creeps.
Yeah, it's very, very dangerous position right now if you were EPA. I mean, they've got actually the saving grace.
Kill that? Is it GA? Just auto attack? Okay, decides not to.
Did you get it?
No, just left it there.
Come on,
happy.
Get back. Yep.
Oh, there it is. Nice. I swear, a lot of these wards are more invisible than you expect them to be.
Even the visible ones are hard to see. Apparently, again, like EPA, they're actually working around their power points at the moment. They don't have the 2-item spike for the Kalista, but what they do have is a 1-0 Lissandra who can comfortably 1v1 almost everybody on the map. I would say besides the Graves, because he has a QSS there.
Yep.
Pretty much if they can get Lissandra to split push, work around the teleport that isn't there just yet, which is why they had numbers near the Lissandra to get the turret. But once that's available, if they can split, they're actually going to be okay. I think EPA can find a way back into this game on the back of Ezreal with wave clear, Kalista to an extent with wave clear, and Lissandra with the ability to split push.
Yeah, it just seems like the foundation of the gameplay for WE just feels better here as well, because they just seem to be in the right lanes at the right times a little bit more. Like their split pushing is more effective. You can see 957 able to push up this wave as Mystic got towards the turret in the mid lane and was unable to siege it down. Seems like once again we're getting demonstrated sort of like the extra experience that WE do have at this level of play.
So that's the interesting thing, right? Is I'm giving you an example of how EPA can get back in this game, but I only have one example, right? If I was to compare that to World Elite, they can team fight, they can probably dive when they team fight right now, they can siege, and they can split push. I just lost my pen, come back. Even better than that of EPA, because they've got 2 teleports, they can run a 1-3-1 and wave clear themselves, or they can just straight up team fight and feel superior to that, because there's not even the teleport yet for Gimgoon.
Yeah, not to mention their scaling comp is just ridiculous with Hecarim, Cassidy, and Tristana. I mean, not going to be too worried at that stage, not to mention having some extra damage threat with Condi on that Graves. 5-1-0 as well. I mean, Condi towards the back end of this series has been doing fantastic things.
I love the Ghostblade choice as well.
Oh, yeah.
That's the aggressive man's more of Malmortius, essentially, right? So I don't need the Hex Drinker, but I still want the armor penetration. He's got the active as well for a bit of extra move speed, and the QSS makes up for that Hex Drinker, which is why it's a very good overall choice for him.
Yeah, I like it. And of course, Mercurial Scimitar, pretty decent item as well if you want to be able to grab yourself some lifesteal.
Yeah.
I dig it. Well, Gimgoon, 957. Things might go a little bit differently for the Lissandra this time, but has itemized towards armor. May mean that Gimgoon stands a little bit more of a chance here. Now with a needlessly large rod, going towards what should undoubtedly be that Zhonya's Hourglass.
You would hope that it's going to be a one-sided fight in favor of Gimgoon, solely because there's only armor basically built up here from 957. But hello, that's the Baron.
That is. Zero's going to be tanking it up as best he can, but you can see Mystic's got a bunch of damage. Prey Seekers are coming through. GA just trying to act as interference now. They are pulling off it. Decided actually...
GA needs the tank.
Yeah, they're staying on this Baron now as well.
It's
no
done.
vision at all for EPA, and that's going to be locked down. Baron successful here for WE.
It's a 5-1 Graves. It's a 2-0-3 Tristana. The damage that they can put onto that Baron.
Yeah.
We just saw it. It's so easy for them to take, and no chance for EPA to come and have a look and see if they're doing the Baron, because by the time they even get close from Cassidy's zoning, it's gone.
Well, Gimgoon going to try and take down 957 here, and he's probably going to be able to. That was a fantastic onslaught of shadows as he manages to create a lot of distance, but the knock-up from around the wall was very cool.
That was classy. Rabbit shows he knows the limits of Rek'Sai to a great extent. Of course...
Well, not maybe not the limits, but knows exactly what he's capable of. Just not quite how much damage he can take, given the start of that game.
Sure. Again, though, they put a lot of effort into killing 957, right? A Flash Alistar, Ezreal ultimate, Rek'Sai Flash as well as the Lissandra ultimate to secure him. They do take him down. They do force a teleport.
Yeah,
they don't force all of the teleports, though. And there's still options available here for World Elite to keep EPA oppressed.
Yeah, 957 now with his teleport available, like you said, so... Spectre's Cow completed. May not be as easy to do last time, as this Hecarim's only going to get tankier and tankier. It's only part of the problem that EPA have addressed, but we'll see what they can do as we move into the later stage. Maybe they have one more ridiculous team fight that they have no right in winning to win. Could get themselves to the right position, but as it stands, 7,000 gold is the lead. 5 turrets to 3, which is the big deal. I mean, these structures are falling left, right, and center, and Tristana's only going to make things worse on that front.
Well, I mean, almost surprisingly compared this EPA side to Xiaogu. So if there's anything they can do, it feels like late game team fighting, and Condi, you need to be careful.
Does have to use the Ghost Blade active to get himself to any semblance of safety. Mystic going to use the rocket jump as well as Gimgoon finds his way in. There's the flash. The QSS going to be used from Condi, who's still alive somehow. Gimgoon just buying time for his team to make his way in. The Ren not going to be enough to take him down. GA from the backside uses the Zhonya's as well. Probably shouldn't have, but he's picked up a double kill. Now Romantic's going to fall. It's a triple kill for the Kassadin, and he's just trying to play clean-up duty. You can see Rabbit97 now dealing with 2 members. Doing a pretty decent job as well as 957 picks up the 5th kill, but a quadra for GA.
And GA going off in that fight for World Elite. Condi putting down a whole bunch of damage, but the biggest thing that they just had was 957 zoning the entire time. This was Lissandra against Hecarim. This was a 1v4 on both ends. Gimgoon did so much work and wasted a lot of time, but he does ultimately go down for this, whereas 957, he lives. And you can see GA comes in, uses his own Zhonya's and already picks up the kill. And just like that, it's clean-up duty.
Exactly right. 2 turrets then as well. The inhibitor falls in favor of WE. With assistance of the Baron buff, it is going to happen. But now, the game blasted open for WE. 15 kills to 9 and almost a 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah, that has completely exploded out. This World Elite side have such a good scaling composition with Kassadin now getting blue buff in level 16.
Oh, man.
It's getting real dangerous here. Republic's doing a lot of damage. They've got a Lissandra who we just saw nearly win the team fight for them. Nearly. Didn't quite, but that does show how much damage that he's doing. Kalista, 2-item spike, definitely online. It's so difficult for them to kill 957. So difficult for them to catch GA. And if Mystic gets a reset on that passive with the jump, basically lights out.
Yeah, it's true. And after a fantastic first game from Romantic, he's just been a bit of an absentee on the map. The Kalista play just hasn't been up to the level that's been needed of him from the team.
Yeah. The scariest part right now is the Lichbane completed for Kassadin.
Oh, God.
He's playing frontline Bruiser Kassadin, who's, if he presses W and auto-attacks you, it's probably half your health. You have to be very, very careful right now if you were Republic, Gimgoon, and Romantic.
Yeah, and the other scary thing on the side of EPA is that they have wave clear, AoE wave clear, and 1 champion, and that is going to be the Lissandra.
Yeah.
And she's relatively short range at the same time. Let's use that core.
If it's worth anything, Ezreal does have decent wave clear with the Frozen Fist.
That's true. A little bit more.
It does oppress the minions to an extent where you can at least clear, I'm going to say, 4 of the minions before it crashes onto a turret. EPA, though, if I were them, I would do exactly what they are now and try and pick someone before the siege begins. Because if a siege begins, then Kassadin's just unstoppable in a side lane. And if that happens, then you are in such big trouble.
Yeah, at least Republic has done a bit of work clearing out this bottom lane.
Good hook.
Yep. Yuzor taking a lot of damage. Just takes the Dark Passage to safety, though, does GA after taking half of the Cow's health. True Shot Barrage not going to do too much there to Mystic. There's Condi helping him out. You can see Tristana and Graves. It's just so much tower damage. Look at that. 957 just launches himself at the thing in the Trinity Force.
To be fair, it was also the Lichbane auto attack from Kassadin.
Yeah, true. Very true.
And top lane right now is 1 more wave, and then Tristana's going to take it. GA has made his adaptation to the siege. He's going to go bottom and oppress them and force them there. This should fall.
Well, Mystic is going to be able to chuck an explosive shot on it and makes very, very short work. Rabbit97 is going to be there. Rocket Jump going to be used as Condi decides that he has to flash away from the Dark Passage. Gets out of there. Collateral damage going to do the work onto the Rek'Sai. And now the Cow making his way towards the backline. Gimgoon's there as well, just trying to create a problem. But GA is so huge in that front line. Mystic's able to clean up there as Condi does eventually fall down. But WE just looking so incredibly strong. And despite not being on a tank, Condi did his very best to be a frontliner there on that Graves. And this is going to be all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. WE, they dropped the first game, but that was apparently just practice as they managed to take down EPA 2-1.
That was a disgusting Kassadin from GA. The second they came online, the game, honestly, it started in the top lane. The Tristana getting 2 kills. A big mistake that shouldn't have happened from Energy Pacemaker. They're a side that look good when they're ahead. And they're also good when they get to late game team fighting. But World Elite consolidated that lead so well. They honestly could not get back in the game. When Energy Pacemaker rolled, they really struggled.
Yeah, and WE just looked like they were in a lot of control that game. And I want to see them against some of the sort of, I guess, higher end teams here in the LPL to see whether they can continue to have this macro play that looked very, very on point, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, no, seriously, it did. Like, I feel like they're unrefined, but their decision-making and the ideas that they have ready to present and the rotations that they want to make is definitely there. Energy Pacemaker all felt like they knew exactly what they wanted to do as well, but about 10 seconds slower. And that was ultimately the difference.
Yeah, and they certainly had coordination. As you can see, WE taking a bow here for their victory in our first 3-game series here of the LPL. Of course, it was only the 3rd series of this split, as we are very, very much at the start. But WE managing to come from behind, pick themselves up the win after that first loss. So really nice stuff. But EPA showing some signs of light here. And if they had anything, it was coordination, especially in the team fights.
And you know, the best thing to me is we kind of said the AD carry for EPA was written off as the weak link.
Yeah.
The one game that they did win, he was the MVP. So that's actually a very big shining light, essentially, for this EPA side that they can take away from this. Is they almost got back into a game they should have been well and truly out of.
Yeah.
And they got an MVP on their weak link. It's not his weak link, evidently.
Yeah, and what they've been showing, really, is the fact that you can't discount them. You can't sort of make assumptions because, A, when they win, they seem to win with Romantic doing a whole lot of the damage. That Lucian play was fantastic. And also, when they're behind in goal, when it looks like they have no right winning something, they manage to come out with these team fights. So we'll see whether they can carry that through towards the next few games or whether it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to overcome what is a difficult defeat. I mean, after winning the first game, you sort of feel like you probably should win the next one, but we'll see whether they can get through it, I guess, mentality-wise.
I will say that coming into the first week, mentality should not be the biggest issue for these guys. I think that it's a lot for them to work on. They've got a lot to rebound off now. Losing a best-of-3 series in week 1, not that big of a deal, especially if you get a point for winning a game, opposed to just losing 0-2, such as EDG did.
Yeah.
You know, it's...
Oh, no, you only get 1 point if you win the best of 3.
Oh, right, sorry, my bad.
You just get a point.
I misinterpreted that. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, look.
They could have got
I was going somewhere.
They had a point as far as the score is concerned. There is a 1 there. So
yay.
Yeah, they'll get in that way. But yeah,
so that's what you meant when you said.
Yeah,
right.
that's what it is, and it's pretty brutal, to be honest. You'd expect for winning a game, you want to win something, but no, you come out with nothing, irrespective of being able to take the first game.
It's the best of 2 for you.
Yeah, and we'll see what they choose as the highlight play here, because I really want it to be Rabbit 97's top lane gank turned into colossal failure, but it's not going to be.
I don't blame this for being the highlighted play to show as well, because this was honestly very well played from Lissandra. Tried his absolute hardest Gimgoon to carry the team through it. Not going to pay any dividends as GA, he finds his moment to shine and goes absolutely off. Gets the quick triple, decides that he wants to go for the pentakill and goes for Jiezo, but 957, he didn't want him to have it.
No, just needs, it's all business here for 957. It's not about the glory. This is going to be the highlight play, of course, of the series. EPA coming out with this one in game number 1, where their team fighting was really shining. Just couldn't carry it forward to the next couple of games.
No, I mean, the Poppy was the biggest thing in that game, you have to say. He put in a lot of work. It was the teleport decisions out of this EPA side, and that's something that was carried through every single game that we watched from them in this series. Was the teleports were great. EPA, they did have that to call for them.
Yeah, and I've seen as well the fact that a lot of these junglers have a lot of extra pressure on them at this early stage of the LPL thus far. I mean, Condi sort of dropped the ball in game 1. The Mundo wasn't really working out, but then the Graves working out brilliantly. The Rek'Sai as well having a fantastic game. So it does seem to be hinging a lot on this jungle play.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of that comes down to the changed jungle pool. Having the Graves as one of the priority champions in there kind of promotes a lot more early aggression. Graves does so much damage early game. You may as well gank with it opposed to killing jungle camps. And for the most part, everyone else is just responding to those early ganks and trying to match it. And, I mean, it backfired heavily in Game 3 is the best example.
Yeah, it most certainly did. But congratulations to WE managing to pick up their first victory here in the LPL. We'll see whether that means that they can change what was a pretty horrible split, too, of 2015. But, ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more series to go. QG going to be taking on LGD right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson. This is Zach Rusty Pie. And just to recap, MVP, surprisingly, was GA with massive quadra kills, really doing a whole bunch of work. And it really looked like, game number 2, that was his Cassidy game where he was warming up, and game number 3 he really went off.
Look, I'm going to say that I'm not going to say he's undeserving of the MVP because he performed well. 6-1-4 is very good, but a 50% kill contribution goes to show how the rest of World Elite really nestled him until he was capable of carrying, right? So he actually didn't do much. He sat around, farmed. He struggled in laning phase.
He survived lane is what he sort of did.
He was a true battler.
Yeah.
He got through, and then he got to level 11, got his items, and just started to hyper carry for the rest of his team. A giant quadra kill took that score to 6-1-4. In fact, I think it took him to 4-1-4. He had like nothing beforehand. So put in overtime GA once he got his items. But the rest of World Elite, credit where it's due. They did step up for him.
Yeah, they most certainly did. And notably, Condi as well, managing to do some work there on that Graves. I mean, we talk about the junglers all the time, but Condi was really stepping up towards the last 2 games. Really getting the work done. Mystic picking up that double kill early on, despite the fact that Rabbit97 managed to get a knock-up mid-Dark Passage, which is so freaking cool, but it just flat out backfired.
It was the coolest thing that never made the highlight reel.
Yeah, it was the coolest thing that was bad, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, you have to say, though, like, they tried so hard, EPA, to make these big plays.
Yeah.
It just never happened the way that they wanted it to. And World Elite, honestly, from raw laning, from raw mechanics, turned it back around and said, you know what, we're just going to win the game because we're more experienced as a team.
Yeah, and it is exactly what you said. It's having more experience. It's having sort of that roster that's used to playing together. And the fact that Condi came onto the roster a little bit earlier on, it's only Aluka that they've really missed, and Zero coming in as well in favor of Love CD. It's sort of these roles that they're able to sort of mesh with very quickly, as opposed to, this EPA lineup that really haven't been tested on the LPL stage at all yet.
Yeah, so the interesting question there is, of course, World Elite, only 2 of the 5 from the last roster are going to be here in this particular split, but they still look like a decent team. Like they've, team-wise, of course, macro-level plays, they've done very well being put together. And I think a lot of credit has to go to being an all-Korean bot lane, firstly, where the synergy just naturally has to level up even further because they both speak the same language. It's always going to help. Even if they have broken Chinese, they can speak Korean to each other. And we saw that from the 2v3, I think it was, for the most part, where they actually turned around and the amazing rabbit play was never to be.
Yeah.
Still, the 2v2 from World Elite was great.
Yeah, the other thing I want to mention as well is GA and Zero having that fantastic synergy in the mid lane, managing to bait out Republic. He had that sort of used the arcane shift to try and stop her back, and then Zero was right there with the death sentence. Came in and it looked like it was all orchestrated from a long time earlier. And it just shows that, the communication levels between these sort of mixed nationality teams is really leveling up.
The best part about that play was it was just all mechanics.
Yeah.
That was all Zero saying, bait this.
Exactly.
And that's all that happened. Zero hits the miracle hook, essentially, and turns it all around. And World Elite, they've got mechanics. That's what we can take from that. Zero, fantastic player. Of course, Condi stepped up massive on that. Graves, even, of all champions, and put on a clinic, went QSS, and just decided to not die from there on out.
Yeah.
They showed that they can actually work with having a losing lane, put GA into a safe position, and swap lanes until it works. And 957, he showed that he can teleport capably, and that he's got the mechanics to keep up with the best.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. 957, he had a rough start on the Fiora, but afterwards definitely showed that he had a whole bunch of skill moving towards that top lane. The Hecarim play was fantastic, even though he had a rough time early on. But look, one thing I do want to say is that Gamgoon had a pretty decent showing here in his first game in the LPL. He really, really looked good here for EPA.
I'm not going to disagree with you. I think Gamgoon was fine. I don't know if Gamgoon is where the issue lies.
Yeah, well, exactly. But, it's not necessarily what we're expecting, and that guy was a shining light for his team.
So, yeah, exactly right. Like, he's done well in a situation where I was surprised that he would do well. I think the mid laner from EPA was surprisingly good also. He'd put in a lot of work, and funnily enough, they're both the Koreans of the team that are also new to the roster.
Yeah.
That's the one thing to consider.
That's a good point.
Energy Pacemaker all did so well during the LSPL, barely lost a single game. But what was surprising is that their 2-star players are the 2 new players to the roster, not the 3 established.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they are going to be able to figure it out as they move forward. Of course, We are moving on to LGD taking on QG, and this is going to be the big game of the night. Of course, Marin moving into LGD, Amy as well over for an unlimited potential into that jungle role, taking the position of TBQ, who had a rough year, honestly, in 2015, really struggling a lot. I mean, LGD managed to rally up and at least managed to pick up the LPL spot towards the end of the year, but couldn't make a dent at Worlds and unfortunately fell apart from that point on. And this is their redemption at this stage, and if they're coming up against competition, QG are definitely going to be able to bring it. They came second, of course, just behind LGD. Man, it's going to be very, very tough. And this is a huge first game for both of these sides.
Yeah, this is basically first team in the playoffs versus the second of the regular split in terms of finishing. LGD played the gauntlet and beat every team out to make it into the Worlds Finals. They put in a lot of work. They stepped up in the playoffs, and then, of course, they floundered a little bit at Worlds. But that's the story of China as an entire region, let's be fair. Made it to Worlds, underperformed a little bit. This LGD side is, I am going to honestly say, a strict upgrade across the board. They've replaced TBQ with Amy. Amy is a very strong player mechanically, makes a lot of interesting decisions, is the downfall of Amy. But overall, I would still say is an upgrade to TBQ. Marin in the top lane, it's an upgrade.
Yeah.
The previous top laner was amazing. In fact, Acorn's still on the sub roster. He's an analyst for the team unless he needs to sub. But Marin's just the best top laner in the world. I think there's a debate for the best player in the world. But, of course, Faker exists, and no one's going to have that argument with me.
No, not getting there just yet.
But, again, Marin coming onto this team, he has a point to prove. He wants this to be the best team in the world. He wants to motivate a team. And LGD's downfall has always appeared to be a lack of motivation to being the best. They are just cruising along until it really counts.
Yeah, and they seem to get in their own heads a lot as well. As soon as they start losing, things go a bit ridiculous.
Yeah.
We've seen Imp play pretty insane things across the board. But with Marin on the team, with Amy now picking up that jungle role, and you mentioned the fact that he came in, he makes some interesting decisions, blah, blah, blah. But he's played with Wayless before, and Wayless has been very outspoken against TBQ. And now with Amy on the side, things could look a lot better here for LGD, just given that sort of mental state that Wayless is now going to be in. He's going to be a little bit more confident with his jungler, able to rely on him a little bit more. And regardless of whether or not TBQ was as bad as everyone says, I mean, I don't want to be that guy that throws him under the bus one more time, but not having faith in your jungler is a bad thing for a mid laner.
Definitely is. So, again, it's a strict upgrade, mechanics aside, decision-making aside, solely because the team will be happier for this. And so be it. If that's what it takes to perform better or to improve as a mid laner, is to be happier with your jungler. It's the decision the team made. LGD Gaming decided they wanted to remove TBQ over removing GodV.
Yeah.
Because they want GodV to perform. And so that's the direction they've taken. Of course, I do think that Amy's still a bit of an upgrade. So thankfully, they've got that to back up with. And then Marin's just going to be a beast in the top lane.
Yeah, he certainly will. And he showed it at Worlds. This guy, ridiculous strong. We just basically don't need to mention it. We're just like, Marin's in the top lane now. So that is very, very good, guys.
Of course, I don't want to completely write off Chagu while we're sitting here talking about how good LGD
you certainly
are.
Wouldn't.
In fact, we haven't even mentioned the bottom lane of LGD, which goes without saying. They haven't changed at all, thankfully. So
that's Imp and PYL.
Yeah, we don't need to spiel on about them too long. But Chagu, they are a side that came in as rookies in the summer split and finished second, and then competed over in IEM and finished second at an international level. This is a side that is so consistent, it's unbelievable. And for a rookie side, that is confusing.
Yeah.
And have now brought on 2 subs that are arguably better than their main roster.
Yeah, so that's Dade in the mid lane is going to be now in a sub position for Chagu. And Uzi, you may know that guy. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Managed to get Star Royal Club to a couple of Worlds. But now left OMG, who was picked up by QG as well, but they're not fielding these players first up, and I love this about QG. If it isn't broken, don't fix it, and their roster has always team fought so well. Their coordination has been fantastic. TNT, TCT, always been sort of these sort of solid members of the team. So they've just got now some extra talent, and if things start to go badly, then you can move in your sort of prized players maybe in this Uzi and Dade, and as well they can now start scrimming and build that synergy so that when they do bring them out, it's not going to be as sort of fresh players. They're going to already have played with this team for quite some time.
Yeah, and it's going to be very confusing almost to see how they go. It's going to be scrim results in the background to actually see how Uzi meshes with the rest of the team, see if Dade does mesh with the rest of the team. It's kind of weird to say that Dade's a sub to Doinby of all things, like of a Maokai Nautilus mid player, but it's almost insulting, but it's fine because Dade needs time and Uzi needs time. And this is the best possible competitive decision from a young side once again to actually not side their star players that they've just picked up, to let them fit into the team. And if they don't, work out why they don't and make it work. And my biggest concern with the new Xiaogu side is always going to be how they actually integrate with a jungler like Swift, who is the most aggressive item and money dependent jungler that you'll ever see on the planet. He's basically like Spirit 2.0. In fact, beat Spirit at his own game at IEM. So, look, Swift, and then having Uzi on the roster to boot, who demands literally everything on the map in terms of gold and objectives.
That's going to be where the problem is, right?
I feel like that's going to be a big thing they need to consolidate. Can Swift calm it down, or has Uzi learnt to calm it down? We don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And look, QG, they've obviously made this decision themselves to say, okay, we understand this is a team game. We're going to field the 5 people that feel the most comfortable playing together because we can play better as a team with these people. And as soon as it has become in scrims and, you know, in practice outside, that they can do that with these sort of arguably mechanically better players or at least different players, then they can do it that way. And we'll just have to see whether they do field Uzi at any point. Of course, they can this game. They could theoretically, game number 1, field Uzi right now.
Again, we don't want to. Like we've been told from reliable sources that he's not going to be played. But LPL, you know, we were told Firelolly's not going to play either.
Yeah.
We were told he was going to be scrimming to threaten Clearlove's position on the main roster. And here he is week 1, day 1, playing a best of 3 and going 0-2. There's a chance that Uzi plays. There's a chance that Dade plays. We don't actually know. And that's the beauty of this massive man rosters, the LPL sides.
Yeah, I find it very interesting. And look, if they were to field either of these players, I mean, going up against Wayless here, Doinby has done it multiple times over the split, but so did Dade, of course, playing for M3. So how do you think that would go? If you were to choose which mid laner to put against Wayless, who would you choose?
I mean, like, I'd just be choosing Doinby regardless at the moment because I don't know how Dade is actually performing at present. I think his form was questionable before the end of the split. And
he did look like he had his soul a little bit broken towards the end of the split.
Yeah, he felt a bit crushed.
He did.
But, like, most importantly, I think that Doinby's the best mid laner for Xiaogu because he's also the best mid laner for Swift. And no matter how creepy their relationship gets, Doinby's always going to look after Swift. It's his man.
Oh, God. Yep. That is very true.
I don't know if Dade would do that as effectively.
No, or affectionately. Either.
Well, yeah, look. You said we weren't going into it.
No, sorry, probably shouldn't have. Just, it was right there. It was right there. But we are going to go through some rosters, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into this second series of the night. And one of the biggest that we've seen thus far. You can see Wayless, he's got, you know, general smirk on his face. He actually didn't really have too much of anything. Everyone looking pretty serious.
So they should be. Week 1, day 1. And they're against Xiaogu. A side that you cannot take lightly. You need to actually respect a fair bit.
You certainly should, but we're going to go over LGD first up. See the 8-man squad. Akon's still sitting there, but Marin is going to be taking the top lane. Amy's there. Wayless, Imp, and PYL. So it's exactly the roster that we were expecting. Not going to throw Akon in there just for, I don't know, nostalgia. But Marin untested in the LPL, but statistics show for themselves this guy is incredibly strong. World champion in that top lane. Amy coming over from Unlimited Potential. Plays a lot of stuff, let's be honest.
Does play a lot of stuff, but always look towards that Lee Sin, because if Amy gets it, it's pretty scary.
It is. I mean, it's relatively similar to some guy called TBQ. As Imp is going to be in that bottom lane, of course, plays everything. This guy is one of the most aggressive AD carries, and PYL, one of the smartest support players to ever grace the LPL. And that's exactly why Imp's on the team. Of course, we mention this every single time, but it's just so cool.
Yeah. And the thing with LGD, right, is shot calling has always been a big deal for PYL.
Yeah.
And the problem with having TBQ on the roster wasn't just that Wayless was struggling. It was, or struggling to deal with him. It was more that PYL was also micromanaging TBQ.
Yeah.
As well as micromanaging the rest of the map. So the biggest thing here is there is a lot of weight lifted off PYL's shoulders. He can focus on making clear, succinct, and concise calls that lead their team to victory, not micromanaging literally everything ever.
Yeah. And we'll see how unlocked he's going to be here in this first game, but very, very tough competition. And speaking of the jungler, I mean, talk about out of the furnace and into the fire. Amy, I mean, now hopping onto LGD, where everyone's going to be looking at him to be this upgrade over TBQ, and now has to face off against Swift.
Yeah. It's going to be pretty crazy to say the least. Amy, of course, does have experience playing against Swift.
Yeah, of course.
Knows how aggressive he can be and should be prepared to deal with Swift and the Xiaogu Reapers.
Yeah, and they did come in at the same time, but there they are, the Xiaogu Reapers, of course. 7 members on the side, as you saw Uzi chilling off to the side there. But V, Swift, Doinby, Peko, and more. Of course, Peko is still TNT. He's just decided to go back to Peko.
And more, if you didn't know, was TCT, and before TCT, he was more in the
LCS.
LCS, yeah.
North America.
That's right.
And before that, he was something else as well. So let's just not talk about those
People
two.
know him as more.
Yeah.
And formerly known as more, TCT, they're more.
Yeah, perfect. Doinby, he's going to be in the mid lane, of course. He hasn't changed his name, thank goodness. Changed his hair color, though. Did like the purple personally, but this guy has played basically everything in the mid lane. If you can pick a champion in the mid lane, he's going to have played it there. And Peko, the guy who was sort of known originally as being this like low resource AD carry, but has since really branched out, can be that carry for his team.
Yeah. And the side was originally built around him.
Yeah.
They were building a side to protect TNT, let him hyper carry, and now he's the one whose position is also under threat because Uzi is waiting in the wings, ready to snap that AD carry position up.
Yeah, and I believe that's happened in the past before, but I'm not gonna go through it. There, Hart looking fantastic on your side.
Looks so dapper.
Oh, looking so dapper.
I'm jealous of that coat. It's amazing.
Yep, coaching there for LGD. See how it goes. Champ Select is going to be very, very soon. As we do hop into it, we'll see what Hart has in store for us on the side of the LGD roster. Of course, when they had control themselves, champion picks were very interesting. But once again, I mean, look at this. Straight out the gate, you're going to be banning away Swift's champion pool.
Yeah, and I'd be very surprised if they didn't ban away Swift's champion pool. His Nidalee is amazing. Needs to be taken off the board or addressed to some extent, and Amy does play Nidalee, but maybe not to the same extent of Swift, as they could probably just freely pick it in their first rotation here. LGD have different things on their mind with their picks and bans.
Oh my goodness. Is it going to be all junglers that they
Sorry,
ban?
Swift. You can't have it.
Yeah. Kindred, next ban.
I actually think it should be.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. As the Lulu is going to be taken away here, so Ryze and Lulu removed, and that's just going to be just being effective with your bans, right? Because you get to remove it from Marin and Wayless at the same time.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
And now, with this last ban, it's going to be the choice of, do we ban away a target pick, which, you know, can be considered one, or do we ban away a strong champion? And if you ban away a strong champion, you're still leaving open about 6. So, yeah, not really a point. May as well get rid of a targeted ban.
Well, Mondo is being considered here by Marin. For the jungle, for the top lane. Amy, of course, no stranger to tanks. We saw him break out into the LPL with a Sejuani pick, I believe, very early on.
And of course, no surprise, this is more of a draft that I was expecting to see in the first best of 3 series is Mundo exists. Better take Mundo. Because it's just really good.
Hey, Trundle exists.
Yeah.
Let's take Trundle. Of course, Kindred is still there for Swift if they want to pick that one up.
Maybe Lissandra. Pretty much whatever you want.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if we're having a bit of a repeat. And LGD with 2 very, very targeted bans towards the jungle. Oh, there it is. Swift, of course, known for playing a pretty decent Nocturne, you guys remember. This is showing off now.
Yeah. His diverse champion pool saying you can't ban me out.
Yeah, exactly.
He plays all of those.
But it is going to be the Rek'Sai that he defaults to. The Trundle is going to be locked in. It's a flex pick here between Moore and V. As Amy looking at the Alistar, and once again, 100% pick ban rate so far here in the LPL. And the Tristana is going to be paired with him, so Imp taking a lot of all-in there to the bottom lane. Well, what used to be known as all-in. I just see Tristana, Alistar, and I think level 3, you're going to die.
Or level 2, honestly.
Yeah, or level 2, yeah.
Back when it was just all-in.
I like the 2 points in rocket jump into kill everyone. But I think that's very different now, as QG now going to consider what to do, and they can grab Lissandra here on the 4th rotation. Could be very scary.
See, I like this, but it's also going to be the assumption that V will play it, because Doinby is more of a Victor guy, and they're leaving it to the last pick, so they're running a very big flex kind of second draft here.
But it's a super flex as well, isn't it? So now V can play the Lissandra theoretically.
Don't forget about the frog.
Once again, the frog can go everywhere. probably... Wait, hang on. I was about to say probably not in the mid lane, but this is Doinby, so...
Yeah, there's a real chance that Doinby plays it.
I think I actually recently just clicked on a game to spectate it in client, and there was someone playing the old mid lane Tahm Kench.
I wouldn't take client spectator as an indicator of the LPL.
I'm just saying, he manages to get to the mid lane at some point. It's not blocked off.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You can unclog the frog now and then.
Yeah, well, Wayless going to go back to tried and true by the looks of things, is that Varus has been locked in. He's had some brilliant games on the champion, but does just show that just can't really step away from it.
It's kind of... They've, with no hesitation, LGD have picked their entire team comp.
Yeah.
So I don't know how Hart has come in to prepare this entire pick and ban phase, but he's in with a mission.
That's true.
They've picked a very well-rounded team comp with no delays or considerations.
Yeah.
They've gone for the Varus mid lane. They've got a Rumble top lane, so they've mixed their damage up completely. They've got the Tristana, who's very good at sieging, whilst the Varus is designed to be poking. They've got the Alistar and the Mundo to be a front line, so that you can't actually get to the back line, which is poking and sieging.
Yeah, massive amounts of slows, as well as the knock-up CC available from PYL's Alistar. Laying down the red carpet then as well. The Equalizer can be used as a CC tool as well as a heck of a lot of damage once the poke has been delivered. I do like the comp.
Interesting.
But QG, they reply very quickly as the LeBlanc has been locked in. And that is going to be Tahm Kench in the top lane, by the way.
Yeah.
So that is an odd flex pick, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Trundle now to be considered the supportive choice over the Tahm Kench. Well, that is the world we live in right
now. The double flex, we have no idea if they swap back with that. It's entirely possible.
I just want Doinby to switch the LeBlanc into the bottom lane. Have the LeBlanc support.
This is also a game where you'll probably see a whole lot of Swifties.
That is true.
Boots of Swiftness, the flavor against Mundo, actually does quite well against Rumble as well, if you want to consider that.
That's true. Harpoons and Equalizer, both sources of slow, can be negated by 25-odd%. But we'll just have to see how Marin goes on this side as well. That's what I'm looking for here from LGD, is the coordination that they have and their drive to take a victory.
Yeah. There's a lot of questions to ask of this Xiaogu side, a lot of questions to ask of LGD with Marin now in that top lane and their new jungler and coach together from Unlimited Potential.
One thing I really want to point out right now is the fact that Amy has a smile on his face. When was the last time you saw an LGD jungler with a smile on their face, Rusty? It was a very, very long time ago.
I don't remember.
So loading onto the Rift now, and we'll see whether it makes a difference. So we're going to have it going on, but let's get onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, Game 1 of LGD taking on QG. Now, feature matchup of the evening, Rusty. Amy once again. This is a very similar start.
It just happens every time.
To Game 1 of WE versus EPA.
So it's funny the way that they've changed how they're invading now. Yeah. Is they don't go via the tri-bush. They don't go the long way to invade. They actually just brute force their way in. They have the jungler walk in. Dude, and just be a pest.
Yeah, it's ukulele power. They've got the ukulele power. That's all you need.
Also the best skin possible.
It is so good.
I know, Mundo is actually pretty good too.
Kid Icarus in the mid lane now. I mean, Varus in the mid lane. Doesn't look like we're going to have too many lane swaps. It is going to be scouted by QG. PYL are going to wander over that one, then wander back. We'll see where he decides to actually go. Deep vision only being provided by Doinby, so if they walk around it...
That was a pump fake right there. PYL knows it's warded.
Yep.
He walked there to show vision, and Imp was already sitting up here waiting to go. So they were looking to lane swap or match the lane swap anyway, on the assumption that Xiaogu were going to do it themselves, and spotted.
Yep, there's going to be the ward, so...
We're going to get a 2v2.
More and Peko have to deal with Imp and PYL. Man, if only Pekka was like Peck, because then it could be like 3-letter names versus 3-letter names. TNT, why did you change your name?
Look,
it would have been.
Pekko's better than Peck.
Well, it's true. But TNT is better than most names, really. Their name was so cool.
It was the 2T combo. It was awesome. But, of course, if we're looking at this top lane, 2 versus 2, Imp will actually struggle. It's, as we saw in the last game, Alistar at level 1 doesn't really offer anything to you. So you kind of have to sit back, wait for level 2. And, of course, the experience advantage from the double golems, or the Krugs, as they are now called, did go over to Xiaogu. So, in complete control in the reversed or the Australian lanes.
Yep. Is going to give Marin a 1v1 against V as well on this Tahm Kench. See how the frog goes.
And Marin probably the best Rumble in the world. I've never seen someone play Rumble as effectively as him.
The only one that had come close is Akon, and he's not going to be against him because he's his teammate.
Yeah. But he's going to find Swift right now. That's a flash.
Yeah, there's the flash forward. V needs one more auto attack to be able to eat him up. Swift does manage to get the knock up. Thunderlords goes down, but Marin is going to be fine. Flash burnt for the Rumble. Wayless already. Getting aggressive onto Toynbee.
Yeah, so flash for flash used in bottom, and the middle lane, as you are looking at the moment, does favor the Varus for all intents and purposes, if you look at the 1 versus 1. The way that it works is you outrange the LeBlanc's poke, you sit back and you farm where possible, and basically if she tries to harass with you, she's in a very predictable line, as you just saw.
That's true. Chains are going to land. The Toynbee has to be careful. That is going to be the passive down, and Wayless is just being unrelenting with these auto attacks. I think that Amy may have just 3-buffed Swift as well.
It does actually feel that way. Swift, very, very early aggression in the bottom lane with the gank. Predictable almost.
And Imp looking to pick up a kill here in the mid lane.
It's a lot of people. LeBlanc's predictably being aggressive. I'll say that much. Using the W in an offensive manner.
Yeah, that's 4 people making their way in.
You can't bait that.
Yeah.
The LeBlanc was losing lane already to the point where you can't really bait it forward. And they just expended a lot of time. But Marin...
Yeah, there's another knock-up. V needs another couple of auto attacks. Marin's going to make his way underneath the turret. Scrap shield, not even necessary. He's going to be absolutely fine, but that's already 2 ganks on the Rumble. It's a lot of respect given to the world champion.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like they've set the precedent that Marin should not be getting ahead.
Yeah.
They know he's good, but maybe they're spending too much time down there. As Swift, to be fair, didn't have much of a choice knowing that he's already been 3-buffed. Imp struggling as well.
Oh, nice double pulverize there from the headbutt. PYL. Pekka is going to get a lot of extra hurt. Triumphant Roar is going to help out, though, as LGD, they're holding on just fine here in this top lane.
They certainly are, and they're looking towards their mid-game spike. So they're running the Varus Rumble team composition. So level, let's say 11, hopefully, once they start getting their penetration items, the Sorcerer's Shoes and Haunting Geist for the Rumble, or depending on if he wants Abyssal Scepter. And the first big item for Varus is a point of power where they can start to siege, dive, or force objectives. Dangerous position for Xiaogu to be in if they do get to that stage unimpeded. And then they've got Amy and PYL to boot, who will be level 6 by that stage with their ultimates.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Wayless has been sneaking forward, knows that he's out of vision, and he just snagged Doinby by the very end of that piercing arrow.
You can tell he knows what he's doing on that champion.
He's played it a lot, Rusty.
He's real good on Varus. Of course, should be winning this lane, as mentioned. Does have the range advantage until, let's say, about level 6. But even then, you can threaten the chains with your ultimate. Stop the LeBlanc from doing all of the damage, and he's got the cleanse to boot. So, really, it's a sign of what to expect. Passivity. Yeah,
chain's going to land one more time. Hail of Arrows actually dodged out of the way of at least the initial damage there by Doinby. Oh, the clone takes an auto attack from the turret.
Amy sees Swift. Oh, nope. Swift sees Amy.
But look at this. He's just got his jungle on farm. 29-18 now as Swift has been trying to get around the map and affected, of course, a couple of ganks there on the bottom side. Unsuccessfully onto Marin. And it's just been Mundo wandering around, killing everything.
Yeah, Swift is wasting a lot of time. He's doing okay to keep up in levels, but honestly, a lot of it's lane experience. Putting the rest of his team behind. Need to start doing something, Swift, if you're looking to get your team actually ahead and snowballing. Not just sitting in the same bush that you were 30 seconds ago, hoping that Wayless will somehow engage.
Oh, there's a flash out of the way of the the chain as well as Wayless actually flashes away from Swift immediately. Doinby very, very low. Chains of Corruption did come out. 2 chains.
You have to yell it or it doesn't work.
It's just chains everywhere, Rusty.
Yeah, look, Doinby, he's trying really hard to bait for Swift, who has nothing left to do besides let people bait for him. Really, really struggling. Getting out jungled by the Mundo. Dangerous prospect to consider if you want to think that, I already said mid-game's pretty much not where you want to be. Vishagu, you want to try and get past it or get into it ahead.
Yeah, it's an interesting consideration as well, building these mid-game comps, because a lot of the reason why you like Rumble, why Varus can be fantastic at that level 6 mark, is people are grouping up for these Dragon fights.
Yeah.
At the moment, with the fact that Dragon is a little bit of a less of a priority, do these comps suffer from that, or do they still have their place?
So they don't suffer from it. The first Dragon's always great, but no one's team fighting for it. They're just taking it as a free objective, right? The Rift Herald is actually something worth considering, because if a Rumble gets a Rift Herald, and there's a Rumble and a Varus in the same lane, the turret's probably going to go down.
Yeah.
So there's still things to consider, right? Like if you go for the Rift Herald, you've got a jungler that is actually perfect to take it down. Amy should not take any damage from it, really. Wayless, pretty good at taking it. Marin, just send 2 people over there, siege with their advantages, with their team composition, and look to snowball the game from mid-game. The question's always going to be if they can make it work, because, as you said, the Dragon less of a priority. Swift once again is here.
Oh, Wayless was charging up the queue, but he's not going to be able to get it this time. Swift, his first successful gank, and Doinby is going to grab the first blood, and that's a big deal here for QG.
Persistence pays. If you
I guess
Swift,
so.
All he has done is sit around middle, sit around Marin in the bottom lane, and eventually it does pay off. Of course, not seen, the unseen Rek'Sai is the deadliest, evidently, as he even gives the kill to Doinby. Doesn't pull a Condi. And go 5-0. In fact, gives it to where the money is required. And V has gobbled up a Rumble.
Yeah, Marin actually has to use that scrap shield to get out. V's hungry one more time. The equalizer comes out.
Got the stun ready.
Yeah, looking for it. Oh, going to land it onto Marin. Happy to tank up this turret because he's got a lot of grey health. Marin turning that one back around. Swift's up here. It's going to be seen by the ward. Wants the dive. Harpoon's going to be slowing down, but they're very, very healthy. Marin's going to be in a lot of trouble. They're just waiting for a minion wave, or at least for the Tahm Kenshin. Doesn't even matter. Swift just going to tank up the turret from the end, and V sets it up beautifully. And look, this is Swift being very diligent.
It is, and it's starting to pay off, right? So Marin had his flash and teleport available, but really had no answer. In fact, if I was Marin, I probably would have just tried to teleport out at the point where there was no vision from Rek'Sai because he was burrowed. So there was a small window that could have possibly worked for him, or at least force summoners in response. But that was a very clean-cut kill here as V on this time Kench is just gobbling up Marin and making his life absolutely miserable. So the camping that's come out of Swift does start to affect the top lane at least a bit.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is going to be when Amy comes online, now has that Cinderhole completed, 53 CS, 20 jungle camps, or jungle minions ahead of Swift, which is a big deal because those things are worth a bunch of experience and gold.
He's just sitting under his turret. There's nothing for you to do here, Swift. Wayless has resigned himself to no longer being a part of the lane.
Outside of vision range one more time.
He's just staying outside of range the entire time, throwing his arrows. Oh, it's so unfortunate for Wayless, but he's really struggling now. LeBlanc hitting level 6 has finished the Spooky Ghost as well.
That's true.
The pressure is well and truly on right now for Wayless to try and continue to keep up.
Yeah, Marin just has to play so far back.
It's going to take
CS lead starting to accrue for V.
This is still an entirely possible gank. So the Tribush ward is decent from Marin. It's going to spot most likely Doinby right now. They're about to find each other here.
Yeah, Amy's going to make his way around. There's the Spooky Ghost. Swift makes his way in here as well. They are going to be able to clear out this pink.
Spooky Ghost is just not fair.
Yep. Frost Queen's claim is, of course, what we mean, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, of course, sorry. Frost Queen's claim is at 4 seconds of slow that 6 people. Wayless might be in trouble again.
Yeah, he moved halfway up the lane, and that is exactly what he doesn't want to do. The cleanse not going to be enough, and Wayless is going to fall as Doinby makes his way back to the lane, and he's being well and truly kept down after a decent early stage of the game. Just can't find his way in.
It just feels like LGD don't have their way in at all. Amy is farming well. but is not able to gank at all. He's not able to impact the map at all because they've got a Varus with Cleanse middle and a Rumble top lane. The kill threat of a Mundo gank is non-existent. The idea behind the LGD team comp is to just scale and farm. But because Swift is very much acknowledging this fact and being the biggest pest in the world, they're going for this.
Yeah, there's the counter flash as well. Marin silenced himself, just going to get golded up by V, and Swift is going to be there with even more damage. So the Tahm Kench grabs himself his first kill of the game. And this is Swift, honestly, just dictating the pace.
This is nasty. LGD do not have an answer to this at the moment. The ganking, the persistence out of this Rek'Sai. And the fact that V is honestly hitting absolutely everything with his tongue. It's not being juked at all.
Yep.
Marin does not have an answer. Gets eaten up, thrown away from the turret. Now they're fighting over the dragon.
Yeah, this is QG trying to pick that one up. It is going to be secured here by Amy, who has to flash if he wants to get out of there. But Doinby, oh my goodness, just gets punted out of this one. And LGD somehow managed to survive after the collapse from QG.
And they do get the dragon.
Yeah.
LGD Gaming, it's the objectives that we were confused if they would fight for. It was unlikely that they would. But Xiaogu know that they're at a point where they're ahead and do look to fight for these things. The fact that everyone from LGD got out and they got the dragon is actually a big win for them.
Is it now a stage of the game where LGD, despite the fact that they are behind, just with their team comp, should they try and fight as...
Tahm Kench is in.
Oh my goodness, the ultimate comes down from V, and they are going to... Yep, just lock down Marin. This
Poor
is looking
Marin.
disgusting.
Honestly, he's having the hardest game of his life. Amy needs to already address this issue and be in places earlier. Place vision a little bit deeper for him. But Marin goes top, gets ganked the second he gets the lane. Goes bottom after the dragon. Yep. The second he gets there, there's a Tahm Kench ultimate to flank him. And the answer comes from preparation and awareness. They all...
Whoa, what?
Sorry. They all know at this stage. Surely LGD know that they're just killing Marin. They don't even care about Imp.
No. And Imp's just been free farming, getting damage onto turrets. And we'll see, like, this is going to be the thing, right, is if LGD can bounce back from this situation, because their comp, it does scale fantastically. They've got a Tristana, they've got a Mundo. Things are great in the later stage of the game, but they're just getting preyed upon at the moment.
Yeah, seriously. Xiaogu, it's the early game that they were looking for. They're putting themselves into a mid-game where they are ahead, really to complement them the later the game goes.
Yeah, well, Culling's going to come down. Pekko's just going to clear out this minion wave. PWL tries to tank it up as much as possible just to give room for a full explosive shot, but Amy has to use the ultimate. The pillar's down as well, slowing everyone. It's a double knock-up here for PYL, but it may not be what they're looking for. That buster shot was fantastic from Imp, as Pekko's still trying to do some work, but no ultimate available. They'll get out safely.
But again, it's the consistent pressuring. Even if they don't get kills, Xiaogu are putting themselves in advantages on the map. Yeah. And that then results in objectives eventually, then results in kills potentially. And really, they don't need to go to Marin anymore because V is 30 CS ahead and a kill to boot. Marin's just confined himself to his turret. He doesn't want to be a part of it. So they try to go to where Imp is and get kills. Wayless doesn't exist. Even his turret's not safe for him anymore. He just does not feel okay in this game. No answer for LGD.
That being said, he can now clear out these minion waves very, very quickly. The piercing arrow and, of course, the hail of arrows as well. It's Pekko. We're going to set something up for Swift and more, but not going to happen. Marin just has to take his Stone Brothers.
It's the missing link right now. They just need money onto the Lucian. They've got the Tahm Kench online. Or they could just... Oh, Marin.
Oh, just diving Marin.
Just to pop down the ultimate.
Over again. There is going to be the equalizer, but the Grey Health going to be doing so much work here for V. Marin took his time dying. That is about it.
Amy's here.
Yeah, he's making his way in, but Doinby's down here as well. The ultimate has been popped. It's going to be hard to get through this Mundo, but looks like QG are going to be able to. He's just going to get eaten. No, doesn't even matter. Doinby just kills him, and QG, despite, I mean, losing in farm around the map a little bit, it's just, as far as where to be on the map, they just seem to know everything ahead of time.
This is just Doinby and Swift in their prime. They feel so comfortable right now. You can just go kill Marin. 2 levels behind his lane opponent, 1 level behind the jungler. It's just like clockwork. He goes down. Amy thinks he's got a chance here, but Doinby in his zone does not need to lane. If you do not control Doinby in lane, he's going to go everywhere that isn't in lane. And in the Frost Queen's claim meta, there is absolutely nothing you can do to stop him from getting successful roams if he's ahead in lane.
Yep, exactly. Now has almost a Luden's Echo completed as well, only going to need about 900 gold for that. So Doinbu well and truly on his way. More just getting a little bit aggressive onto Imp, who has a Zeal and a BF sword. So grabs a BF sword, some extra damage, and then going for what looks like a rapid fire cannon is his next item.
That was a straight 1v1 as well. Trundle doesn't care.
Trundle's silly, man. He's a silly champion. Just silly.
Yeah.
He's got Eye of the Equinox as well, sort of one of the stronger of the, I guess, gold generation items plus Sightstone. So he's going to have a lot of extra room in his build path to grab tanky items and be that monster Trundle.
And it's 17 minutes into this game. It's 5k as well for Shag. It's about to be a little bit more.
And 0-7, I mean, LGD haven't made an impact in the kills at all this game.
Nope. The thing that could help them potentially right now is we've got the 2 penetration items done for Rumble. I mean, Varus has got CDR well and truly in place with the mana generation item, so he's scaling as much as he possibly can. And the rapid fire cannon is completed for Tristana. So if they're going to pick a fight at a point where they're very behind, I would say it has to be now.
Yeah.
And it'd have to be sooner rather than later, because they run a risk of being snowballed on from a Luden's Echo Frost Queen's claim. LeBlanc.
That's crazy.
Already 2 items completed. And the Essence Reaver is done also for the Lucian. So like, this is not a position you would want to be in as LGD.
And look at Doinby's protection as well. 3 pink wards just above him. It just means he needs to cheat towards the top side of his lane, and he will never die.
This is like signature Chagu ahead, though, to be fair.
Exactly. Exactly.
Usually when you watch Chaguru play and lose the game, it's on the back of Doinby not having a great time in laning phase. But when he's ahead, you can see the pink wards on the minimap as just mentioned. You can also see the control around the map in general. It's so easy for them to just work around the strengths of their middle laner and their jungler working in unison.
Well, it's beautiful so far. As we were questioning Swift just a little bit earlier on, where he was unable to find the ganks onto Marin, but now everything seems to be falling into place. 2-0 and 3 for the Rek'Sai's. Imp might be able to get this turret. The V is being a bit of a menace. Dragon did, of course, fall down there for QG. And LGD, they just want some global gold. Marin's been bullied into his base.
That is not okay. You guys, it's cruel. Calm down.
Cruel and unusual. As Marin does need to get back. The flash does come out, dodges out of the way of the culling. But Pekka, like, I feel like that was just an assertion of dominance.
It was. And he's got the Essence Reaver in place and his Zeal, so the cooldown reduction is there. Wayless has not left middle to save his life. He's struggling to deal with Doinby on this LeBlanc, the wave
clip.
Well,
as soon as he left middle by even, like, you know, a yard or two, he died.
He's being toyed with right now from Doinby.
Oh, my goodness.
Doinby's having fun. That's insulting.
Great. Not great news for LGD fans at the moment, as QG just look to be taking control. 6,000 gold, and it's just stretching ever so slowly, this lead that they're managing to pick up. And it's LGD, individually, if they had sort of 1v1 or 2v2 lanes without any junglers, things probably would have gone all right.
All they needed was a single winning lane.
Yeah.
They didn't get a single one.
But it was all because of Swift making sure that he got every lane ahead.
It was the lane swap as well, to be fair. So the one opportunity they did have was the 2v2.
Yeah, true.
Pico and Moore got what they were looking for, which was the 2v2. Whereas LGD were making an active attempt to not have it, I think. If they were looking to have the 2v2, it definitely backfired.
It certainly did.
Because Tahm Kench into Rumble, I think we know who does well in that one now.
Yeah. Well, PYL has to be very careful. Doesn't manage to get the Pulverize. It has to use the ultimate to get out of the chain as Doinby. Like you said, he just always looks like he's toying with people.
Well, that's exactly what he's doing at the moment. Swift is doing the same thing, to be fair.
Yeah. Inside the enemy jungle, Amy trying to be here, piercing arrow, not going to find anyone. Now Pekko dashing forward with the culling. Wayless takes half of his health.
That dash was unnecessary.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more, but misses the chains of corruption. In goes PYL. Actually managed to get a nice double knock-up, but the tower falls down. Equalizes in here as well. This could be LGD's team fight if they can make it happen. It's only the turret that's fallen, and the piercing arrow not going to be enough. And LGD, they can't catch up to QG. Oh my god, that damage was ridiculous, but unfortunately onto a clone.
Managed to pop the clone, though, on the LeBlanc instantly. I will say, Doinb took a lot of damage, and that was from the virus. The Rumble ultimate did do a bit of damage. It wasn't game-changing. And Xiaogu are given permission, essentially. They just walk away back to their base. They reset, buy some items, and now they're the ones looking threatening one more time because Rumble doesn't have the ultimate. There's no ultimate from Mundo, no ultimate from PYL. That's their front line.
Oh, that's a good point. It's 2 items here for the Tristana, though. As PYL, he's going to have to be very careful. Doesn't have the ultimate. Doinby's going to lock down that kill. Swift now turns his eyes to Imp, who has no turrets to go back to. Buster Shot's going to be there, but look at this Rek'Sai. Doesn't care at all. Culling comes down, like a typewriter.
I'm pretty sure that all we've seen from Pico is the culling.
Yeah.
I don't think
but man, it's working.
I don't think he's auto-attacked between the culling.
You can't catch up fast enough.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
everyone's just dying.
They are spending the whole time out of range of auto attacks and in range of the culling, which is why that's all we're seeing, to be fair. PYL doesn't have his ultimate available. He's the first casualty of war from this LGD side yet again. Imp out of position once he sees PYL go down pretty much immediately. Doinb uses a spooky ghost just in case they didn't have vision of the bush already. Pico with the cleanup duty. Xiaogu 9-0 against this star-studded LGD roster.
Yeah, and this newly bolstered LGD roster as well. A roster that we were expecting to have a little bit more motivation, but haven't seen very much change. Wayla's still playing Varus, and I mean, admittedly, we have seen him so far in the LPL. It's not like, this is an outdated pick or anything like that, but it seems this is where he defaults back to at all times.
Once the zone news is done for Doinb, things get very juicy.
Yeah.
For Xiaogu, they can actually look to start diving things because LeBlanc's siege is underrated. Very good at sieging, and the biggest problem with that is always going to be Wayless popping the chains the second that he goes in to poke.
Precisely.
Now that you've got the Zonia's Hourglass available to prevent you dying from it, you're actually going to be okay.
Do you like the phrase non-committal all-in?
No.
For a LeBlanc? It sort of half makes sense because you put yourself all the way in. But you don't have to commit because you just pop back out again on it.
Not committing and alling in and
I know,
polar
that's the point.
But
that's the beautiful part of it, Never mind.
You have to come up with something a little bit more indirect, right?
Yeah. I think it's just bad. Let's just ignore it for now. There's QG. Another culling comes out. Pekka not going to be too accurate on that one as Imp struggling to get towards the minions as there's a traffic cone in the way. Not the time for roadworks. As Doinb is just going to split push in the mid lane. You can see it's just so much control for QG, and it just looks like for LGD there's no way in. None at all.
Nope.
And 8,000 gold the lead now for QG. It's a suffocation.
Across the board. The saving grace is maybe that there's a lot of farm onto Wayless. He's starting to ramp up in damage, but you can't even compare that to Doinb is doing damage. You can't even compare that to V, who is 50 CS ahead of his lane opponent, Marin.
He's had a little bit of help.
Oh, look, a little bit doesn't really quite cover it.
Yeah, but Marin back in base now as well. V has to be answered. There's the Abyssal Voyage as PYL has to try and answer. Immediately flashes out, so V not as happy about that decision. And Doinb just still chilling here in the mid lane. So QG not going to find a team fight there, but you can see the pressure is most definitely on.
And now they're looking at the Baron. Now don't mind this decision given the control of vision on the map. They started it and immediately get a Scrying Orb on them. They know that that's 2 of the Scrying Orbs down, I would hope. There's only 1 left, and that's Marin.
Marin hanging out here in the mid lane. And look, one thing we can say is still, the scaling opportunity is going to be there for LGD.
Yeah.
In the fact that they have a Tristana and a Docomondo.
I just question how effectively the scaling will be if you look at the opposition side here. Yeah. They're still good late game. Like, Lucian still does a whole lot of damage. Doinb is always going to be relevant.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, it's not exactly much of a good news story, but you need to look for something. And so far, it's looking awful. 10,000 gold now the lead. 2,000 gold lead that they just managed to extend. Honestly, it just came out of extra farm and a combination of that and nowhere. Because really, it just seems like they're just accruing far more money organically than they necessarily have any right to.
It's just so clinical.
It is. It certainly is. The shutout level that LGD are trying to deal with right now is awful.
Yeah. Honestly, like, Swift, it didn't look like he was making the right decisions. but he made a single right decision after, let's say, 2 or 3.
It's almost like he knew that it was definitely the right thing to do, irrespective, and stuck to his guns no matter what, and paid off.
Exactly right. And Wayless is honestly just stuck back because he's struggling in the 1v1 scenarios. Doesn't actually want to show his head on the map, only his arrows. Doinby yet again. Actually hasn't hit a chain in about 4 attempts.
Yeah.
But still does that much damage.
Onto a Mundo, which is the really scary part.
A Mundo with MR.
Yep, this might be turret number 2 down for LGD as they are here in the mid lane, but
V's going in.
yeah, there's going to be a decent traffic cone there. Abyssal Voyage comes down. Piercing Arrow a little bit early there as Swift looking for the flank. Amy just tanking up as much damage as he can. The flank for Doinby trying to get in there. Equalizer was in a fantastic spot, but Ip explodes. V is going to be able to grab Amy as well, who tanked up as much as he could. Marin trying to do some work. Does pick up... No. Doesn't even pick up one as Doinby manages to get out. It's a double kill for V. Double kill for Peko. And this QG roster... My God.
This is a team effort. Swift starts with the flank. Watch Doinby as well, because he's the one that turns this entire team fight on its head. It's starting to look okay. The equalizer's in a good spot. Bam. Flash with the mimicked ultimate onto him. He just explodes, doesn't even know what planet he is on before he goes down. Marin tries his absolute hardest, but he was already 0-4 and just doesn't do the damage to take down Doinby. 14-0 right now.
And do you know what Swift was doing that whole time? He was herding.
Yeah.
He was a shepherd.
Yeah.
That was all he did. He's like, this way, everyone. And then Doinby just slaughters everyone. It looked like everything under complete control by QG. And I mean, we say clinical a fair bit, but this is probably the most clinical victory I've ever seen from QG, to risk saying victory early.
Yeah. Look, let's just say this is at least the most clinical 28 minutes and 40 seconds, and it's counting, that I have seen in quite a long time in competitive League of Legends, because to not have a single kill is really indicative. To watch Amy losing a 1v1 against a Rek'Sai Mundo says a lot.
There, the Frost Green's claim comes in as well as the chains do land this time. It's going to get stuck up. Peko's going to grab it with another.
It's just a culling. He's Lucian, the culling man.
God, yep. He's actually unbound the rest of his buttons.
He's only got R. No, he's got E because he dashes at them with it.
That's true. That is true. Right, Doinby going in aggressive. Going to land a bit of a combo there, but just the brute force play. Of course, the Baron was picked up here by QG. The inhibitor's going to fall down. Doinby puts his face in just for a bit of a look. Do a bit of damage. And LGD look completely broken.
Yeah, LGD, they might even just lose the game here. They need to fight. And they are.
Yeah, another turret falls down. Decent equalizer there as Moore takes a lot of damage. Wayless is going to be able to take him down in the end. Marin at full health, but Swift is going to deal with the Varus very, very effectively. And Marin gets eaten one more time. This is a little bit difficult to watch.
They got a kill.
They did. Imp trying to do some work now as well as Doinby very, very low on mana. That might be a way for them to work something out, is make sure that they have no resources to do anything. But Amy's just going to get delivered to his team, and Doinby might have enough left. He does. Pop goes the Tristana, and that is going to be the Nexus falling. Ridiculous play out of QG. This is a team looking to prove themselves heading into the LPL, and coming second in IAM Cologne was definitely not enough, Rusty. They also needed to make LGD honestly look silly.
It feels weird to say, but that was almost like taking candy from a baby.
Yeah, that was what I was expecting our first game of the night to be.
Yeah.
And it's nothing like that. That was just utter destruction from QG.
There's no words. It was a clinic. They absolutely dumpstered LGD.
Dumpstered? Like, look, I normally frown at using the phrase dumpstered on air because it's not very nice. But I can't figure out a more accurate way of describing what just happened to LGD.
And the biggest problem, though, was always going to be the jungle pressure, because Swift, from the very start of the game, had a strategy.
Yeah.
He put the strategy into effect, and it paid dividends. You look at Doinby, started to get fed, and if Doinby starts to get fed, everywhere else on the map feels Doinby's presence. Marin was already behind as well.
Yeah, and it's not only that, it's like his 2 failed ganks in fact worked, because he came down, sort of failed those 2 ganks, yes, sat in the mid lane for quite a long time, but at that whole point, V had enough pressure on the lane because he was always threatening, because no one knew what the heck Swift was going to do next.
Yeah, and look, to sum this game up nicely for you, basically all we saw was Lucian use the culling.
Look at him. He's a shepherd. His Swift's like, no, you're not coming this way.
Back that way. Back towards the Doinby, who just flashes, uses the Mimic Distortion, and destroys the LGD lineup. Left in shambles. And try as Marin might, can't turn it back around. V was unkillable.
Completely.
He was a monolithic frog.
Yeah.
It's like they put a cement statue up instead of the actual frog and just couldn't kill him.
Couldn't. It was just pretty much an impeccable display of League of Legends, honestly, against a world-caliber team that looks in shambles on the side of LGD. And they picked a lot of comfort champions. Marin, arguably the best Rumble in the world.
Yep.
Wayless has been playing so much Varus. This guy is brilliant on the champion. We saw it in the 1v1 early on. Things were going fine. Swift turns up in the lane once. And Doinby is flattening him.
Yeah. It was way too simple. I feel weird saying that, but Xiaogu, that was nasty.
It was very nasty. But it is a best of 3, Rusty. This is the thing. LGD, they have an opportunity to potentially get back into this one. QG, we'll see whether they can round it out 2-0. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, see whether it happens again. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, this is Rusty, and we just witnessed one of the most brutally one-sided games that actually made me feel bad. Like, I was feeling actual guilt during the game, and MVP is going to be going to Doinby here. It was facilitated a lot by Swift, but this guy was just having a laugh on the Rift.
He was having a massive giggle while he was running around. So Doinby, if you get Doinby ahead, doesn't lane, he clears the wave and then disappears. And the best part about this is Swift had already set him up for that success, and Swift disappeared the whole time also. So as a duo, and both equally deserving of MVP in this game.
I think so.
One did an abundance of damage, so naturally gets given that position. Doinby stepped up huge, and just, I think for lack of a better description, posterized LGD.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm honestly out of adjectives that really do it justice, to be honest. But LGD, they have to really pull something out now because they need more vision. They need more control of their lanes. They need, I don't know, pressure in their jungler. And this is the second time we've seen Mundo not work today. First in the hands of Condi and now in the hands of Amy. Once they moved away from that champion, had some earlier pressure, things changed. Let's see whether LGD can do the same thing. But, I mean, it was nothing like that first game. What EPA did to WE.
It's not that Mundo doesn't work. It's just that they're not using Mundo in the right ways. So they picked,
potentially.
LGD picked a team comp that was designed to lose early game. They didn't just lose early game. They lost. Like, before they hit a point of power. Because
yeah, I think they were planning on sledding down the hill and then stopping before it went off the cliff and accidentally just shot themselves all the way off.
Yeah, and you only see that in movies.
Yeah, you do.
This is real life.
Yeah, it is. And look, I feel like this is the LGD that we saw at Worlds. This is not the LGD we ever wanted to see again.
Yeah. I'm not going to say they need TBQ back. I'm not. Don't say it. You can't say it.
We wanted to. Free TBQ.
Please. No. Amy's good. Amy's an upgrade. A strict upgrade. And you're going to make it work. Please.
Please, God.
I'm begging.
Oh, my goodness. And, of course, TBQ can't come back. He's on OMG at the moment.
Yeah.
So, not happening. He got the heck out of there.
Apparently.
Theoretically.
What we do know is that Imp still looked okay. Imp still looked fine. Wayless can definitely still last hit minions.
He can. Oh, goodness.
The problem was more so the fact that they were dying, and they gave over a Trundle Tahm Kench, which is obnoxious.
It's true.
And then decided to pick themselves Varus Rumble instead of picking themselves really good champions.
And I feel like the game went beyond champion picks. Let's be honest. Like, it was Swift always being in the right spots, getting everyone behind, having every lane winning apart from the top lane, which is the pseudo bottom lane, you know, in the upside down sort of manner. That was the only thing sort of left on its own. But I mean, that was going even, so it didn't really matter. And when you've got the solo lanes that far behind, does it even really matter what champions you picked at that stage?
I think the game was lost in drafting.
Okay.
I do think the game, like, they picked those champions with absolute conviction. And this is something that you do in scrims, but you would never do in a tournament game.
Yeah.
Is you pick champions because you want to try them, try a team comp. You've seen the team comp work. But there's still situations where you pick the team comp above all else. If you basically sandball, what is a sandball? What?
I don't know.
What? Confine yourself to Varus and Rumble.
Oh, I like that though. Sandball, you've made a ball of sand. You put it in the time, compacted it up. I like it, Sandball, that works.
It's like a snowball that doesn't work.
Oh man, it's beautiful, yeah.
Like
Sandball.
dry sand.
Oh goodness, we should have rehearsed this. The sandball.
So bad it worked.
Beautiful, beautiful.
No, look, we're not saying sandball ever again. Please.
Yeah, look. He might be sandballing now in the ban phase. But no, Alistair and Lulu are going to be taken away here by Shago as we are into Champions League. Tahm Kench is going to be banned away from V, from Moore, from Swift, potentially. Doinby probably plays into the mid lane, but Tahm Kench, it's been banned, as has now Graves. We'll see what LGD do on the red side of the map.
Yeah, thankfully getting rid of the Tahm Kench. It was the biggest pest that was taking Marin down. He was also completely unkillable. It was the largest toad I've ever seen in my entire life.
Oh, yeah.
It was unbelievable. So, smart. I think they needed to ban that champion. I think now that they've learnt their lesson, they should probably continue to ban appropriately. Just get rid of the Tahm Kench. Consider the Trundle ban. I don't think it's essential, though.
Oh, look at that smirk on Swift's face as well.
He knows.
Yep. But Rise left available. V or Doinby, of course. Doinby played it a little bit more, I believe.
I think they both play it, but it's primarily V.
Ah, primarily V. For some reason, I just remember Doinby on the old Rise every now and again. But Amy now considering what he wants to grab. I wonder whether it will be back to the TBQ interesting game phase where he decided to pick up the Riven, but it's not going to be. And Marin hovering over the Mundo once again. It's going to be locked in.
That is a better
Trundle
draft.
is going to be taken now as well.
Swift, please. That is a much better draft from LGD. They've got 2 of the power picks right off the bat. The Mundo, you would assume, going to jungle. The Trundle can do 2 roles at the same time.
That's true.
And you don't give them the Trundle to counterpick the Mundo. You take them both. So it's a very good draft.
It's the flexibility, right? That's most important here is the fact that you can put Trundle in multiple lanes. You can put Mundo in multiple lanes as well. You can chuck him into the top lane if he feels like it. Works fantastically as a magic damage soak, honestly, into a Rise if it is going to be V playing it. But this is where things get scary, right? Is Doinby's back on the LeBlanc one more time. Means that Wayless can counterpick it if he feels like it. Depends on what he wants to play. Of course, plays a decent Kassadin.
And MF's available. This is a ridiculous draft.
Yeah.
Oh, so target bans are great, right? But you're also leaving open champions that are arguably better than target bans in Rise and Misfortune. Doinby is a ridiculously good LeBlanc as well. That's obvious. It's
we
been
saw
noted.
that one, right? Yep.
Frost Queen's claim, LeBlanc, super strong at the moment. It's played in the LPL, as you're seeing. Played in the LCK as well.
Yep.
People are responding to that LeBlanc with Lux.
I have seen that one.
I don't know if Wayless plays it.
Lux is basically the AP version of Varus, if you think about it.
Well,
but
sort
that's
of.
probably not a great thing. So I was considering a couple of different things. But of course, Wayless is known for playing basically every champion on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah.
So champion pool has never been an issue, but he's going to lock away the Ahri here.
Yeah.
And Imp, thinking about the Ezreal, has been a big pick.
There's been a big challenge at the moment. People saying that Ahri is the best champion in the game.
Really?
Yeah. A lot of people now, I'm not going to say everyone, a lot of people think that Ahri is actually overpowered.
Means that, Frost Queen's claim does sort of unlock landing all of your buttons.
Exactly. You press Frost Queens, you press Ultimate, they flash. 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, more considering the Braum to pair with this Misfortune. And if that Wombo lands, that's just despicable. Adding some extra tankiness as well. If Swift picks up a tanky champion here at the same time, they get to be more comfortable in the fact that they have picked, I guess, squishy laning champions. But Rise gets disgusting. I don't know what to do about Rise at the moment, the current stage of the game.
So the interesting thing right now is, drafting-wise, LGD's team comp is very mobile. Very mobile, and then they've got 2 overbearing tanks.
True.
The Trundle can disrupt the Misfortune ultimate if they time it right. Kind of denies a lot of the team fighting. And then Jagu's side, no mobility on 2 of their carries. Their top laner and their AD carry. And then they've got a tanky support needs to stand in front, but they've got 1 mobile champion who needs to get to the back line. Difficult when it's an Ezreal. So honestly, I don't have a foreseeable way where they'll be able to kill him.
Yeah, it feels like Jagu have picked a lineup that plays very much like a Juggernaut is supposed to, right? Where you're sort of slow moving, but if you manage to get into the right position to destroy people, you are definitely going to. You have the tools to do so.
Yeah.
It's all about how it plays out. But Amy is going to be picking up the Kindred here in the jungle. So Marin going to be heading towards the top lane with that Mundo. We mentioned flex picks. That is exactly what they're going to do. Last time around here on the draft, it is going to be the jungle it picked up for Amy. So a little bit of extra aggression here potentially from LGD in the earlier stages of the game.
This is such a just power pick drafting phase. Everyone's got a power pick. Literally every single person is a strong champion to an extent. Ahri and LeBlanc.
I'm looking at Braum as being the only question mark there, really.
Well, Braum's just so good at complementing
He's always
his
been
team,
good, right? Yeah.
Like, he's never been bad, so Braum's always going to be good. LeBlanc and Ahri are the 2 question marks in my mind, but we've seen LeBlanc work, and we know Ahri works. We're just yet to see Wayless in particular actually put it into effect.
That's very true, and the question mark for me is on Amy, and can he get around and affect the map the same way that Swift managed to in game number 1, especially after the momentum that QG now have.
Yeah.
Stepping back out onto Summoner's Rift against this team, I couldn't imagine what it feels like, but it can't be great, Rusty.
It was a perfect game until they dove the Nexus.
Yeah.
That's not a great place to start with in game one. But, I mean, if anyone can do it and not tilt, it's Myron backing up this LGD side.
And he's definitely going to be tested right now. But let's get onto the Rift. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Summoner's Rift here for game number 2 between QG and LGD. And LGD, look, it's an obvious uphill battle for the side. We'll see whether they're going to be able to do it now as QG have set themselves up along the river. Very defensive start. Not going to get that aggressive vision down another time. Ooh, the ukulele lands.
Careful, Swift.
Yeah, Amy looking to try and tag him as well. Another one. Swift may have to use his flash here as Wayless is going to come around. There it is.
He had no reason being out that aggressively. He was holding onto his ward to place it at a later moment. But, you know, pays for it with his flash, and this is a good start for LGD, of all things. You would expect them to be not just an uphill battle. They were literally rock climbing up a cliff face.
Oh, man, yeah.
It was above inverted.
Yeah, like, is this kind of rock climbing that you, like, look at the wall and, like, you turn up and you're like, nah, that wall's just stupid.
You know what? It's ice wall climbing without the picks
it's
to get
It's rock climbing to the point of monkey bars, man. It's just ridiculous.
It's a slippery slide in the rain.
Oh,
that's what it was.
God. Oh, God.
And keep going.
Oh, I need it. I need it right now. PYL is going to move towards the bottom side of the map. We are going to have sort of regular laning this time around.
I love this, by the way. It's so cheeky. The gold for smaller jungle camps is a lot more in recent changes, so you get a lot more for the smaller raptors and the smaller blue buff. You can afford to take it. It's 20 gold, and it's a little bit of extra experience, so 1 creep less for level 2, and you can absolutely cheese your lane opponent with that. But speaking of cheese, we might be seeing some.
Yeah, level 2 gank. Yeah, nice ward there to be put down.
RGV doesn't seem to
he's so far up this lane as Amy does manage to at least get the flash out from the Ryze, which is such a big deal. I mean, this is what you have to do against a Ryze, right? You can't do anything in a 1v1 scenario, like that's what I feel, but you can gank him pretty effectively early on. And LGD actually asserting some dominance here on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, they've got control of the lane. They've got the level 2 advantage also, so comfortable positioning here for LGD in their bottom 2v2. Considering they don't know where Swift is, and they also know that Amy's on the other side of the map, it's a lot of blind aggression. But you know what? They look very confident in doing so.
Well, Swift is not going to find a blue buff.
He's a level up, though. He can fight.
Yeah, couldn't actually quite get there. But Imp taking a bit of damage from that Make It Rain. Lands the Mystic Shots, though. Doesn't get stunned by the passive of Braum. But, I mean, this is slightly to be expected, right? I mean, you're not going to be as mobile on the Misfortune. It's harder for you to really get amongst it.
Yeah,
it's all about that ultimate later in the game.
The interesting part is they're also waiting for level 2 in that bottom lane, because once the Unbreakable's there with the slow from the Braum, you've got the threat of the stun, and then you also can't do damage to the Misfortune with an Ezreal, because it's all blocked.
That's a good point. They are making things difficult as far as walking around that turret is concerned, but they still had the upper side, so that's good. And speaking of Unbreakable, more demonstrating its usefulness here against the horrible poke of Imp and
Swift.
Yeah, he is the first gank for the Rek'Sai. And Swift, of course, known for his timing here, and he's waiting right now.
I think he's waiting for the Braum shield. And then a slight bit of over-aggression from PY. If he uses the pillar at all, I would say that's the moment where he wants to go. Yeah, there it is.
Yep. He makes his way through as well. There's a stand behind me from Moore, looking to try and get in exactly the right position. The knock-up comes down. LGD just stacking on top of each other. Swift grabs first blood. PYL, he's going to get stunned up. This is the fantastic thing about Braum. Target selection is the name of the game, but PYL not going to fall this time around. And QG, once again, aided by their jungler, are going to pick up a kill. This time, though, LGD answer.
LGD, Amy managing to find a pick onto V there. Didn't have his flash available from a previous gank, so smart decision from Amy and the right one, as we're going to see this again in the bottom lane. Remember, no pillar available for PYL, so no way to defend Imp from the gank. And creative pathing here from Swift puts him so far behind LGD's bottom lane that they can't flash to safety. And then you can get to see the top lane gank.
Yeah, and Amy does a lot of damage.
So that was about a 20 minion stack. I can see why V was confident. Very difficult for the 1v1 to ever favor Marin, but the gank was there. The kill they wanted was there. And this is much more of a game than the last one.
Yeah, most certainly is. And we're talking about a top lane Mundo here as well. And one thing that we spoke about when Mundo was sort of heavily in the meta was you have to deal with him before level 6 with jungler help at some stage. Does that still occur here in the sort of the Rise matchup when they're both trying to scale?
Sort of. I mean, it depends on where your goals are as a team comp, right? Like, if you're looking to win the laning phase as the Rise and snowball heavier over there, then sure. As Swift found Amy.
Yeah, Doinby's going to be here as well as Moore, who's heading around. The Ignite's down. He's trying to dance away. And Amy... Yeah. Oh my goodness! I was expecting that to kill. The potion, definitely MVP. Seems like someone is smiling at LGD at the moment from, I don't know where.
Someone's smiling.
Yeah.
Someone up high with a lot of power
yeah.
has decided that that Ignite shall not kill the red. Of course, the red pot from Amy is what saved him. Let's not make things up. Too many spells missed from Xiaogu there. If the chains connected, it was a kill. The Braum Q wasn't in range to ever connect, so it was unlucky from Moore to not be there. They don't get the kill, but of course a lot of pressure was placed, and really, I mean, Doinby was the one who had to burn his summoners, so if he stays alive in middle lane, things are fine.
Yep. But already Swifty's completed here for Swift, and it's not anything like the previous game. I mean, Amy has managed to pick up a few more buff camps. That is definitely true than Swift, but he's definitely farming well here. 22 to 17, already has the Swiftness boots.
The difference between the two was the level 2 cheese gank in top lane. A lot of experience was given to Swift in advantage, and he's gone for the boots of swiftness from that extra farm. And sure, the blue buff was stolen. Didn't really matter because he found himself a kill. Everything's evened out. And the difference here is Swift will be able to outtrade Amy because Amy is very squishy until level 6 with the ultimate.
Yeah, incredibly true. He's going to be at that level 6 point pretty soon. You can see QG now utilizing the extra pressure that they gained to really put it down onto LGD here in the bottom lane. That being said, LGD are going to be able to farm this one up relatively effectively, and Amy going to grab his second red buff of the game, possibly putting him towards that level 6 mark. Wayless, despite the fact that, every time we look at this lane, things don't necessarily seem to be going that great, he's keeping up in farm very, very well.
Marin's also playing this very smartly. The top lane was frozen, and instead of breaking the freeze by last-hitting minions, he's actually decided to go to the Krugs and just farm them and keep it frozen. So,
wow.
Doing work right now, Marin, in decision-making, making sure that he stays ahead in that lane, and you can see that reflected in the farm.
Yeah, it's true. 63 to 46 at the moment, so he got helped out by Amy, and he's now formed himself a little bit of an extra lead due to that advantage. But Swift, he's got his eyes on the bottom lane here. It's keeping down PYL and Imp.
Did that ward just die?
Oh my goodness.
Their vision just ended.
Oh, that pillar was god tier. Dodges out of the way of the Winter's Bite as well, but it may not be enough to save him. The stun comes in, and PYL, he's going to get his dose of the pain. Both of these bot laners have died on the side of LGD.
Oh, no.
This time, Imp is going to be okay, but yes, oh no is correct.
There's no minions, actually. Amy has no chance. They're looking at it aggressively. They need the minion wave to be stacked with enough minions that they can safely execute a dive. Level 6 for Amy might help. Honestly, though, V's just going to do that every single time. He's just going to clear the wave. And there's no chance of you even diving him because the minions cannot hit the turret.
Yeah.
So time wasted right there from Amy.
Well, certainly. He's going to have to head back into his jungle, keep farming up, but that is more time that Swift is able to counter jungle in. Took away the Gromp and as well, I believe, counter jungled that Wolf camp. But now Amy looking for Doinby. Yeah, Swift finds PYL. Moore is there at the same time. Very patient is Amy at the moment. Doinby is very hard to gank. The chains land, but he's going to break them himself.
Surprisingly smart play here from Doinby. The way that he's working around the orb, he's not letting the true damage hit him because he's using his spell rotation, waiting for the orb to come back to get off his distortion spot before going back. So very evidently has played against a fair chunk of Ahri here, Doinby. Knows what he's doing against that champion.
Yeah, that's very true. Well, once again, Wayless is farming very well. V is going to discover Amy.
That's so clever.
Yeah, it just hops over, but there's the flash. Uses the ultimate immediately, does Amy, though, so he's not going to be dying in the next little while, but timed beautifully by Doinby for that extra burst. It is going to be, in fact, the Rise that picks up the kill. And that's an easy one. The jungler falls. Oh, the flash over the top.
Oh, my God.
Doinby and Wayless really just... I don't even know what happened there. That was exciting, though.
That was amazing. It was like artificial ergot.
Yeah, what is going on right now?
That was so cool. Doinby avoided so much damage from doing that as well, because that was a full Ari combination with the ultimate over the wall.
Well, none of them took any damage.
Well, that's the best part, is because Doinby was going to die to Wayless, potentially. But instead,
brilliant.
they just swapped positions and then swapped back again.
Not bad at all. But we'll see whether LGD can pull this one around, because QG, once again, all this pressure from the jungle starting to mount. What is different this game is Marin. 91 CS to 68. Of course, V managed to pick up that kill, but this Mundo is going to have a lot more money than he did last time around, a lot more experience, and could be that immovable object that they need.
So there's two things. Amy exists on
True.
the map. Like, he's had a presence already, which is great, because he's starting to help Marin. Marin's, of course, going to be able to consolidate leads very well. We know that he's capable of doing so. The other thing is, Swift is actually taking the kills because he needs to.
Okay.
Whereas last game, it was just the carries. It was the middle laner, the top laner, and the AD carry actually getting the kills secured, while Swift was just there for the ride. So we may need to see some adaptive play from Swift to look towards carrying harder with the money that he has. We also need to see if Marin can consolidate that lead, or if he's going to not be able to stop V, who's starting to still farm and potentially get out of control with scaling.
Oh, Swift is looking for a steal on this blue buff. Wayless, he's going to make his way around. Amy didn't get it. Swift is going to take that one away. Doinby now looking for the counter engage. Orbit Deception does go down. The charm landed. Doinby's going to make it back to his distortion.
That's actually a big deal, though. Popping the ultimate of an Ari is a very long period of time where he's not going to be able to all-in you, at least in the 1v1. And that gives enough time for Doinby, once again, to consider roaming. Key difference, Abyssal Scepter is going to be the first item choice here for Doinby. Not going to go for Frost Queens.
Still going to get a bit of that cooldown reduction, though, from the Boots of Lucidity that he has decided to pick up.
Yeah. Just says to me a lot less roaming come out of this middle lane, or a lot more focus on surviving the lane, whereas Wayless on the flip side has not opted towards an Abyssal Scepter of any kind. Will take a lot of damage from Doinby in response, but is very capable of roaming around the map.
And can scout out for Swift, which I think is the main reason that Frost Queen's claims there. I mean, you can get those spooky ghosts and be like, okay, well, you're not going to kill me now, because I can see that you're miles away from me.
Well, I mean, anyone who plays against Swift then should just have 5 of them.
Yeah, I have a feeling the whole team needs them. That's the counter. That's the secret.
5 scrying orbs as well.
Yep.
Why not?
Blue items. Just stuff that's blue, guys. That's what you need. Marin, though, he's completed the Spirit Visage. We've got Swiftness Boots as well for this Mundo. He's got over the first hurdle. He's level 10.
Yeah. That's a big Mundo. I don't know if there's any response to this Mundo because they're running a Rise of the Blanc comp. You're going to be looking at Misfortune being the ultimate determining factor on how the team fights go. If MF dies to Wayless at all, or to Imp, if MF just dies, Marin won't.
No.
That's a big deal.
I'm honestly questioning whether he can be killed.
We're about to find out.
But Swift is going to notice that there's a pink ward if he does tunnel under there. V has to play very far back. I mean, these cleaves are starting to hurt now as they've been leveled up to max rank at the same time. So as soon as Marin can chain a few of those together, just V can't get in range. Listen to that ukulele. It's frustrating.
It's the bonk of glory.
Yeah. Things
Once
out
again,
of tune as
though,
well. I mean, ugh.
You have to keep in mind, once again, Wayless has had his ultimate forced out of him from LeBlanc's pressure.
That's true.
Laning for the pressure. Starting to get, I'm going to say, a very small CS lead. Already forced the Negatron Cloak out of Wayless in response. Smart play here from Doinby, keeping the mid laner of LGD down. Recognizing that maybe it's on the Swift's back to 1v1 the jungler. Or to help the bottom lane snowball instead. Because, again, this is the threat to kill Mundo. Misfortune.
Yeah, and this has been something that's been very useful against LGD as well, is that if you put sort of Wayless in a mindset that doesn't necessarily suit winning very well, you can have an effective time, because this guy is an emotional player.
Yeah. It's definitely something to consider, and game 1 might have even been enough to tilt him off the face of the earth.
Well, it would have been enough to tilt me off the face of the earth. I wouldn't have played the game for another 3 weeks, I don't think.
Yeah, I
wouldn't have been capable of it.
I casted it, I might not.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. I don't want to think about it, Rusty.
Nightmares.
It was impressive. Let's look at it from that side.
Swift is, again, he's spending so much time not farming and so much time looking for ganks. I am impressed that he has 70 CS.
Yeah.
Because he just does it so well.
And Amy's sitting on 48 as sort of a range champion that sort of wants to be getting around and getting this level of farm, but not going to happen this time around.
And the Locket is the choice as well here from Swift, you would have to say.
Yeah,
after that Aegis. Creative decisions here, looking to help the rest of his team carry. A fair chunk of magic damage does come out of Ari, a bit out of Ezreal, and Mundo's mixed as well, you have to say, with the cleavers.
Yeah, basically, he's mostly magic damage, you have to think.
That's where a large chunk of his damage does in fact come from. So, interesting decision. I think it helps their mid-game team fighting because it's a big power spike in the way of preventing magic damage.
That's a good point.
You just kill the physical damage dealers. Though easier said than done, of course, when one's a Kindred.
Yeah. True, but as you saw, QG, they seem to have no problem dealing with the Kindred here because we saw Doinby. I mean, they saw the ultimate come out. And they knew exactly how long that was going to last.
Yeah.
Knew exactly how to work around that Lamb's respite.
They certainly do. Now, bottom lane did just get a turret. That was an organic 2v2 turret. So, credit where it's due to Chagu. Their bottom lane's putting in work. And once again, they're looking to be a present threat. Doinby, you need to be careful.
Yeah, Chain's going to miss. Wolf going to come out and do a bunch of hurt onto Amy, who's like, I want this 25 gold so bad.
Oh,
just dance towards it.
Nope.
Not happening. Not happening.
All of that effort. Now, Wayless does still have his ultimate this time. Just doesn't have a lot of health. Doinby did have to go to base, so Swift will cover this one. And once again, we're seeing a big lull in action at the moment. I feel like the biggest turning point is probably going to be once the Aegis is completed into a Locket and potentially Boots completed from the Rise. I think there's a point where they could teleport and look for objectives.
Yep.
I don't know if they'll utilize that point, though, given how big Marin is already.
That's the point that I was about to make there as well, is it when we can get this massive Mundo into a potential team fight here for LGD?
Well, I mean, if you're LGD, you're probably looking to get Marin actively into team fights right now.
Yeah, because this is where they're winning, right?
You could be content with having him split push and accrue a lead, but you need to remember that Rise is just going to continue to snowball anyway.
Yeah.
So this is a point where Chagu are going to be happy. As you can tell, Doinby's loving life.
Still, it's like the old game never ended. Doinby's still just having a lark about here in the mid lane.
He basically is, but yeah, LGD's immediate response should be, well, we have a big Mundo. We know that Doinby can't do damage to Marin. Why don't we somehow utilize the Mundo, bring him mid, look to maybe Siege, look to maybe team fight before Wayless loses all of his health this time.
It's a good idea.
Because he's really struggling.
He is in PYL. He has to walk away from Doinby here as well. He's looking to try and pick himself up a cheeky one to the offside.
Yeah, Mundo scratched his back there. I know how you feel.
Yeah. He's like, yep, no. But Peko, he's the one who's got to deal with Marin, which makes sense, of course. He doesn't have a lot of armor just yet.
Yeah, Zamundo has no armor just yet. He's got the Doran's shield, and he's got some health. He's got a lot of health.
Might have a rune or two.
So Marin's used the ultimate. He's looking to stay around and fight. LGD, they do know they've got some strength behind them. They're feeling confident.
Yeah, Imp's going to make his way in, help Amy out. He's just going to smite that one away.
I mean, like, this point in the game, at the moment, it's so... I'm going to say slow, but we can see why.
What are you doing, buddy? Chains are going to land, does use the ultimate, but very, very late. And there's the ult out of Moore. He is going to just finish it off with an auto attack. And Wayless, I just don't know what he was doing.
Marin's in.
Yeah, he's teleported now down here. Moore is going to be in a bunch of trouble, but Flash is out of the way. Marin just hunting. He wants to find something, but he's just getting kited. True Shot Barrage comes in. Imp wants to make something happen. Make It Rain going to slow down the members of LGD, and now they're on the run. After the aggression, they're going to be turning it around. Marin, difficult to kill, but he is going to go down in the end if there's going to be 4 people smacking on him. My mistake, 3. But this is QG just playing better League of Legends, Rusty.
Seriously, it's just Xiaogu are doing things, and every time LGD tries to get something done, it doesn't work. There's no conviction. It doesn't feel like there's shot calling, and it feels like their personal decision-making is the only thing that's there. Middle lane, Doinby's a beast. Wayless has done nothing this game. He did nothing last game. The LeBlanc's a bigger issue than anything else. And he picked Ari into it.
Wayless just wandered into the middle of the lane and did nothing.
There's no answer.
Surrounded by people. I don't know either. I don't know why
they can focus a Mundo, and it takes that long to kill the Mundo. They still kill him, to be fair. They've got a very good team comp for doing so. LeBlanc and Braum, good at locking them down. And speaking of which, that kill onto Wayless was so much on the back of Braum, it was unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a very
The timing of his ultimate to actually keep Wayless locked down long enough to get the passives done, that was actually very impressive from TC, or from Moore.
And it was at a similar time that the chain went down as well, so big struggle. Wayless going to miss the charm there in the mid lane at the same time. It was admittedly Wayless' first death this game, so it's not like he's been dying from 5 minutes like he did last time. But still, this is not the LGD we were hoping to see making their way back into the LPL, because this is a team that looked broken on the international stage. And domestically, that was where things were working out for this squad.
I mean, it's not the team we're hoping to see either, but it's the team we're expecting to see.
Yeah,
it was a good LGD side. We didn't expect this LGD side. Just on paper, they looked like they were going to be an improvement above all else. And at the moment, they can't even defend their own lanes 1v1 and 2v2. And that's one thing we expected to not see from them. We expected Marin to have good laning. Imp and PYL should be, by default, winning every single lane they're in, because they always have. And Wayless is just meant to be farming. And they're all pretty much, besides Marin, losing.
You have to hand a lot of it to Swift. I mean, there's the play out of Pekko and Moore has been fantastic. I want it to stay impeccable, but I just feel like that pun's a bit awful. It's POL and Imp just holding on to this. And look, the one thing I'm really worried about is the fact that this isn't the final form of this team comp at all. QG want to be grouping together. They want to be utilizing bullet time. They want to make sure that Moore can get these ultimates across multiple members. At the moment, it's being used to grab picks. But there's so much more that this Xiaogu lineup can do.
Yeah. Doinby is toying with them. So, I mean, we're at that point of the game already where this LeBlanc is so confident that he's just going to sit around and be a massive pest. Wayless is on struggle street 100%. I mean, Swift's 30 CS ahead. The consolidated difference between V and Marin has been met. They're basically back to where they were. 2 kills onto the rise has evened them out.
Yeah, exactly, definitely.
Any power spikes that we're looking for from Marin on this Mundo is going to be in the way of armor with the next buy, and he's actually just got it. So, I mean, resistances against the relevant champions that are doing a lot of damage isn't going to be there, and one Maker Rain could actually turn the entire game.
Well, Swift looking to try and steal away this blue buff, but Amy's going to make it there in time. They're pretty squishy, and LGD have grouped up for this one at least. V coming in for a flanking play. Yeah, Doinby's hanging around as well. He's not on a lot of health, but lands the chain onto PYL. Not going to have a very healthy troll in here as Pekko. Fantastic positioning for the bullet time, but Wayless going to use his displacement to get himself out of there. Lambsra spike goes down. Amy not going to die from that just yet. Yeah, LGD looking for it. Wayless managing to dash forward. POL is so low, but look at Doinby's damage. Swift manages to pick one up.
Swift
Doinby grabs the next one, and you can see this. Yeah, Rek'Sai is unkillable. Wayless very, very low. Going to be able to use that Orb of Deception to get the movement speed to get out.
I mean, like, Swift is tanky. Swift shouldn't be dying. That makes sense. Doinby went into this fight with 400 odd health.
Yeah.
And 200 odd mana. Like,
I've stopped questioning it.
Less than half health. Look at his mana pool, Doinby. And look at how relevant he stays throughout this entire thing. Moore and Swift are the 2 caught out of position. V forces the Lambsra spite over here on the side to Amy and PYL, who are both low. And this is where, honestly, I thought LGD should come out ahead. But Doinby manages to stay in these fights. I have no idea how. Swift just does not look like going down anytime soon, and Pekko's positioning is perfect. Now,
the jungle Rek'Sai is more difficult to kill than the top lane Mundo right now. That's the thing, and this is a Mundo that honestly was laning very, very well. It's not like he was behind.
I know, he's free farming, and there's just no way to kill this Rek'Sai because he's itemized straight into tanky stats, and he's also reasonably mobile. The knockups that's stopping people from doing things, and it's also the lack of focus. Because every single time Doinby pokes his head out, they look to him and they're, kill the LeBlanc quickly. And Swift is just sitting there hitting them anyway.
Yeah. Well, Amy looking to try and pick up this turret. Dances away from it. But they're just going to lose the top lane turret, and Imp has to deal with Doinby, who's like you said, being a menace. And one thing I do want to change is the fact I said that the bullet time was in a decent position. It was a zoning bullet time for the most part. Wayless just dashed out of the way, and there was nobody else in it. It was QG's, mistake there, but still able to capitalize on the positioning towards the backside of it. Doiby can't quite find his way in.
And this is one of those situations again where I will say this game is closer to being on a knife's edge than the last one, but with a 6k gold lead for Xiaogu.
That's a blunt as hell knife, dude.
Yeah, exactly. We're not using the edge of the knife.
No, yeah. This game is on a knife flat.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
It's like flipping a coin, heads and tails, Xiaogu win, but if it lands on its side, LGD could actually.
Is this a flat coin as well?
Saying there's a chance. I'm saying there's a chance, right?
Yeah,
you calm down.
So both sides are QG of the coin, right? Is that what we're saying?
And then on the actual
on the edge, that's the LGD.
Yeah, that's it. V?
But, yeah, Marin's actually got something to say about it as V struggling. The dive comes in, but Marin says that he doesn't want to deal with a turret and a rise.
A lot of APM from V. Like, he played that really well to get 78 rotations in.
78 rotations. Whereas Mondo just pressed a button, ran at him, and went cleaving.
Yeah, threw the ukuleles at him.
Yeah.
Xiaogu, 2 big items here. It looks like a Rylai's Crystal Scepter as well is going to be the item of choice for Doinby. Has some very creative item builds and decision making. I've never seen someone as creative as this guy in the middle lane, so it's nice to see him continuing that trend. I actually don't mind the Rylai's at all.
How do you feel about the Merlin Nomicon at this stage as Doinby doesn't find the chain? Whale's going to put the Thunderlords on him.
So he doesn't have Spooky Ghost. He doesn't have his Frost Queen's Queen.
Yeah, that's
so Morello's is the natural choice if that's not there.
Oh. Yeah, chains land this time. That's going to be the secure as Peko grabs it. Passive Misfortune doing a bunch of work as well as that double up, and Doinby's not finished yet.
Yeah, not aptly named, is it? Love Tap. It actually does damage.
It's sort of like a hate tap, isn't it, really?
Yeah. But I mean, again, they're just finding picks. This is honestly, Wayless just does not know what he's doing at the moment. He keeps getting caught out of position. From getting caught out of position, the rest of Xiaogu look to consolidate. They find the rest of the map basically free for them to take. And here we go, LGD. Do they get 25 gold?
There it is, Marin locking down that 25.
Essentially a kill.
Yep, traffic cone goes up. And QG says, I just flat out don't care about anything that you're doing at the moment, LGD. Marin is a decent front line at this stage. Is the big change from game 1 to 2. But look, it's 9-2 in kills. There's a 7,000 gold lead now at 27.5 minutes. And LGD...
That turret's gone.
Yeah. The answer with that turret. The other thing we have to talk about, LGD have managed to pick up 2 dragons in amongst all of this.
Yeah. Third one is there.
Yeah, it's
ready to take.
Back to base.
And it's timed quite well, of course. They're missing some members here. LeBlanc not close enough. Marin will chunk the heck out of this dragon with Amy. That should be number 3 for them.
Yeah, Swift actually coming from a massive
they might want to fight, though.
Yeah, looking for it. Does have the Home Guard enchantment there as well as QG. They will secure the dragon at least. V actually, no, it's not. It's going to be Amy that picks it up, but V does get the kill on Marin. Amy Lamberspite is down as Peko making his way in. They actually utilize it better than the Kindred to keep themselves healthy, and LGD now trying to run away. There's 2 dead, only 3 left as Doinby is just going to send his clone in.
LGD are just putting all of their effort towards killing the fake LeBlanc time and again. They go for the dragon here, LGD. They do secure the dragon, and this is on Amy. But positioning-wise, they're now out of position. Marin is so deep that he has no chance of living. Amy pops the ultimate. As you said, Doinby actually comes back and says, oh, perfect time to get some heals
they're
here.
Resting.
The problem there is he had to flash to get back over the wall and join his team, who, honestly, they were not going to catch anybody, except Wayless, who really wanted to catch that, and it just didn't exist.
Yeah, he'd already popped back. Wally was stealthed as well, which was very cute play. As his passive popped. As the dust settles, though, QG now 11-2, 8,000 gold the lead. Biggest deal being the fact that that is 5 structures down as well. Only 1 more inner turret available there on the top side of the map. Imp is going to be able to take his red buff, utilizes his True Shot barrage in order to do it.
I will say that the Rylai's, though I like it a lot, is not as Zonya's Hourglass. So positioning-wise, Doinby does need to be a little bit more careful. I think you'll find that Xiaogu will utilize Vision a lot more than they will just brute forcing their way into everything. And that all starts with the Baron control. As Myron splitting bottom, V's now realized and will have to go meet him. And this is where the dance will potentially commence.
Yeah, and Myron now, with that Randuin's Omen as well, he's going to have a lot more armor to deal with Peko. But is it going to be enough is the real question here. Luden's Echo's completed now for Wayless as well. Frost Queen's claiming Abyssal Scepter there as well. Alacrity enchant on top of his...
That's a nice pink one.
Yeah, very good.
Revealed the red buff.
Yeah, QG though heading towards this top side. Pretty textbook stuff.
Yeah.
The wave gets trimmed just a little bit. V.
That's a lot of damage.
Mara, and the ultimate comes out, but he might actually have the burst. If that Q had landed, I have a feeling that it would have been pretty close, but not going to find it there, and Marin is going to escape. But that is very scary news here for LGD. The fact that, you know, Marin had V's number earlier on, but it's not the case anymore.
And that's why I really like the itemization here from V, because he's gone for the Void stuff. I've no doubt he'll probably just try and teleport in once he gets back to base and get some mana inside his mana pool. LGD, they know, but this is all a dance again. This isn't actually doing the Baron. This is forcing LGD to the Baron to then chunk them out. If they find a pick from that, then that could be the game.
Yeah. And it just looks all too easy for them to get them into these positions as well. It's like LGD is dancing to QG's tune. Oh, Charm lands on a Doinby, though. This could be an opportunity. He's very low for the next potential fight. Subjugate is sapping him even further. It's going to mean that Swift is going to be very tanky. Not going to have that one. Oh, True Shot Barrage just doesn't do enough damage.
That is surprising. Of course, magic damage. Having the Abyssal Scepter is going to help a lot when you're Doinby. Does get out with his life only barely, as Pico's going to watch that TV and shoot at it. I love these recoil animations, honestly.
Duck Hunt, man.
All of the Xiaogu side. That's wonderful.
Phenomenal. But LGD, going back, grab themselves some extra health, looking to try and find their way into this game, into the series. They're trying to find their way into the LPL again for this split, Rusty, because we just haven't really seen them show up just yet.
Rumor has it they're still searching.
Yeah. Free TVQ.
We're not actually sure they're at the venue.
Who's at these people? It's not true. It's not true. It's just on it. Look. And look, we can talk about LGD not showing up, blah, 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 but QG have been playing immaculate League of Legends.
Yeah. It's very easy to sit here and say that the side that's losing, which they currently are, of course, LGD, aren't playing well, but credit where it's due. Honestly, Xiaogu looks so crisp at the moment. This game is not over. Let's be reasonable.
And Doinby and Peko are definitely demonstrating that they deserve a spot on this lineup, but you can see a fight breaking out. LGD just getting poked from all angles right now. Wayless looking for a charm, is holding onto it for now as Imp throws across the True Shot Barrage. Doinby is going to find Mara, and he gets stunned up, but he's very tanky. They're looking for Peko. There's the Make It Rain. Everyone's slowed.
V's in.
Yeah, V's going to find it. There's going to be the Lamb's Respite. POL just out of it, not going to be able to get anything done, and QG... they're just so patient with everything that they do. The auto attack follows Wayless for kilometers, it seems. And Peko going to slow down Mara and now uses his Randuins, but I have a feeling that's going to be all that she... No, he's just going to wander away. That's fine.
It's bullet time. No, he cancelled it with his E!
Oh, it's not going to matter, Rusty. It's okay.
It's not okay.
They're going to take down the inhibitor. And that is a 4-0 in favor of QG. 15-2. They've not died a whole lot. In fact, Doinby hasn't died this whole series. It's reminiscent to SKT's first game in the LCK, how Faker decided that he wouldn't die either. Doinby is taking a leaf out of his book.
I don't think they can end. Pekko's probably dead. This could be...
Yeah, Misfortune's dead, so that's going to be a kill for POL.
They all need to recall. I feel like there's a chance that there's a Baron play right now. I just feel like there's a chance.
Well, one of the turrets went down, I believe. So we're going to see this one again.
This particular fight was them catching Moore and Doinby out of position, but Moore's ultimate was so good that they were all slowed for a prolonged period of time. One thing to note is there is no bullet time from this Misfortune. He just sits there and like runs at them the entire time, just auto attacks with no regard for health. V turns it on, just flashes at them and tries absolute best to make it happen, and he definitely does. Doinby Very awkward play in there, actually. Flashes and misses the distorters. LGD, they're making that Baron play, we said.
Yeah, looking for it. 4,000 health now on the
V's
Baron. True Shot Barrage not going to do too much. Swift in the backline. Massive knockups, but V, like you said, so much DPS coming out of this QG squad.
The Baron's still there with 800
health. The
health.
jungler's dead. QG now are the ones that own it. Swift says, I'll take my time killing this one if you don't mind. And that's a double kill for Doinby. That's the clean ace. And QG looking filthy on Summoner's Rift.
This is a really strong Xiaogu side. The minions are almost going to end the game by themselves. Thankfully not. That would be too insulting as this side showed up.
This certainly did.
A ridiculous Xiaogu.
That was one of the most convincing 2-0 victories I have ever seen in my entire life. And Xiaogu are looking like the team to beat right now in the LPL.
Seriously, EDG went down 0-2 in their first best-of-3 series to RNG.
Yeah.
We thought this was going to be the feature matchup. I was having an inkling if the winner of this best-of-3 is the one to beat. You're absolutely right, because Xiaogu, they came second last split. They lost to LGD in a best-of-5. And this was beyond clinic levels.
Beyond. And it just shows that this is a team that is super serious about decimating the LPL this split, because it was just so controlled. Every element of that game looked like it had been planned out. Every gank that Swift made was answered by his team almost perfectly, and none of that happened on the side of LGD.
And you would have to say one more time, the LeBlanc for Doinby is phenomenal.
It is.
He adapts his item build, he adapts his playstyle, and he works with the rest of his team so well that it doesn't matter how the rest of the team's even doing. He'll complement them and make sure that they're doing well. That last team fight they won didn't even need Misfortune's ultimate to make it work, because they just run at them like so well. Like V, he stepped up big as well. I've never seen V actually carry to this extent in a very long time.
The Tahm Kench and the Ryze as well. I mean, the Ryze was slow to move, but that was because Amy was in that top lane a whole lot. But by the end of the game, it was exactly what that Ryze needed to do, was just throw out so many spells that your keyboard starts to light on fire.
And you know there's a big concern if you have to target bans against V.
Yeah.
Because he was the one that you didn't have to target bans against. You would get rid of the Victor away from Doinby, and then you would aim for Swift. And so they're still aiming for Swift, but they're giving V these champions. So this is the point now with this Xiaogu side where you have no idea what you're meant. You come in with a strategy, and you hope that that strategy works. Because if it doesn't, they will do exactly what happened right now, and that is destroy you.
Yeah, just dismantle you. And one of the massive things that plays into the hands of QG is the fact that they have Swift, who needs to have champions banned out against it.
Yeah.
The Graves and the Nidalee had to be banned both games in a row, which just meant that they could dictate the pace of the champion select. They could get all of the picks that they wanted because nothing else could get banned from LGD.
He's still got a Rek'Sai.
And he got it both games, and it was despicable. Yeah,
he has like 6 other champions, and that is why Swift is such a good jungler.
Yeah.
And you know what the best part is about this Xiaogu side?
What?
They have 2 players on their bench. And those 2 players on their bench, one of them's arguably the best AD carry in the world.
Yeah, and another one was probably at least a couple of years ago, the best mid laner in the world. So,
and that's a bench.
Yeah.
This is the side that just dismantled LGD without Uzi.
But the thing is that we have to say right now is that you can understand why QG didn't change their roster.
Oh, yeah.
Because this team just looks so coordinated. It's beautiful to see. It's like a symphony being constructed on Summoner's Rift right now, Rusty, and I don't know what anybody else is going to answer with, but it's going to have to be something drastic.
4 deaths, and 2 of them were to a Nexus turret.
Well, I mean, that's better than Doinby. He didn't die once, I don't think.
It's amazing. Like, that's unbelievable. That was Marin with Imp, and there was 4 deaths, 2 to a Nexus turret. I've never seen a team lose that hard in a competitive game in a very long time.
Yeah, and it wasn't even that. It was that from the word go, QG didn't look like they were playing with any inkling of losing whatsoever. The confidence that they were playing with from the word go was ridiculous.
There's a lot of interesting questions to raise then for LGD.
Yeah.
So where do they go from here? Wayless is an emotional player. That's a really awkward position to be in with an emotional player to lose that hard in week 1, day 2 in your first best of 3 series.
Yeah, and look, this is the LPL. Crazy things happen. Of course, the first few games are always a little bit interesting, but Now we've got RNG, 2-0 victory against EDG in day one. Now it's LGD losing that incredibly hard to QG. This is not what we were expecting at the start of the LPL, and I wonder what other surprises we're going to have.
Honestly, no idea.
Yeah.
And like what was the analogy again? Up a slide in the rain. Trying to walk up a slide in the rain.
Yeah.
That's what that game felt like. Xiaogu are a big slide, though. That's
Yeah.
an uphill battle. It's unbelievable. That's really, really strong.
They're looking like the team to beat.
Yeah.
I can't see. No one else in the LPL thus far has played like that side. And look, we've spoken about, earlier on, like 2015, Snake was looking fantastic in a similar way, lots of coordinated play. There's another team that has come out of the LSPL relatively recently. It's a similar storyline. And Xiaogu they just get better and better. And I don't know when it's going to stop. Where is this team ceiling?
I don't think we know yet. That's the best part is, again, the difference between these guys and Snake is they didn't drop off.
Yeah.
Snake started so strong. They dropped off a little bit. Xiaogu just keep going. And the question is, where are they going to stop? We'll have to find out at which point they actually stop. Because at this stage, they're vying for Worlds.
They certainly are.
But, I mean, we can't really say that week one, day one.
That's true.
But from what we just saw against LGD, we can make the assumption.
Yeah, well, we'll see exactly what happens because I am very, very frightened for anyone that's going up against this QG squad.
That was so crazy.
Just stupid. But, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. This has been the LPL for day number 2. Of course, we still have 2 more days left, and I'm still reeling, honestly, from QG versus LGD, but we've still got so many games to go for the rest of the week. Of course, LCS has started again. The OPL starts on Monday. There's so much League of Legends. And, look, we do have the MVP coming up very, very quickly just to round this one out, but, yeah, more actually picking it up.
No,
May as well throw the MVP around to whoever you want.
Well, there's no one more deserving than Moore. I will say that much.
Oh, my goodness.
I think they're all equally as deserving. Let's be fair, but,
That is very true. But thank you very much for watching, ladies and gentlemen, and we will see you tomorrow.